Good morning, everybody. From a sun's breaking out down here at Landrake Motor Park for this round 8 of the Revo MXGB British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Fuels. The finale. It's going to be a big day for Tommy Searle or Harry Koulas. My name is Jeff Perrett. I'm joined also by Ben Rumbold. Ben is actually out there at the minute, just doing track commentary. You can actually see him on top of that Dunlop finish line there. That's Ben up there doing event commentary. He's going to be joining me later on. Landrake, a brilliant circuit, very, very technical for a rider. Sits in a valley. It's just a lovely view down here. Everybody can see the track. As you can see, hard pack underneath. That classic Devon and Cornwall stroke red clay. It's very, very technical. But what I would say, we've had a lot of rain leading into it, and we needed it. Let's be honest, here in the UK, we've been pretty much in drought. But what it's done is it's actually made the circuit probably about as good as it could have been. So Phil Congdon and Justin and the team didn't have to get so much water down. And it's actually already starting to tack up with a load of lines out there. That's the key thing with this one. There's going to be some good racing. And in MX1 in particular, as we said, we got this championship battle. Searle has the upper hand. He just needs to play it smart today, but he can't afford to make any mistakes or any slip-ups. Harry Koulas will just come out and do what he needs to try and do and win both motos to put the pressure on Tommy. But the other thing we like about the MX1 class is we've got the MX2 champion, Conrad Muse. Obviously, he wrapped it, sealed the deal last time out. He won the championship so in MX2. So he's decided, obviously with an eye very much on 2023, he's decided to come out at this final round and mix it up with those guys in MX1. We've got other riders like Sam Nunn moving up as well. So the MX1 will be particularly interesting, and also MX2 as well, to see with Conrad out of the mix who's going to do the winning there. So what you're seeing on screen right now is the latter stages of the MX1 qualifying. That's Tommy Searle. Looks like he's just, I'd say that's up on the pegs a bit. I wouldn't say he's necessarily on a quick lap. So the timing, well, we're going to bring the timing up, obviously, for most of the races throughout the day, so you'll know who's where in what race. You're just catching the tail end of the qualifying. Then once this is done, we're going to be going racing. Lots to get through today, of course. We have got youth classes as well. Some of the championships decided yesterday in the 250 youth class. Ty Westcott got it done yesterday. Billy Askew took the championship in the Big Wheel 85s. So, yeah, some of the championships already wrapped up. But this man on screen, Tommy Searle on the Crendon Fast Track Honda, is going for this title. And as the last time out, Fat Cap was a key point in the championship, I think, when Tommy come from behind in that second moto to put a move on Harry Koulas and take the race win. He dug deep by his own admission. He said he hadn't dug that deep in a long time to get a race done. But that could have been the point where, you know, the points just started to favour Tommy, and he's kept it rolling since then. And he's looking good. But as we said, this is motocross, and it's a motorsport, and anything can happen. That's the beauty of sport, but particularly with motorsport. You know, sometimes you're just in the lap of the gods. No matter how much you prepare, things break. Mechanics do everything they can. It's heartbreaking when that happens as a rider. But the team, both teams, Cabs Green Crescent's team as well, they'll be absolutely prepared. They would make sure that everything is as new and fresh on those bikes for this weekend as possible when there's a championship on the line. So it looks like the red flag has gone out and this session is finished. Later, we'll come back to you with all the qualifying times. Ben will have all them with his fact sheets, etc. But as I said, track looking good out there right now with this rain. There was obviously some talk that maybe it wouldn't run, because it did come down, as we've seen across the UK. We've had massive rain showers splattering the country. Much needed rain, as I've said. But when it comes down that hard, the initial thing is like, okay, this is going to be a mudder. But everybody thinks about the track all the time and says, what's the problem? You know, you can go and race. Well, yep, back in the day a bit more we did. It's not just about the track, though. Obviously, in this day and age, everybody has bigger vehicles, more fancy motorhomes, bigger trucks, more infrastructure, and it's not just the track you have to consider when you have heavy rain, it's the infrastructure and getting people in and out of the field safely. So a lot more to consider running an event these days, and mostly because health and safety bods have kind of gone mad in the world in general and made life a lot more difficult. But you know, that's what you got to do now to get your insurance to run an event, all these kind of things. So there's more to it than meets the eye. As always, MXN-TV, a big shout out to these guys you can see on the bottom of your screen. Basically, without them, without brands like Bell, Fly, RFX7, Oakley, this stream simply wouldn't happen. Or if it did happen, it would have to be paid to view. And of course, this isn't. You're getting to watch this free of charge, wherever you are in the world, free to view. And we're doing our utmost to try and sort of raise the standard of British motocross, get it more global again, get people into it from around the world, because we do have talented riders here in the UK. There's one, actually, Jack Taylor, working his way up his first year on the 250 for Team Green Kawasaki, coming off the 125, and he's put a good season together. I think he's got a chance of finishing second in the Youth 250 category. So on his first year on the 250. So yeah, we're nurturing talent through. We've got a lot of good talented youth riders. Said riders like Billy Askew. Obviously, you know, he's coming through. Charlie Heyman has come out of the Youth 125 category and gone straight into MX2. He obviously won and he's moved up. So, well, he basically hasn't been doing the championship, I don't think, too much this year. So he's now moved up out of youth racing, and he's gone straight into MX2 on a 252 stroke, which is awesome. But next year he will be riding for the new True 7 Honda Academy team, which kind of works with the Crendon Fast Track team. Jake Nichols and Guy Nichols, big shout out to those guys for getting behind the sport and starting a new Academy team and getting behind one of our top talents in the UK, Charlie Heyman. So I'm really looking forward to see Charlie stepping out there in MX2, not only today on a two-stroke, but definitely next year when he's on a 250 and just on a proper team and seeing his education as a rider develop. Ben has made his way across the valley from his little spot out there on top of the Dunlop truck. Ben, obviously great to be working with you again. You was here yesterday, I wasn't. I had other commitments, so give us a rundown of how it was yesterday. The track, I was just saying to everybody viewing, the track right now, from a rider's standpoint, is as pretty much as bang on as you'd want it at this stage of the day. So it's still a little bit muddy in places, a little bit, but already I can see it starting to tack up and loads of lines form. So how was it yesterday? Because of course we had all that heavy rain leading into the weekend.
Yeah, there was lots of trouble. Morning, everybody. Hope you're all okay. Thanks for joining us on the live stream here with myself, Ben Rumbold, alongside Jeff Perrett for the final round of the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. I was just on the top of that little yellow truck you can see there where the checkered flag is. And as Jeff was saying, there were scares of the weather earlier this week. And you can see how the valley works. So right at the bottom of that valley there is where all the moisture collects, and you can see even on this sort of panoramic view of the track, Jeff, where the deep ruts are. And yes, I mean, yesterday it started very much like this, quite gooey, quite deep, especially for some of the little bikes. They did struggle somewhat in practice and qualifying, but to be fair, we had a bit more sunshine yesterday than we've got today. I had the sunscreen out, and it's to be fair, it came up absolutely beautiful. We even had some dust in the last block, so you can see there straight away, like some of the ruts tracking down the right then left as they come down the hill after the start straight. And the track ended up absolutely beautiful yesterday. So we did have some big crashes. Some of the jumps did catch out some of the younger riders. But yeah, it's looking prime for today. Really can't wait for this one.
It is. Just watching them come around down that hill there on their sighting lap there. All these guys are going to go out. This is the Youth 250 and 125 class you're going to see coming out for your first race of the day for us here with the live stream. That is just already tacking up beautifully. And what I would say about Landrake, having turned some laps around here back in my day and been coming here a long time now, is although it's wet and obviously in a valley, it drains well. It always has. And we always seem to have enough breeze or a cross breeze down here as well, which always seems to help. Because to be fair, we're not too far from basically the South Cornwall coast and the north, as it pinches up at Cornwall, so We get varying wind and weather coming across, but it does help the track.
Yeah, I mean, you can see straight away by the flags here, and yeah, we're getting things sorted out, obviously, with the flags today at some point. But yeah, you can see how the wind comes across here, and it really does dry it out quite a lot. It never really felt super hot yesterday, even though we had the sunshine coming across. This breeze lines up, so it's certainly. Heat is not an issue for the riders, you would think, especially not the super fit lads that are out there, rather than big sweaty me up on that commentary box. But yeah, it dried out nicely, and like I say, we did have dust, which was quite amazing to see. But some great racing. I mean, the track cut up wonderful. We had lots of corners where you could take inside or outside, and you could make either line work. And yeah, it really did make some great racing in the youth yesterday. So yeah, looking forward as the riders start to come to the line, Jeff.
Yeah, obviously you're going to see some great racing. The youth riders always deliver. As we said, some of them have already moved up, like Charlie Heyman. But, yeah, you're going to see some great racing. So, yeah, we're going to go to a little stinger, and we'll be back shortly. Ben will tell you what happened yesterday.
Yeah, so here they come onto the line then. We have got the fastest riders in qualification going through. That would be Tyler Westcott from the 250 class and the number 101. We can see it on our screens here, Tyler Hooley. Alongside him, 326 Wall Beanie. Those two and Tyler Westcott had some fantastic scraps yesterday. As you can see, Ollie Coleman just cleaning some of the mud out of his bike as he makes his way, getting mud out of his rear tyre as he makes his way onto the starting line. So yeah, Tyler Westcott won both races yesterday in the 250 class and on track, but that was after some wonderful scrapping. He couldn't care that a championship was on the line. He clinched it yesterday in the second race. So Tyler Westcott did take the 250 championship. The 125 championship had already been clinched by Charlie Heyman before we came here. So yeah, it's down to the 125 class riders. Ollie Kalmer there in your shot, 456 on the GRT Impact KTM, is currently lying second in the championship. He's pretty secure in that spot, although he's got 12 points ahead of Hooley with the two races today. So perhaps not too secure, you might say. Tyler Hooley has been in stunning form. He won both races in the 125 class yesterday, challenging Tyler Westcott with some great scraps, and Wall Beanie was right there with him all the way through. Jack Taylor just coming to the shot there in the Team Green Kawasaki. Your man Jeff, he rode very well yesterday, had a poor start in race 2 and clawed his way through, and he ended up taking I think second in the 250 class in race 2, but he was third in race 1 behind Dominic Newbury, who is his closest rider in the points. But Jack Taylor is confirmed as second in the championship. Newbury is very close to being confirmed in third, and Hudson Roper there in fourth place. So not much in terms of championship interest for the 250 class, but the main 125 class is going to be close, I think, between Ollie Colmer, because Tyler Hooley, 12 points back, he was so fast yesterday, and Ollie has not been making the starts lately, so that's going to be the key thing there.
And Tyler's been on form.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, he's really coming on form. Sadly, Ben Musto is not with us this weekend. Here we go then, the revs rise, and they are go for the 250 and 125s. There they go.
You can hear, slight lag in the live stream. That's why Ben's like, can hear them outside the commentary booth already going off the line.
Oh dear, my mistake. Right, how we got in front? We have got the black kit. Dominic Newbury's got the shot, and the local rider wildcard Louis Vincent coming down from Somerset on the RHS motorcycles. Cheddar Motocross Gas was challenging at the front as the leading 125. Jeff Ben Zeal up there in third as well.
Yeah, Ben Zeal, he'll be good as well. But Westcott, as we said, he's this is one of his local tracks. He's from down this part of the world, so to come to the last round to seal the deal at one of the track you know really well, it comes to no surprise as me to know that he went 1-1 yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's some of the usual suspects from yesterday. I haven't really made a great start. Tyler Hooley a little bit further down. Also, I can't quite pick up yet Tyler Westcott on screen.
I'm not sure.
That bright red, or is it a gold number 1 he's riding? I'm not quite sure.
Do you know what? I didn't see him come to the line. I'm starting to wonder if he's even out there. He sat out the last round of the MX Nationals after he won the championship. So it makes me wonder if he's maybe got like a niggling injury or something.
Yeah,
and he's just had to do what he's had to do. Because honestly, I can't see him anywhere out there. I could be wrong. But to see him that far down is most unlikely. So we'll know when they cross the line, obviously. They've all got a little transponder on the front of their forks, and under the finish line is a wire that picks up and tells us who's where in the race and their lap times, etc. So we'll clarify that when we get them over the line for the first lap. But as it looks on screen, I can't see Tyler Westcott anywhere in the field at the minute.
No, he's not. So he's just going to leave it to the 125s to scrap out. But the 250 men are thinking, right, we've got a race win on our hands here then, boys. As we've got Jack Taylor now currently giving Dominic Newbury some pressure towards the front end of the field. They've just gone behind, I believe it's... Has Benzil passed them? Can't quite see it on the screens here.
I think Benzil has just got ahead of him, number 31.
No, it's Vincent. Vincent is out in front of the 125. Wow, what a result for him on the RHS Motorcycles Cheddar Motocross Gas. Great track, that Cheddar, in case if you've been down there a few times, I'm sure. But yeah, so there he is, leading the 125s and two 250s behind him. Newbury and Taylor are really mixing it up here, and Benzil is behind those, so it's actually three 250s in the wake. No, it's Wall Beanie now, starting to attack Jack Taylor, so Beanie has got a bit of a head start from Louis Vincent to catch up to in the 125 class.
He has, and you saw Jack already just looking over his shoulder. He was fully aware, acutely aware of who is behind him. He took a good look at Wall Beanie coming up that hill. Of course, they're in the same race, but they're scored separate per class. But still, you know, a race is a race. A lot of these lads, if they don't want to dice it up with a 125 or a 250, and they know it's normally like not until the end of the race, if they're under pressure, they go, okay, I'll let you through because I'm not losing points. But right now, it's just all in at this stage of the race. You've got to go as fast as you can for the first couple of laps anyway. And if you shouldn't, you should be trained to do that, you know, because you can lose so much time in the first couple of laps. Then you settle into a rhythm and then you push again at the end. But actually, you know, these guys, hopefully they'll be trained enough to go flat out for the, you know, because it's only what these guys get, 18 minutes or is it 15?
20 minutes plus one lap, yep.
So, you know, there's up the inside. Great move from Jack Taylor. He just run it straight in there hot. Forced the move.
There's lots of moves at this corner. Look at this, though. There are two lines up this hill, and Newbury uses the inside one to good effect. Taylor has to make way there for Dominic Newbury, the 404. And, yeah, Taylor is still on the case, and they're all behind Louis Vincent, who's having a stunning wildcard ride on the gas there.
I would say at this point, just seeing the body language of Jack in particular, I mean, they're all at it, but that Jack has had an opening lap. He's sussed out where he's going. The heart rate's up now, and I believe he can see it. He can see a race win, a genuine, not a race win in his class, a race win.
Taking the checkered flag.
And he knows right now. He's right. Let's go. Let's do this now. So he, out of all of them, is really pushing on now to try and make some moves. Got to be careful though, not to override it.
Yeah, he needs to as well, because the two 125 guys who were at a class above the field yesterday, Wall Beanie and Tyler Hooley, are now right behind Jack Taylor. Got about a couple of seconds actually behind him, not quite right behind. But yeah, Beanie ahead of Hooley. Those two had some fantastic scraps yesterday, but it's got to be said, Hooley it was that proved to have the stamina later on in the races yesterday. And Ollie Coleman's not had a great start again, but he is currently running around about fourth in the 125 class, just behind Benzil and ahead of more 250s, Leon Williams and Josh Bassett. Also, Wesley McGavin having a nice ride, the wildcard rider on the 545 KTM.
Yeah, I expect Louis Vincent, well, again, Louis is a rider that I know, you know, from down this part of the world. He would have ridden here plenty of times as well. Yeah, so he's from the southwest. He knows the ground conditions down here, you know. And he'd have turned many laps around here. Can he hold on and take a race? I don't recall Louis ever winning a Revo British Championship race.
No, he hasn't scored a point all season because he hasn't really been out here. So yeah. So
he's genuinely really got something to shoot for him as well. You know, like it would be a big deal for him to win one of these things.
Yeah, he's shown some great pace. I mean, on this sort of evidence, then you know, he could well challenge if he decides to join the series full time next year. I mean, he's right up there, like you say, local circuit and all that, but you still got to ride it. And now Hooley is pressuring Beanie. These two had some fantastic scraps yesterday, tearing lumps out of each other around this Landrake circuit. Hooley seemed to be faster on this second part of the circuit, I noticed yesterday. And look, he's pressuring Beanie already. Beanie goes wide. He can feel the pressure from Tyler Hooley. These two scrapping in big wheel 85s last year. It was an amazing race. And I was disappointed Ben Musto's not here, because him and Hooley were only 2 points apart going into this weekend in the standings. Sadly, Musto had to make it.
Last year was an incredible battle across both, you know, both big major national championships. You know, it went right to the wire pretty much in both of them. And with Ben, if you're watching at home or if you're here, we wish you all the best. Unfortunately, dabbed his, I think it was his leg last week. Yeah, basically, and carried on riding. Yeah. He knew he was in a lot of pain, got it over the line to finish the race, and then realised he's in a lot of discomfort, went to hospital, and I think he's broken his ankle or his tip and fib, something like that. So an unfortunate end to the year for Ben Musto. But Ben, of course, if there is a time to injure yourself, you never want that to happen. But if you do it at the end of the year, hopefully you'll have time to recuperate, come back, and looking forward to seeing him out there next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Keck's fastest lap then, Cody showing as Wild Beanie just took it off of Louis Vincent there. So Beanie looking for the Keck's fastest lap award, which gets given on the evidence of the best rider in the opening race of each block. So the Keck's fastest lap award actually was won yesterday by Tyler Hooley. But like I say, we're just showing the fastest lap of the race on screen here to see who's actually showing the best pace.
I'd just like to point out at this stage, this is a great race. We're 3 laps in, and look at it. I mean, we've got a gap of less than 4 seconds from first back to 5th. That's a great race, you know, regardless of what class they're in. They're mixed up, 250, 125, whatever. Look at them, there we go. This is anybody's at this stage. It really is. At this stage of the race, I wouldn't want to pick a winner. We're not that far in. Some of these guys are definitely better at the end of the race. I would say Tyler Hooley comes good at an end of a race. Jack Taylor is a consistent plodder. He seems to get better as the race goes on.
Newbury's made a mistake. Right at the bottom of the Max's tyres banded here. That's that sort of Unadilla screw you type section. Yeah. It's really steep down there.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's very hard, that bottom. That when you come off that drop, and just by that unsettles you enough. And then trying to hit that inside line is not always easy, and it's off camber.
Yeah.
Right until the outside where there's a berm. So we will see loads of overtaking down there in the main races later on. I'm sure of that as well.
We did see yesterday for sure as well. And so that's gifted the lead in the 250 class to Jack Taylor as he hugs the hedgerow coming up the far hill. Now he's looking to take the pressure to Louis Vincent out in front. What a ride from Vincent this is on that gas flying down the hill. But Taylor has been in this championship all season long, trying desperately to take wins away from Tyler Westcott. He has managed on the one occasion, but he is now giving Louis Vincent some hassle at the front end of this field to lead on track and leave the 125s to their own little scraps.
Well, if he can go out and take a race win a day, that will be great for Jack. He said, I think he's won 1 moto this year in the 250s. So he's definitely won a race, I think, this year. Or maybe not. This could be his first actual race win.
Yeah, he did win a moto in the 250 class at Whitby. Yes, he did. Yeah, but there was a 125 in front of him in the name of Charlie Heyman, of course, who puts most people behind him in this class this season. So Beanie and Hooley are getting closer together. I think Hooley made a mistake on the last lap because he's dropped back by a couple of seconds, but he's now, again, going up towards the tailpipes of Wild Beanie as Louis Vincent's getting wild there, Jeff. At the top of the hill, he's lost both legs off the foot pegs there, but kept the gas on down the hill. But Taylor is giving him all sorts of pressure right now.
Well, Louis has never led this many laps at a British Championship event, so now he's feeling it as Taylor had some drive. He slung shot off that corner behind the start, chasing the dirt almost like a speedway rider and keeping his momentum up, and that was a slick move to put him into the lead of the race. So it's looking good for the Team Green rider. Now he's got to just keep that momentum rolling, not start to think about it too much. Sometimes as a race, you work to the front and you've got somebody to chase, and then your whole mindset, particularly when you're young, can then suddenly change when you get in front, because you're like, okay, I'm suddenly got nobody to chase. Yeah. And now it's up to me to set the pace and focus forward. And some people go to pieces. So he's now just got to keep doing what he was doing to get there and not think about being in front.
Yeah, that's it. Leading a race is a whole other skill, isn't it? And Taylor certainly is now out in front. He has got some gap to Dominic Newbury, who is the second in the 250 class. But like you say, Jeff, he'll just want to be taking that checkered flag and enjoying that sort of feeling at the end of this season, which has been a long one. He's been plugging away all year. He will be second in the championship, which is well deserved. And he's got a winter ahead of him to prepare for next year. Is he with you again, Jeff? Or is that
well, we've got to talk about that. Obviously, we're going to get to the end of the year and sit down with the guys at Kawasaki and work out what our program's going to be for next year. But right now it's been a great first year for Jack on Team Green, and obviously as a team manager, Team Green, I've been more than pleased with his performance. He's consistent, he works hard, he never grumbles, and that's what I like. You kind of know what you're going to get with Jack. He's just a consistent, steady performer, always there. So yeah, he's had a great first year, and hopefully we can build on that.
That's good. I hope you enjoyed that first exclusive interview there with our Team Green Kawasaki manager in the house. Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Change your hats again.
Yeah.
But Louis Vincent losing drive in the little tight section at the bottom of the valley, and losing out some ground here. Hooley is going to be right on the case. Tyler Hooley has moved past Wild Beanie in that lap, so we'll see if Hooley can make a move on the local rider Vincent, and seeing if he can progress up to catch maybe Jack Taylor. He had some great scraps, Hooley, and don't be let down by that gap. 3 seconds. Hooley made up more than that yesterday on Wild Beanie, so it'd be very interesting to see how Hooley comes on strong through this race. Beanie is not finished yet either, and Newbury is coming back into the shot as well. He's not too far behind. There he is, Newbury coming up the hill behind the two 125s. Ollie Coleman is a couple of seconds back from them as well, and it's looking good for him. Rafe Brody's not had a great start to this race. The number 72 Gas rider back in 10th at the moment on track.
What I will say, though, is Rafe has come through the pack pretty good. He's way down there on the opening lap, outside of the top 20. So he's had a good solid ride to get up there, and I expect him to maybe pick off a few more before the race is done.
Yeah, he did that very much yesterday as well. He had a poor start in race 1 and came through well to finish 4th in class, but then 6th in race 2. He had a crash yesterday, I think, in race 2. Oh, and someone's come off the track, or was that someone else?
The opposite. Yeah, the infield. It looked like somebody overrun that corner.
Yeah, I thought it was. Never mind. Here we go.
Yeah, so it's a good ride from Hooley. He's worked his way up, but I'm watching Wild Beanie, and he is definitely trying hard, because he's almost going into the corners too hard and keeps standing it up.
Yes.
So he's just been just that fraction over aggressive. He smoothed out a little bit now. See there again, he just kind of had to put it upright.
Yeah, that gives Newbury a sniff of that 125 fumes. And Hooley, I thought he was going to make a move then on Louis Vincent. They came through the waves very close together. But Hooley it is at the top of the circuit, still in second in the 125 class behind Louis Vincent, as Jack Taylor starts to pull away at the front here to try and get a gap. I think he's going to need every second of that gap, because Hooley, once he gets through Vincent, I think that's going to happen, is then going to be trying to hack back the advantage to the Kawasaki. But yeah, Taylor pulling clear slightly, 2.5 seconds at the start of this lap, and then Hooley trying to make hay and get towards Louis Vincent. Newbury also keeping a watching brief there, second in the 250 class right now. Third in that class is a nice ride from Ben Zeal. He had a good second race yesterday, did Ben. He had a good start and went a little bit backwards, but yeah, he actually went from 8th and in race 1 to 4th in race 2. So he's currently lying 5th overall in the standings now. With Westcott out of the way, there might well be a chance of a podium for Ben Zeal. And there's two riders tangled together at the top of the hill. None of our leading contenders, both a lap down, and they're getting further down through the pack now. I think that might have been, I'm going to guess, so I'll leave it at that. Wow, Colmer's caught up. He was 2 seconds back just now, and now he's right on the case of Dominic Newbury. So Ollie Colmer looking to defend second in the championship. Only got 12 points between himself and Hooley. So very much with the maths there, he's going to need at least top 3 positions if Hooley wins both races. And so from that sense, Coleman needs to stay in the mix, and he's doing so here now by attacking the 250 4-stroke imposter Ollie Coleman in his way between himself and the 125 scrap between Beanie and Hooley.
Well, Ollie is, I mean, he'd definitely be going 250 next year. I spoke to his dad, Steve, a couple of rounds back, and he's a big lad anyway. Yeah. He's nearly 6 foot, I think, now, and by the time he starts filling out as well, the 125 might just be, he'd be able to ride it and ride the wheels off it, but clearly, giving up a bit of weight. So time for him to get on a 250, I think. Yeah, damn right. And here comes, looks like Newbury's making an attack on Beanie there, which is not what Wow wants, because Wow will want to be giving some hassle to Tyler Hooley, but there's a second back from them now. Louis Vincent still hanging on in front of Tyler Hooley as they head towards the far end of the circuit. And Newbury is getting all the attention from Coleman now. This is what we saw yesterday, some great scrapping between 250s and 125s. And what I liked about it was no one cared they were in different classes. They just went for each other, which was great to see. Yeah, but putting them together, there's been a case and argument about keeping them apart, but, with modern technology, with the timing, and now obviously us calling the action, we can still work out who's in what class. So it's still the same age group, the same set of talent. So let's get them all in together, because if they're racing, they're racing. Why separate them almost, so keep it like it is, I say. But there we go. That's my opinion. The 125 riders, when they're getting ripped down the straights by the 250s, they kind of argue, we get filled in, we don't get the TV time and all that. But it makes you a better rider and vice versa. But then we've seen 125s clearly win this class. So, just deal with it. That's my, get all the best talent in one race. It makes you a better rider. Yeah, absolutely. And Hooley has made a mistake. He's dropped back there. So, Tyler Hooley is no longer challenging
Louis Vincent. Yeah, he's gone missing as Tyler Hooley. We just caught it away from our screens there. So Hooley still not crossed the line yet, so we're not sure. Maybe that was a mechanical issue, because if he'd had a crash, they were recovering quite quickly yesterday. So just a bit of a mystery to us in the commentary booth here as to what's happened to Tyler Hooley, but certainly Ollie Colmer will be breathing easily more about his second in the championship now, because yeah, Hooley has still he has crossed the line now. He's currently 7th on track, which makes him about 4th at 125.
Yeah, he's still circulating. I think he might have slipped off or stalled it or something like that, off track excursion or something like that, because yeah, he's still in there. I think if he had it, well, you never know. Let's see what his next lap time. If his next time is back up to speed, then we kind of know he made a mistake. If not, yeah, he could have a bike issue.
His last lap was 2 minutes 41 in comparison to his best of 2 minutes 15. So yeah, somehow he lost a whole 20 odd seconds there. So yeah, that's a crash, and I'm probably starting it back up again, I'd expect. Kick starts on the 125s, is it these days? Or still, yes, still. Yeah.
Yeah, but they start, you know, obviously starting a 125, they normally start pretty good unless you turn those things upside down and they flood. It's the, you know.
So still Newbury unable to make a move on Beanie. In fact, he's lost out there. I think Colmer has got past Newbury up on that lap.
Now, I know you will absolutely correct me if I got this wrong, but I'm sure Dominic Newbury was on a Honda for the best part of the year, or was it a gas? He was on a red bike anyway. Now he seems to be out there on a KTM, but I'm sure he was riding a gas or a Honda in the early part of the year.
Yes,
doesn't matter, you know. He's out there now on clearly on a KTM, whether he's borrowed it or whatever. But he's running like no graphics on it, doing the full privateer look. So I don't know if he's borrowed that bike or something.
Not sure. He was on that yesterday, but yeah, you're right. He was riding for the Moto Extreme X-Rated Media gas. With help from the JMR Foundation as well. In fact, I do remember him thanking them at Whitby when he won there. So yeah, not quite sure what's happened to Dominic there. We'll try and get some updates on that for you if we can. But yeah, like I say, it's the full privateer, no graphics.
Well, it is at the minute. I mean, I don't know if it's literally just borrowed somebody's bike because he had a problem with his, or he's obviously made the decision to already start having an eye on next year and go to a different bike and do that. I don't know, but we'll try and find out a bit of info on that.
It's just over a minute and a half plus a lap to go now, and Ollie Colmer is challenging Wold Beanie for second in the 125 class. And with those two scrapping away, Louis Vincent and his team will be getting super excited at this, because it could well be a chance for an amazing debut race win for Louis Vincent on wildcard appearance here at his only appearance all year in this series. So quite amazing race this is for Louis Vincent. He rode very well yesterday. He was up there in the 125cc class. He's actually 3rd and 4th yesterday. So this could help him towards an overall win, especially with Hooley finishing lower back in this race. Oh, down goes Colmer. Oh, right on the camera. He goes right down by the mechanics area, right in front of our telebox, actually, to be fair. So, yes, old Colmer straight down there, but he's picked it up quite quickly, and I don't think he had lost a position to a 125.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. It looked like he just got his wheel up on the grass ridge on the inside where they marked the track out, and it just kind of washed away from him. Either that or he just maybe in the loose stuff or the wet stuff just didn't get his wheel quite in the rut, and the classic front end washout. And at that speed, you know, coming into there wasn't much he could do once that happened, really. Maybe could have rode it out, but when your front wheel tucks like that and just continues to slide, you are a passenger. You just got to try and get your legs out and hope that you keep it. I mean, he had long legs, but I don't think he had the opportunity in time.
No, he didn't. He just went straight down. Out. Went from under him before he knew about it, I think. And then, certainly, no Marquez save could salvage that one, I think. But, so Colmer just dropping back a little bit. That gives Wold Beanie some breathing space. Now he's going to use... Jack was tipped over in the bottom corner. He gets in Vince's way. Vince is off as well. Absolute yard sale down the bottom. Taylor recovers, keeping the lead.
Can you believe this sport? Can you believe this sport? Wow. We kind of saw it at the GPs the other week, you know, with Tom Viel and Geertz, but Jack lays it down. Vincent, obviously the marshal, you know, he was already past the marshal, so Louis was already committed to the corner, couldn't see him. Went into the back of him, and now he's lost the lead. His chance for or is he still in the lead? No,
he is still in the lead. He just crossed the lap with 1 lap to go.
What's Beanie right? Is he on a 125?
Yeah, Beanie's on a 125. No, Jack Taylor is still in front. They just crossed the stripe with 1 lap to go. Yeah. So Taylor hung on to the lead. Newbury, though, is right on his case now. This is the battle for the win. And inside goes Newbury. Carves inside Jack Taylor. What a move, but Taylor looks to come back. Oh, they bashed bars up the start straight hill. Incredible stuff from Taylor and Newbury, really going for it at the front end here. Newbury, Taylor cuts tight. This is the scrap for the 250 race win. There's no doubt about it. Walt Beanie looks like he's taking advantage of Vincent's fall. Up goes Taylor. No, Taylor nearly down again.
What a move. What a move. Super aggressive by Jack Taylor. He is red misting it at the minute. After that mistake, he's like, the adrenaline's up, the heart rate's up, he's angry, he's mad, he's disappointed. And then he's just thinking, listen, I worked for this, I'm not giving that up. And he wrote, I tell you what, that was a power move, that was a gutsy move, because that could have gone alarmingly wrong. It very nearly did when it was going to go wrong.
Close.
But he rolled the dice, and sometimes you've got to do that in a race, and fortune favours the brave, I guess. Not all the time, but it did then. And good luck to him. What I was sort of highlighting is how Louis Vincent, because of it, has now dropped out of the 1-2-5 lead, which is such a shame.
Yes, it really is.
Because he was going for his first ever national win as well. So, but he's still got time, but he's lost 4 seconds now on Walbini because of that. So that's going to be a big ask for Louis to pull that back. But what an absolutely awesome opening youth 125 and 250 race you're seeing here at Landrake for the final round of the Revo British Championship fueled by Golf. It's brilliant stuff.
Yes, Jack Taylor there did the classic Tom Vial thing, made the mistake, but the guy who was following him actually paid the heavier penalty, and Taylor managed to hang on to the lead. Newbury caught him up, and Newbury is right there again. That same corner, he looks over. Oh, this is from the last lap, on the last few corners. Dominic Newbury takes the lead. They go into the last corner absolutely together.
Where's Jack? Goes behind the flag.
Oh, Jack went down.
Dominic
Newbury takes the race win as Jack Taylor drops it on the final corner. Newbury absolutely exultant there as Jack Taylor has to restart the KX250 in the corner, and Newbury takes the race win. Louis Vincent takes the race win in the 125s. Beanie dropped it as well.
Oh my days, it's all gone off.
Beanie dropped it in the last lap as well, so Louis Vincent retakes the race win in the 125 class. Ollie Colmer takes second, Beanie third 125. Absolutely incredible stuff here between the 125s and 250 class. We'll sort ourselves out and give you the rundown after this quick ad break off of the online feed, and we'll speak to you both there and trackside very soon.
Introducing the Fly Racing Evolution DST Racewear in black, gray, and blue. The Evo jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation. A full mesh back panel, multi-directional Lycra neck and shoulder panels. Our Revo pants with durable stretch technology, constructed of 4-way hex stretch fabric, provides excellent mobility with heavy-duty durability. Strategically placed stretch mesh ventilation and laser-cut perforations in key areas for advanced airflow. Leather heat shield panels feature DuPont Kevlar stitching and reinforced layers to add durability. The BOA Fit system offers fast, on-the-fly micro-adjustability. An ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. The full floating durable 900D seat, surrounded by hex stretch material, moves naturally with your body. The Evo DST line of racewear from Fly Racing.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Landrake British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels, of course, title sponsor Revo. And we have got the quick rundown there for the 125s. That third race of their weekend, Louis Vincent taking the race win there, his first of the season and perhaps his first of all time, I think there. Second was Ollie Colmer in the 125s. Third was Wal Beanie. Fifth was Tyler Hooley. Then Rafe Broadley, Liam Bennett, Harrison Greenough, James Barker, Cindy Putnam and Wesley McGavin in the 250 class. That was the win in the end for Dominic Newbury, ahead of Jack Taylor in second. Ben Zeal took third. Josh Bassett was fourth. Leon Williams fifth. And Harvey Cashmore sixth. Hudson Roper seventh. And Charlie Palmer in eighth place. But what a race. What an amazing start to the day here at Landrake.
I'll tell you, that was an awesome opening moto. I once again, I'm lagging. I'm not very good in the mornings. I need more caffeine. What I can genuinely say is that woke me up. That was a really, really just classic, like youth race. What I mean by that is, you know, mistakes aplenty, over-exuberance, all those things basically created an amazing race. It was all looking like it settled down. It was really action-packed first part, and then it looked like it settled down. Then that one kind of little mistake from Jack Taylor just sort of set off a chain of events that led to a brilliant race. A big shout-out to Dominic Newbury taking the race win, and Yeah, we've just had some information actually from John Dennis. John, thanks for texting in. He's basically saying we couldn't work out why he was riding the KTM. He's basically bought that. I think that's one of Conrad's old bikes.
Wow. Okay.
So that's one, but basically, so that bike will be quick.
Yes.
And that maybe is what helped on there. You know, he had a brilliant ride going on.
Yeah, absolutely. The big wheel 85cc class just about to make its way onto the line. And yesterday we saw more great racing in this class. Billy Askew has secured the championship. He only just did enough yesterday. He needed to be leading by 45 points or more, and in the second race he slipped right back for some reason. We're not quite sure if he was playing it safe or if there was a problem, but yeah, he slipped back to 7th place yesterday in race 2 after winning in race 3 after winning race 2. So Billy Askew did just enough to seal the championship, and he's got a nice big gold #1 plate on that GRT Impact KTM. So there he is, your class champion for 2022, Billy Askew, but he did not have it all his own way yesterday. Josh Vale took races 1 and race 3. He leads the overall there with a good margin. Charlie Richmond showed his best form of the season so far, leading. I think he led 2 out of the 3 races, and he finished 2nd and then 3rd twice. So watch out for the number 30 rider on the MGMX KTM. He was certainly riding well. We also saw some good racing through as well as Vale, Richmond and Askew. Jake Walker was his usual hard-charging self, but he was inconsistent with an 8th, a 4th, and then a 2nd in race 2, which he did after a crash. So he really did pull through. There he is on your screen, number 99, Jake Walker. Number 30, Charlie Richmond is there. Ollie Bubb was also in form on the number 44, Gas. And number 18, Drew Stock, was also in the mix. There is Josh Vale on our screen. He's more to the inside than most of the riders in the starting line, and we'll see how the big Will 85s make it through here.
Yeah, there's definitely, you can see the different sizes of the riders. There's some that are absolutely ready to go up to a 125, arguably even a 250. There's some other riders that are still waiting for that growth spurt. And surprisingly, even some riders with a long leg still deciding to use the start blocks. It seems to be this new thing happening in our sport where it's like start with your feet up on the blocks, and I'm not so sure about that, but obviously, you know, once you've dialed any technique, there's no right or wrong. It's what works for you.
Yeah,
so
there's no way I would have gone for any blocks at all. The 6'5" would have been a right mess of me. As you get prepared for the big wheel 185cc class to go as they launched away. Somebody went right up the inside line, almost on a different planet. But out in front, it looks like that number 30 again. Charlie Richmond gets another stunning hole shot. He is out there looking for the 24MX hole shot award. He grabbed it yesterday in race 2. Ollie Bubbs had a good start as well, and then Askew, the champion, is there in 3rd place. Freddie Gardner also with a good getaway. I did not see Josh Vale towards the front end. Yeah, he's fighting his way through now, currently in 6th place as the big 185cc class rip into this Landrake circuit for their only race today.
Yes, Askew, well, you know, he's won the championship, isn't he? So he can ride fully relaxed. To be fair, I don't think he felt the pressure anyway. He's kind of he's been out in front so many times this year across the board at national level. But now championship's done and dusted, you know, so he can just go for it. Yeah. Not worry if anything goes wrong. The pressure's completely off, so I expect him to just put the early heat on Richmond here.
Richmond makes a slight mistake going down the hill as Askew was briefly in an MGMX KTM sandwich with Freddie Gardner in a good 3rd place there. And straight away there goes Askew at the far end of the circuit. Just come out of that bottom corner, took the uphill 2 steps. Quicker than Charlie Richmond, and he powers up the hill now. Askew, look how much taller he is than Richmond coming up that hill there, and Gardner, no giant himself, is up there in 3rd as well.
Well, Billy is still not done and dusted by any stretch, but the word on the street, and that's me trying to be hip, the word is that he will go on to a 250 next year. Where? Wow. We don't know. I haven't seen anything, but then I've been busy for the last few days. But I think that he will be looking to go on a 250 directly, not just go straight past the 125s, straight onto a 250. So let's see if that happens. Yeah,
Finley Evans did it this year, and although an injury got in the way slightly, he's also riding it very nicely. Drew Stock is up there now in a good position. That's 4th place for the rider number 18 on the Madison 3-flow Mad for Motocross Gas.
Yeah, that's another team I manage and run. I've got to curb it here. I've got to rein it back, and I do too much. I know I do too much, but I can't help myself.
Are you like that guy in Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels? He's got lots of little fingers and lots of little pies.
So Free Flow is a brand that I started 2 years ago, and didn't really do anything with it. So I thought, okay, let's let's start a little youth academy team. So along with Harrison Greenoff, Drew Scott, and also we got another rider out there, Zane Stevens. That's our little three-flow Madison team for this year. Yeah.
Well done, good stuff. And Josh Vale has just overtaken your rider there, Jeff. So, yeah, Drew Stock just going through. Jake Walker made a mistake at the bottom of the valley just now, and that's let a couple of riders through. Bub is having a scrap there with Jamie Keith. Hard-charging Jamie Keith coming through well. And Vale, after a relatively poor start, has let Askew and Richmond get away. And Freddie Gardner is up there still in third place as well. So Vale has got some work to do to try and repeat his race wins of yesterday. But he could well have a good grasp of the overall trophy as Drew Stock tries to tuck inside him on that Max's Tyres corner. And Stock not quite able to make the move, and Vale stays in fourth place as they head towards the far end of the track before the wave section.
Just want to highlight how good a year Josh Vale has had. I've been super impressed with him, not only with his riding, but just his general application. He has got himself fit. I mean, really fit. He was kind of like a stocky, like just slightly chubby kid, whatever. Obviously, you could see that he was quick and those kind of things, but he has absolutely put the work in, and everything that's come his way this year is through hard work, and it's starting to pay off. And I don't know where Josh is going to go. There's talk that he might stay down in the class, whatever. Let's see. He's a big lad. I mean, he's got a decision to make.
Yes,
if he stays down in the 85cc class, I think he'd be the dominant rider. But then, obviously, the answer to that is, will that do him any favours? True. He might win everything and be the guy to beat, but regards of his progression. So he's got some decisions to make coming up, Josh Vale, on his future.
Yeah, he's attacking now Freddie Gardner for third place. And, being a taller rider myself, I think it does you no favours. He's not stopped growing by any sense of the imagination yet. And I know personally that you can be in perfect position on a small bike as a tall rider, and you can still go off the back of it. It's a very difficult position to be in. I think it'd be much wiser to go to a bigger machine. He's certainly moving up now. He's up to third place in this race. So he has made short work of that gap to Freddie Gardner, and he has got now just over 5 seconds to catch up to Charlie Richmond in second. So Vale on the move, and that wonderful fly kit, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's the Team GB livery on his bike from the Coup de l'Avenir, isn't it?
No, well, he's ready for that as well, but he went and raced the Worlds.
That's right, he did,
so,
of course, yes.
And he performed well, really good. So he's keeping those graphics on, because like I said, got the Coupe coming up. I think it's the first weekend of October, isn't it?
Right, yes. Yeah, and that's was that in Finland they raced, I believe, wasn't it?
Yes, it was,
right,
yeah.
And there's a few riders through the youth classes are running with those graphics, catching me out yesterday, changing their colours that they've ran all year, and then I think suddenly he's on a white bike. But, looking really nice on both Josh Vale and several of the riders through the class. I remember Riley Ray Barrow was one of those rocking those graphics as well. Look at Vale scrubbing that bike.
Beautiful.
Lovely style.
Yeah, that was immaculate. A little kind of, half turn down just opposite there to bring the bike low. Not a full scrub, but he definitely hit the downside perfectly. Great racing. This is that classic inside-outside big corner. It's very hard to hold that inside, but looks like the inside's working at the minute, because it looked like Jake Walker went down the inside and made that move.
The inside was working in the bigger classes, in the adult classes in qualifying. They were all going tight, but in the smaller classes, it actually is much of a muchness, because you lose so much momentum at the tight end, and on the smaller bikes, firing around the outside, it can be very, very close.
But that's the beauty of the whole course design and motocross. That will start to get rough, and I guarantee as we go throughout the day, more and more people will then start to use the outside.
Yeah. Jake Walker charged up the inside of Freddie Gardner. Sorry to cut across you there,
That's right,
Jeff.
no worries.
But Gardner's lost a couple of positions on that lap after Vale passed him. So did Drew Stock, and now Jake Walker and Jamie Keith have also both got past the MGMX KTM rider Freddie Gardner.
Yeah, the track's developing well. You can say there's the 85s out there at the minute. They're getting just nearly losing the front end coming down the Landrake hill there. But you can see it's starting to tack up well. The ruts are quite big for some of these 85s. But you can tell by the amount of... There's Drew, little short legs struggling out of that corner. But what you can tell is the dirt on the bike.
Yes.
That's how you know that the track is in quite good nick right now, because it's tacky, but it's not flying up, and the bikes aren't getting too dirty. So right now, I think we're about one race away from the track being probably just about as good as you're going to get it. Yeah,
it's not sticking to the bikes there. Yeah, Drew Stock made a mistake in the centre of that valley in that tight rut, the same rut that caught out Jack Taylor in the 250-125 race. So, that's cost Drew Stock the position there to Jake Walker, who's charging through to fourth place now. Jake is in contention for a podium here, although Askew is making that difficult for him, because he's clearing off to the tune of 8 seconds out in front, with Richmond second, Josh Vale third now, trying to hack back the advantage to Charlie Richmond. So the scrapping is, as we're seeing on camera here, Jake Walker in shot, with Drew Stock behind him, then Jamie Keith and Freddie Gardner. They're all together between 4th and 7th on track, and behind them is Ollie Bubb. Lucy Barker putting in another good ride into 9th place. She's certainly putting her efforts in this weekend on the Store 114 KTM. Gus Musto, Lewis Spratt, Zane Stevens, Austin Beastie, Alfie Payne, Tyler Jones and George Clark rounding out your finishers at the moment, rounding out your runners, I should say, in the Big Red 85cc class. With 6 minutes plus the 1 lap to go, still plenty of time for things to happen here as Gardner looks to attack back towards Jamie Keith, but now he's fending off Ollie Bubb.
Still favouring that outside. I would have thought that Freddie might start looking at, having been past there last time around, to take a look down that inside at some point. But this is the beauty of the youth motocross. They need to learn. Sometimes by being overtaken and by then coming in and talking to their crew, it's all part of the learning curve. But those little things you pick up as you go along. Certainly, as you get better, you kind of wise up straight away, going, hold on, I just got overtaken there last lap around. So you got to think on your feet a lot more.
Yeah, my dad used to hassle me. If I got past in one place and I kept my line and I didn't change it, he would give me some serious stick. So, yeah, it looks like Freddie Garner might have an issue because he was not this far down over this weekend. He's been a 4th and 2 5ths for Freddie Gardner, so he's lying 5th overall in today's in this weekend's event. But he's falling back now. Looks like he's losing out. He's going to go back to 8th.
Do you know what? Bob. I think you are right. I think there's something going on here with Freddie. He just doesn't quite seem to be, let's say, in his not like a normal aggressive state. He looks a little bit laboured. I don't know if he's got some kind of bike issue that we don't know about that's just holding back, but he doesn't look so aggressive.
No, it's not attacking that corner at all, is he? He didn't go for any of those inside ruts, decided to go around the outside. I noticed when he jumped up out of the Max's Tyres corner over the tabletop, he looked across towards the pit lane area, which is back across the track to the track behind him. So yeah, I'm not sure if Gardner's looking across and thinking trying to tell the guys telepathically that there is some problem going on there. But yeah, so he's falling back a little bit there. There's a bit of a close scrap going on between Jake Walker, Drew Stock, Ollie Bubb there in shot on the number 44 Passion Racing.
So Jamie Keith. That was Jamie Keith.
Oh, Jamie.
Down on the inside.
He's got up. He's looking like he's hurt though.
Oh, right. It looks like right in the midriff. Yeah.
Maybe winded.
Yeah. Maybe those handlebars as he washed the front end. He maybe all his momentum took him forward, and the classic. Handlebars to the midriff. We've all had our fair share of them.
Yes, we have. Yes, as a youth racer, I didn't suffer too bad when that happened to me.
You were so far back. I don't mean in the race, by the way. I just like to stress. I don't mean your result. I mean because you're about 8'7", whatever you are. If anything was going to your midriff, it was probably the tip of the rear mudguard.
Yeah, the problem is the midriff got a bit bigger as I raced as an adult, and there was beer in there from the night before on a couple of occasions, and that really did do me no favours.
Call it an airbag.
Oh dear, oh dear. So yeah, Jamie Keith, unfortunate there to drop it at the top of the hill. We'll see if he can rejoin or if that is the end of his race. We hope not. We hope that Jamie gets back on and charges forward as he usually does. Richmond now is 10.899 seconds behind Billy Askew, who's really pulled on the coals out in front here. Loving life for that gold number 1 plate out in front with 3 minutes plus a lap still to go. So probably looking at, depending where Askew is right now, again, we're in the commentary booth here. If you're trackside and wondering why I can't see where the leader is, it's because I've got the screen with Freddie Gardner and Ollie Bubb having a scrap for 7th place. That's the closest dice on track in the top 10 anyway. And Bubb trying to go around the outside of Gardner up the far hill by the hedgerow, and he just overtakes him there into that top corner of the circuit. And like you say, very little fight from Gardner, so I think he's tackling an issue. Jeff might be arm pump, maybe, who knows. Their only race of the day here today in the Big Red 85cc class, so it might be just a little bit tight.
Yeah, obviously, it's me and Ben here. It's very difficult to get out and talk to all the riders between each day and whatever. Maybe that's something we look at next year, where we get somebody go around and get all the goss, because we don't know. Freddie might have tweaked an ankle or something yesterday. We just don't know. But he just doesn't seem to be looking like he's. Freddie is a aggressive rider. You can tell. What I mean by that, he's always up for the fight. I wouldn't say. What by aggressive, I don't mean he's in there and he's running wheels in on everybody, but he attacks the track, and he's on it, and his body language, he throws the bike around, but he just looks a little bit sedated today. Try and find out the reasons why, but of course they're not coming out for a second moto today.
No,
it's the only time you'll see them on the screen today. But Ollie Bubb looking good in that ride MFG race kit. But another rider that's just suddenly, to me, like over the last 2 or 3 months, he's just got about another 3-4 inches taller, it looks like. Yeah, looks like he's another rider ready to go up to a 125.
Yeah, absolutely. And how it looks with the overall standings at the moment, with about a minute and a half to go plus a lap, we have got there Josh Vale in third place. That still will be enough because they had about a 10-point advantage over Charlie Richmond. They were first and second after yesterday's races in the point standing. So Vale is doing enough right now. If he stays there, he will be the overall winner for your weekend. Billy Askew with this win, even with Charlie Richmond still stays in second, they will be equal on points. And of course the final race there will make it a tiebreaker. So Askew looking good for second overall. Charlie Richmond, if it stays like this, will sadly just lose out for him. But still third overall for Richmond. That would certainly be his best overall finish of the season. He's had a few, in fact he's been fourth 3 times this season in the overall reckoning. So finally Charlie Richmond's looking like he's going to climb a podium if it stays like this, which is getting close now. I think we've got 2 laps to go. We've got 37 seconds before Askew has to cross the line, and that would be the 1 lap flag, 1 lap board, sorry. No, it's not going to happen, I think, unless our timing's slightly behind. We don't see the board. No. So, yeah, there we are. So 2 laps to go then for the big related 5cc class, with Billy Askew out in front. Charlie Richmond still in second place at the moment, with Josh Vale third, Jake Walker fourth, Drew Stock fifth, Ollie Bubb sixth, Freddie Gardner seventh, Lucy Barker now moving up to 8th place, Lewis Spratt in 9th, and Gus Musto 10th. Sadly, it looks like Jamie Keith has dropped out of the race. He is right at the tail end of our timing screens at the moment. I think it's 2 laps since he fell off. So sadly for Jamie, that is the end of his day, as Josh Vale attacks Charlie Richmond for second place towards the latter end of this race.
Yeah, this is going to be hard for Charlie to keep Josh behind, just because Josh is carrying a lot of momentum. He's caught him up pretty quick, and like I said, he's a pretty aggressive rider. He's had basically, like I said earlier on, a brilliant year, I think, and he's carrying a lot of momentum. He's beaten Billy straight up in a couple of races towards the latter part of the end of the year. So, he's going to want to make light work here, and he's closed in so quick on Charlie. Charlie's going to have to start going defensive. Look at that, right round the outside. I think he's going to pop up alongside him on this jump, hold the inside. It's all, Charlie's going to pinch him off, take that inside. Let's see what Charlie makes a decision. He probably doesn't even know he's gone the back of him that quick, although they did just go past the pit signalling area. Yes. So he probably knows now.
Yeah, he certainly does there. George Clark was making the track a little bit narrower there as he went a lap down. So, yeah, that deprived Vale of the option of blasting around the outside of Charlie Richmond. So now Vale is attacking him towards the far end of the circuit as they head towards the wave section. Vale was good here yesterday. He was stacking this very nicely, but Richmond seems to have improved his speed through there. He was a little bit of a disadvantage through that section yesterday, but he's held it on very nicely through there. Vale looked a bit tricky down that downhill.
Yeah,
wow, looked a bit rough on the front.
He opted to sit down, and then I don't think that was stood up there. He could have had more balance on the bike, but he looks very relaxed. I noticed just before they went into the whoop section that he took a look over his shoulder, just surveying the whole situation, and he seems really relaxed where he's at. So I think, anytime soon he's just gonna find his moment on the track. He's probably already knows there's a place where he's got a better line, or he's just got to get that classic thing where you've got to get close enough to execute.
Yeah, they'll get the last lap board this time around as Richmond takes a nice wider line around that bottom corner in the valley, and keeps ahead of Josh Vale, pulls away slightly in fact through that section, as Billy Askew starts the final lap of the race here in the big related 5cc race 4 for the day. So if it stays like this, in fact, even if Josh Vale passes Charlie Richmond or not, he will be the overall winner for this weekend at Landrake, and that will be Josh's first overall win in the British Championship. So that would be great for him to crown off his season with that one. And Charlie Richmond in second place. Even if he finishes there, he would still be third overall, because Askew, with this win, they would tie on points. And of course, if Richmond gets past, then Askew is going to be 2 points clear of him. So that's how it's going to end here if it stays like this, with Josh Vale looking like your overall winner ahead of Billy Askew and Charlie Richmond, if everything stays as it is on this last lap. And we saw a few changes yesterday with the last lap, so I'm going to keep quiet.
That might answer why Josh caught him up real quick, but was kind of seems quite casual. As I said, look behind, just surveying the situation. I think he sat there and thinking, well, I'm going to win the overall. Why risk it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he would have known that he had a 10-point advantage over Charlie Richmond through the weekend with 2 firsts and a second, as opposed to Charlie's 2 thirds and a second. So, yeah, from that sense, Vale would know the situation there. Jake Walker in 4th place is going to be frustratingly off the podium for him. He had an up and down day yesterday, and 4th place is going to be where he'll finish overall as well. Drew Stock has got a decent gap over Ollie Bubb in 4th, and Freddie Gardner looks like his drop down the pack has ceased at 7th place, with Lucy Barker 8th. Gus Musto has passed Lewis Spratt for 10th. There was a close point situation between Lucy Barker and Lewis Spratt, the closest point situation in the top 10, but Spratt needed to overhaul 5 points on Lucy Barker before this race, so Lucy's managed to fend him off, and Lucy will finish 8th in the championship if it stays like this, with Lewis Spratt in 9th. Gus Musto, 9th in the race, will finish 10th in the championship.
Here's the champ, on screen right now, gold number 1. As I said, he's had a prolific year in the big wheel class. He is moving up, going out in some style.
Yeah, last few corners here, that bright chrome gold plate looking very good here.
That was Jamie Keith still circling, trying to pick up some points.
Yes. That's nice to see Jamie at least still on track. That's the main thing, so not overly damaged. And there he is. Checker flag time. Billy Askew takes the race win, the champion for the 2022 season. And I'm going to drop back and interview. Shall I?
Yeah, go and have a word. If there we go. There's telling him to go over to the winner's circle. So we're definitely going to get a rider to interview this time. We're going to go to a very quick ad. When we come back, Ben will be down there with, I'm guessing, the race winner. We might even have the overall winner there as well. But we'll be back soon.
Found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Okay, here we are then in the waiting area just after Billy Askew has taken the final race win of the Big Wheel 85cc class. So we have got there, Billy. After that one, you've taken the championship as well already yesterday. How was that for a nice little celebration?
Yeah, it felt good to get the last race of the season with a first. Just got a good start and just rode my own race, really. so really happy with what I've done this year, and I'd like to thank everyone that's helped me, that's got me this far.
Great stuff. And any plans for next year? Anything that you can announce as of yet, or what's happening for you?
I'm going 250F next year. I don't know what class, but still working on it, and that's it really.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations on a fantastic championship year and that final race win and second overall for the weekend. And yeah, we will see Billy, I'm sure, next year at the sharp end on a 250F, as he says. So yeah, we'll take you back through to Jeff in the commentary box, and I'll talk you through preparation for the small 185cc class. Congratulations to Billy Askew, your 2022 big 185cc class champion.
Introducing the Fly Racing Kinetic Core Racewear, featured in red and gray. The Kinetic Core jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs is constructed with multi-panels for comfortable fit and maximum performance. Our Kinetic Core pant features comfortable mesh liner for ventilation, multi-directional stretch ripstop panels for flexibility, and an internal pocket inside the waistband. With ultra-durable 900D construction, with laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching, and SoftFlex protective rubber badging creates massive vents for airflow. The ratcheting closure with zipper lock system keeps pants closed and secure. The unique adaptive waist system provides a custom fit. The Kinetic Core Racewear in red and gray from Fly Racing.
To move, so I make it harder. Hold back. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, back at Landrake near the south coast in Cornwall for the final race of the small wheel 85cc championship. And what a situation we've got here, Jeff. Level on points.
Look at that, look at that. They both rolling together. You know, we've watched, I like to think everybody around the world would have watched the AMA leading in, you know, one of the closest battles in a long time between Tomac and Sexton. There was one point between them going in the final round. This one, all square. The mathematics are quite simple. Which is good for me because I hate maths. It's basically if Robbie Daly beats Hayden Statt, then he wins. If Hayden Statt, no matter where they are in the race, that's it. That's it.
That's simple as they go into this race level on points. Robbie Daly and and Hayden Statt absolutely level on points there. So really looking forward to this one as Hayden Statt gets his whole shot device in place. Is next to Joel Winstanley Dawson, as well as the scrap for the championship. They are both level on points, of course. Sonny Rooney and Joel Winstanley Dawson are only a point apart for fourth in the series. So there'll be some good scrap in there between the number 22, who's just in shot here on his Husqvarna, and Joel Winstanley Dawson, the number 236. So yeah, we're looking forward to seeing how this battle pans out. Number 1, Blake Ward-Clark in shot, had a real bad crash in practice, but he recovered to then get a couple of scores yesterday. Ward-Clark there taking 2 fourths and a fifth. Finley Pickering had a good day yesterday with 3 thirds as the small wheel 85s get revved up and prepare to go from the start line. And off they go up the start straight. Sonny Rooney got a good jump, but so too did Hayden Statt in the purple kit that he wore to great effect yesterday. He's miles ahead. We're talking Danny Chandler in the 82 Nations ahead. He is miles in front there with Ward-Clark second, and looks like with Daly now up to second ahead of Ward-Clark, with Stanley Dawson, Lucas Lee, Finley Pickering and Sonny Rooney. What a start, Jeff, that was.
I'll tell you what we're also talking about, good technique and power to weight ratio. Because you might as well have a pint of milk sat on the bike, because that's about how heavy Hayden Statt is, I think. He absolutely ripped. And with an uphill start, it just basically magnifies it.
What a jump he got, and like you say, that powder rate made it okay. Robbie Daly had a stunning race yesterday to come through from a really poor start to basically take back in the second place, so it takes his championship down to the line. But Statt knows it's winner takes all, so does Daly, and these two will battle it out to the end of this race. The first and second in the championship are first and second in the race right now. Ward-Clark's had a decent start in third place ahead of Winstanley Dawson and the 236. No, that is Winstanley Dawson, and that was also Finley Pickering was right up there trying to maintain his perfect third place record all weekend. But look at Hayden Statt out in front, diminutive rider, one of his first years in this class, so he is flying at the moment out in front there with Robbie Daly in second place, chasing him down.
You just keep about like 1 inch, about that far away. That's it.
So yeah, here we go then. First, second is Statt and Daly, and then Ward-Clark third. Fourth with Stanley Dawson. Lucas Lee's up there in a nice sixth place ahead of Sonny Rooney. So right now, Rooney is losing out in that battle to keep fourth place in the championship, because when Stanley Dawson, just a point behind going into this race, is higher up in the race than those two. It's winner takes all for that position in the championship as well. But look at Daly stalking Hayden Statt, Jeff. This is going to go all the way here. 14 minutes plus a lap to decide this one.
I've said this many occasions. I'm going to say it again. I bloody love this sport. I just do. I mean, you know, I've dragged myself out of bed, come down and do this because I love it. And then we get a race like this. These two young future stars are going at it to win a championship. Winner takes all. It's just brilliant. I love it. Talking of champions, we have got this year's 125 youth champion in the booth for us. Now moving up into the pro category on a 252 stroke, which makes it even better.
You're loving that.
I am loving that as well. Charlie Heyman. Charlie, welcome to the booth. Tell us, obviously, congratulations on winning your 125 championship this year. Pretty immaculate as always. Now the real work begins. You are going out there in MX2 for the first time. How was qualifying and how are you feeling?
Yeah, qualifying was good for me. P6, so that's... To be fair, I was aiming for top 10 for the first time in the pro class, but I ended up P6, so I want to be running top 10 in the race, really. It's a good old long race for me. I've not really done many of these, but my fitness is there, and I've just got to hold on to the big 250, really.
You've had a race on it already, very quickly. Obviously, we're keeping an eye on this battle as we're talking to Charlie. How was that? Like I said, you had the speed. You've been riding a 125 two-stroke all year, so you're still on a two-stroke, which obviously is different than a four-stroke. But did you find it that much more tiring? The extra weight, the extra power?
Yeah, it's a lot more tiring. Like, you've got so much more power under you. It does tire a lot. It does get you like a lot more physically tired at the end of the race. But I think it's a lot of it. It's a different style of riding when you get used to it. You can't attack it like you would a 125 because it will just bite you and you'll be on the floor. So yeah, you've just got to ride it a lot different, really.
Well, look, we got loads of questions to ask you. I have anyway, and I know Ben has as well. We get back to the racing for a little while because it's starting to tighten up. We'll come back to Charlie in a minute and ask him his opinion of what it's like to be in a championship battle from this age, because he's been in many of them before. This is going to go the distance. You know, the pressure is on even at this young age, but that is cool.
Yeah,
what
absolutely.
I mean by that is, you know, if these kids are going to aspire to be pro racers, you have to learn to deal with it, and the sooner you learn to deal with it from a younger age, the better professional rider you're going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to try and keep the emotions in check and try and make sure you can still keep the flow. As soon as your shoulders go up, that's certainly I was certainly guilty of that there. As soon as the shoulders go up and you're tight and up tense, you can't keep that same flow in the same way. Great scrap going on behind these two as well, with Ward Clark still on a solid third, but when Stanley Dawson and Finney Pickering are very close together, they've just changed places in this last lap, although it looks like Pickering's fallen down the field a little bit. Sorry if you're trackside and this is old news, but yeah, Finney Pickering has dropped down there to 8th place, so that's not helping him out at all. Sonny Rooney also still down there in 9th, so when Stanley Dawson looking to secure that 4th place in the championship is doing the right stuff at the moment. Great ride as well from Lucas Lee. 7th place is higher than he was through most of yesterday. And I must add, Mason Jones on the 212 is a wild card. First time out in the British Championship, and he's showing nicely in 6th place right now.
Yeah, he is riding well. And all due respect, I'm going to say this right now. I'm going to kind of partly apologise on the live stream that some of the other riders further down the field are not getting the TV time. But come on, how can we not follow these two? This is for the championship. They're way out in front. It's literally whoever wins out of these two or finishes higher up is going to be the champion. Charlie, you see, obviously, I first saw you in 65s riding around at Fat Cat. I think you were practicing when I first saw you, and I thought, okay, you know, this kid's clearly got it going places. You've won a lot of championships coming through. Do you? What's it like being a young rider? Do you actually think about it too much? I mean, I know you've obviously your dad and your parents have kept you well grounded. But do you feel the pressure even as a young age, or when you're their age? Obviously, you're a bit mature now, a bit more mature. Did you ever sort of think about it, or was it just you shredding your bike? You didn't really care, just wanted to go out there and win.
Yeah, I did feel the pressure when I was younger as well, but I think you just got to learn to deal with the pressure, or else it will get to you and you'll make mistakes. But you've just got to ride like you're practicing, really, and kind of flow, or else you will make mistakes with pressure.
Did you learn that the hard way by making those mistakes, or did you kind of suss it out before anything like that happened? Can you like pinpoint a moment in any time in your career where you've gone, looking back, you've made a mistake, and you've made a mistake because you've been under pressure?
Yeah, at the MX and the 2019, I did the MX85, and I had a lot of pressure on me there, I felt. But even though it wasn't so much that I had to go and win that, I felt like I should have been, and the pressure did get to me a bit there, but after that you kind of realise you've just got to forget about the pressure and crack on with it and just flow more.
You've had, I mean, even by us, by journalists, whatever, it's part of the beast, nature of the beast is you're a good rider. You've won a lot of championships. We're desperate for another UK young talent to come through. There's no shying away from it. That's fact. There's a lot of people in the UK pinning their hopes on you, to go out there and be a success on the world stage. Are you conscious of that? Is that got to you, or are you managing it?
No, it don't get to me because I know in my own head where I can be, and I do believe that I can get a lot further than what I am. I've just got to take the right steps in each year and have the right people around me.
That's a great way to, because we'll come back to that and talk to you about your plans for next year. That's a great way to leave it. Let's get back to this though, Ben, because I tell you what, Hayden Stat is riding great. And what I would say about it, so is Robbie Daly, but I'm going to say this. I've watched Hayden enough now the last couple of years. There's one thing I think he's particularly good at. I hardly ever see Hayden Stat look behind him.
No.
Honestly, I very rarely see him look behind. He just always focuses forward, and he's very good at handling pressure.
Yes.
So Robbie Daly's going to have to start. The clock is ticking down. He's going to have to start thinking about running it in there soon if he's going to make something happen.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 minutes plus a lap to go for these riders. So, yeah, on lap times of just under 2.5 minutes, probably 2, maybe 3 laps to go for these lads. And Stat and Daly have been in this situation almost all weekend. Stat did this yesterday, led for most of the racing. Obviously, he gets such a great start anyway. So he's had the starts and kept this position. So far, they're running 2-1. Daly has managed to overhaul Stat just the once, but actually Stat did make a mistake for that to happen yesterday. So we'll see how it comes. And this is again what they were doing yesterday. Daly would set a fast lap. Stat has now just overcome that to set the fastest lap of the race on a 2-minute 23.2. And with they crossed the line with about 5 minutes to go. So it's going to be close actually if this is the penultimate lap or if they still have 3 to go. I think that was a mistake. I think Robbie actually had his left leg stick on top of the radiator guard around that tight corner. It looked like he was making an effort to drag his leg back. That could have been very nasty, but he got it back and he's back on the gas again. But there was a 1.4 seconds between them, and so Daly looks like he's had that little issue and he's fallen back a little bit. That looks like bigger than that gap before. Yeah,
and he's pushing. You could tell as he come down that hill, he was on the gas, rear end breaking away. I have to say that obviously, I think you're right. I think his leg did get hung up on the top of the radiator shrouds. Never happened to me. My legs won't go up that high, and they're certainly not long enough. But I think that was the problem. But I was also looking at his technique coming down here, and it's great now, modern technique, and all these guys have coaches, how he had his leg out, but he had his toe pointing in and up, so great technique. But he lifted his leg up so high around those ruts, he got it hung up on the radiator shroud. So this is just intriguing at this point. I wouldn't want to be... obviously, 2 proud sets of parents out there. I obviously could get that, but right now I wouldn't want to be either of them. Come on. They're feeling it.
Hayden's doing what Charlie talked about there just now, and I think that explains a lot about your riding style, actually, Charlie. You're saying like you just ride like it's practice, and that always seems like to be how you look on the bike, like not full of sort of ragged effort or anything like that at all. So it's always entertaining to see. So do you think that's what Hayden's trying to do now, just trying to rattle off those laps like it's a practice session?
Yeah, I think Hayden's a very good rider. He'll definitely get a lot better as he grows as well. But I think he's riding very smooth, to be fair to him. To say the championship's on the line, he don't look like he's getting very pressured up. So yeah, he's going well. As
I said, that's Hayden all over. That's what I've seen of him the last couple of years. He just focuses forward and just rides his race all the time. I've never seen him look like he's panicked or stressed. No matter where he is in the race, he just keeps eyes forward. And he is riding nice, smooth laps. Charlie, if you was in this position, and you've been in this position many times, obviously now you're in with the big boys, so the reality is you're going to be chasing some riders. A lot of the times you've got good starts and been out in front. If you was in this position right now, Hayden, what would be going through your mindset right now? Would you be conscious or worrying about Robbie, or would you just literally be checking out your pit board, trying not to think about what's happening behind you? How would you play it?
I'd try and get a bit of a gap in from Robbie, and just so you ain't got the worry about making a mistake and him coming by you. But these two are very close, so it's odd. It's easy to say it, but it's very hard to do. So, but yeah, I can see us trying to get a gap, but they're on the same pace really.
And pressure just plays a part, and it will start playing. Basically, as we're winding this down, now this is going to start getting interesting. Ben, I'm going to hand this over to you because this is getting take it up an octave.
It's getting very tasty here.
In fact, he's got him, isn't he?
Robbie got close to making the move there. They're very close to this penultimate lap or not, and Daly goes tight. Stat tries to blast around the outside and does so. Stat stays in front in the lead. Daly took the tight line around the Max's tyres corner, and Stat blasted around the outside, just managed to avoid him. Daly trying to go around the outside at the bottom of the wave section. They're coming together. Stat blocks him off. They go through the wave section with Stat still in front, but Daly is breathing down his neck like a dragon on the Game of Thrones show. Absolutely flying is Hayden Stat right now down that hill. He pulled away there, and Daly now has only got a few corners and a lap to go. We think they crossed the line with 2 minutes 24 on the clock, and their lap times are just about there. So it could well be that this is the penultimate lap, or they could have 2 more to go after this. Not quite sure.
I'll tell you what this is right now. This is like a boxing match, right? They've got through the first 8 rounds or whatever it is. They kind of, you know, it's been pretty even sparring at this point, level on points. They're both getting tired. They're both getting desperate. We're in for the last 2 rounds here, so basically, ding dong. You know, when we get the 1 lap to go board, that's it. Like, you might as well. It's a slugfest.
Yes, it really is. And fair play to Oscar Gillum there. He just went into that corner in front of the 2 championship contenders, and fair play to Oscar. He just ran wide and let the 2 go behind him after getting the blue flag. So that's great. I was starting to worry there that Oscar Gillum might quite get in the way. It is the 1 lap board. It just about comes out. 1 lap to go then, ladies and gentlemen, between Hayden Stat and Robbie Daly. They're 1.6 seconds apart at the start of this lap, and this is going to be a stunning showdown here. Hayden Stat loses a leg slightly in that corner. Jeff's nearly tying himself in knots next to me, and Daly here now. Can he do this? Can he actually come through to defend his championship that he's held virtually since the start of the season? He won the first round in Cullum after an issue with the points. Actually, he didn't get that trophy on the day, so he's come through to win there. He won 2 races at Foxhill, and then it's gone slightly awry with Hayden Stat winning the last 2 rounds at Fat Cat and Whitby, and it's absolutely deciding time. Last few rounds of the boxing match.
This is it. It's just all in. It's everything in. Your entire year, everything you've done, all the off-season, everything. You can't leave anything on the track. If you come away now and knowing that you could have done more, it will ruin you. Like literally, these 2 kids have just now everything, kitchen sink, the whole lot.
This is the part of the track. This is the corner now. Daly goes tight again. Stat goes wide again. Will Daly stuff it? No, he can't. He was further away than he was the previous lap, so he loses his pace there, and it's a shame for Daly because he was fast around this corner the last lap, but he's just not close enough this time.
He literally needed another yard, and he could have blocked past him there. To be fair, he rode nice and smart. He could have run it in there, but I think Hayden would have seen it coming and probably done the undercut. Charlie, what do you reckon?
Yeah, he'd have seen that coming. That's why he's been going wide. He'd have probably squared it back up the inside.
How about the nerve on Hayden Stat, though, to go wide again on the last lap? He didn't get tempted to go tight, and that would have meant Daly had the outside run on him. He went around the outside again, which I thought was incredibly brave, with Daly snapping in his heels. But it's not over yet. They go up to the top corner of the circuit. If you're trackside, watch to the top corner of the circuit, ladies and gentlemen. Don't take your eyes off of these 2 riders. 85 Small Wheel Championship on the line. It is so close here. Stat goes up the inside.
He's got
Daly stays there.
He's got to get this corner. If he messes this corner, then Daly's going to get it, but he's good through there. Is he going to go tight? I know what I would do. I'd absolutely run it tight, so at least you can block. If
Daly is not close enough.
He's going to go wide, isn't he?
Daly's not close enough because I think he can run tight and it'll be fine. It goes across the line, and it is the championship gone at the very end to Hayden Stat. Takes the race win. Robbie Daly second, knows the pain, absolutely knows it. So absolutely horrendous there for Robbie Daly, but Hayden Stat takes the championship at the final race, and what a result for the number 48 rider on the Manchester Motorcycles KTM. What a stunning ride there. Charlie, you've had experience of this sort of feeling. How is he feeling right now, would you say?
Yeah, he'll be so happy with that. Like, he earned that then. He definitely earned that. He didn't make many mistakes neither, so that's fair play, that is. Yeah,
but I mean, they must forgive me that I haven't seen most of your championships in the past. Have you had many situations like this where it's came down to that sort of last moto face-off?
I've not had it. I don't think I've had it right down to the last moto, but I've definitely had it down to the last round where it's very close, but not that close before.
It looks like he's taking a lap of honor there. Hayden Stat going around waving the number 1 finger there as we'll take a quick break there just to recap, catch our breath, and hopefully we will have Hayden down in the box area here for our interview. But yeah, thank you, Charlie, for your presence in the box here today. And what are your thoughts on today? What's your main aim for the MX2 debut?
Top 10. That's where I want to be. Yeah.
No, fantastic. You were a great sixth in qualification, which was great to see. So, I wish you well. Any last thanks you want to give out to sponsors and things like that?
Thank you to Mum, Dad, Grandad, everyone who helps, SJP mainly. And yeah, thank you to everyone who helps, RFX as well.
Great stuff. Thanks so much. All the best. Have a good day. And yeah, we shall see you out there. Cheers. Hopefully call your name quite a bit. So
Okay, we're here with the small wheel champion. He took it to the line last race. They were tied on points. Hayden Statt, you are the 2022 Revo small wheel champion. Amazing ride. Try and sum it up, what that feels like.
Feels absolutely brilliant. I feel like on top of the world. And just had to do it for my granddad, because he said I wouldn't just be an auto champion. And here we are.
It's amazing. What a start. I mean, you probably didn't even look behind you. You had a lead of about 5 or 6 bikes by the time you come around the first corner. But you had constant pressure. I've said many times before, you're good at handling pressure. I didn't see you look behind once. And even when he come up alongside and momentarily, you just kept your cool.
Yeah, just had to keep it on 2 wheels, to be honest. Yeah, good start. I just tried pushing away as much as I could, but then made a few mistakes up in the hill part, and he caused back up, and just mint battle. Well done, Robbie.
Brilliant sportsmanship, by the way, there. Look at that. Listen, you've got so many people to thank, and they've got behind you. You've delivered. Give them a great shout out, because without a lot of these people, you wouldn't have got it done, I'm sure.
Absolute massive thanks to Manchester Motorcycles, NJK Spark Plugs, Chasing the Race and Goggle Tech, and everyone else that's helping us out. And thank you to my grandmas and granddads and mum and dad.
It's awesome stuff. Now, I'm going to try, I was going to do a fist bump, but I'm not. I'm going to do a good old-fashioned handshake, because that is well earned. There you go. He's your champ. Hayden Statt. Nice one, mate. Well done.
found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
So, welcome back to Landrake, ladies and gentlemen, on the live stream, and of course joining us trackside. Thank you for making your way out here to Landrake for the final round of the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. That final round there of the small 185cc class, pure drama there, with Hayden Statt taking the race win and the championship in the very last moto for the number 48 rider. In second place was the number 800 Robbie Daly. Third was Blake Ward-Clark. Fourth, Joel Winstanley Dawson. And in fifth place was Finley Pickering. Sixth was Lucas Moncrief. Seventh, Sonny Rooney. Eighth, Lucas Lee. Ninth, Mason Jones. And 10th, Archie Congdon. Then rounding out your finishers were Marley Older, Oscar Gillum and Harley Pastor. Just to update on the scores there for the overall win. Of course, it was Hayden Statt taking the overall win ahead of Robbie Daly. Finley Pickering managed to hold on to third overall. He had a bit of a distance over Blake Ward-Clark, and yeah, just 2 places back from him meant that Finley Pickering will climb the podium overall for the first time this season. So that's great results for him. As we move on to the 65cc class, Jeff, as we look forward to the final race here, championship situation again. This one is almost as close.
Oh, good, because if it's anything, if it's half as good as that last one, you know, okay, listen, that last race, it didn't necessarily, you know, have like back and forth, and they were, you know, changing leads all the time, but it was intense.
Yeah.
And you could tell how much it meant, and you know, quite rightly so. It's just awesome, you know, and you know, obviously, massive well done to Hayden Statt. You know, obviously, commiserations to Robbie Daly after, you know, coming so close and leading the championship, but. You know, sometimes it's bitter pill to swallow, but it will make him a better man, young man, better person, better racer for it.
Yep. Sure.
You won't feel like that right now.
Nope.
But you know, sometimes you have to take your medicine, and you know, you come back stronger, and that's basically the way he's gonna have to look at it. He'll go away in the off season, and he should use that as motivation. You know, bitter pill right now, hard to take, but he'll bounce back.
Yeah, for sure. And then as we see Clark, of course, Darren Batchelor on screen there, and Eloise on the board there. Eloise Massey, our media manager, as Lee shrugs his shoulders there on the start line. But yeah, so we have the 65cc class about to line up. Now, this one, like I say, is almost as close. Casey Lister was about 7 seconds faster in qualification yesterday, and he maintained that pace. He came into the weekend 20 points back from Marty Spires, the number 22 rider, as they make their way through to the starting line now. And yeah, so Casey Lister won all 3 races yesterday, and looked like Marty Spires, who only needed to finish second in every race to take it to the end there. But Marty Spires fell on the last lap of race 2. It was a heavy crash over a tabletop. He got up, which at the time, because I saw it live, did surprise me how quickly he got up there, the number 22 rider, but he did recover to 5th place. That basically means they're 5 points apart. There is our number 22 rider, Marty Spires, championship leader with the red plate there. He's 5 points ahead of Casey Lister. If Lister wins, Spires must be second, or Lister will take the championship. That's the situation.
Blimey.
Do you like that?
I love that. I love that. They won't.
They really won't. No, the full-on stress for the teams and the riders.
Yeah, and the parents. Yeah, so nervy times, but you know, for the neutral and for you guys wherever you are in the world, it's always good to go into any close championship battle, and that's exactly what we've got. 1 race, 5 points in it. This is going to be close.
Yeah, 2 riders there with famous fathers in the screen. Nixon Coppins and Chad Prince there. Number 44, Jackson Ross, trying to get attention. And the number 311, Archie Butterfield. Ethan Gawley up the inside of the dog house, as they call it there. Number 32, also on our screens there. That's Alfie Cotter. And you're seeing Cohen Jagielski actually had a good day yesterday. He's lying 3rd, equal in the points. So the podium, as Alfie Cotter just drops his bike on the on the grid there, so I hope he's okay. Just get himself sorted
Yeah,
through.
he's going to need somebody to give him a hand there.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's got to be one of our track crew have got to help him out. As soon as they leave the Parc Fermé, the waiting zone, whatever you want to call it, that's it. They can't have any help or assistance from parents or teams. Only our crew down there can help them out, which obviously for some of the smaller riders, we got to look at that because they are still very young kids. And as you can see, he's definitely short in the leg and needs those start blocks. That's probably why he tippled over, actually, because he couldn't touch the ground properly. Yeah. There we go, though. All set. Here we go.
Here we go. It is between Casey Lister, number 125, and Marty Spires, number 22. Cohen Jagielski, number 75, and Arthur Moore riding number 671. They are equal third in the points for the weekend as well. Coming through here, Riley Ray Barrow, the 118, who is also running the Team GB graphics on his little bike today. He's there currently lying fifth in this race weekend. And Jet Gardner has also had a good weekend so far on the number 14 bike on the MGMX KTM. So, yeah, looking forward to this one. 125 and number 22 are the two riders duking it out for the championship, but the other riders will be very keen to get in the mix as well as the eyes prepare to head towards Eloise there with the board. And the 15-second board is up there. What a great shot. We can see all the riders there together with the bright yellow sleeves is Casey Lister, bright red kit for Marty Spires. All the other riders revving up as they prepare to go here at the start line for their final race of the year.
Just because it reminds me so much. Anyway, here we go.
Down, and they are go. As Jagielski got a decent jump up the inside, but it looks like Lister straight away has grabbed the whole shot here in the final race. Up the inside is Jet Garner. A bit of a collision there between Nixon Coppins and the number 16 of Teddy Merriman, but Lister is out in front ahead of Jet Gardner. Spires is third. He's got a decent start. He rails around the outside of Jet Gardner. Absolutely. Straight into second place. That's where he needs to finish, and he will be champion. If anybody gets past Marty Spires, the championship is going the way of Casey Lister. That's how it's going to pan out in this race here with 13 minutes plus a lap to go.
I don't know how I'd play that as a parent, not as the rider, as a parent. I'm not sure what I'd be telling my kid right now. I'd be like, do you know what? Just sit in there for a lap or two. Just see where you're at, and then beyond that, I mean, does he? I think he's still got to keep charging. Can't be too comfortable in second. No. He's got to try and
just try and progress ahead of you, isn't it? I mean, Lister has had the pace of everybody this weekend, even doubling his way into the first wave section there, which no one else is doing in this 65cc class. So there's part of the reason why he's so much faster straight away. But yeah, Spires is getting a good lead there. Good battle going on for third place. Arthur Moore just coming out in front there of Jet Gardner as they come down the hill. Arthur Moore is going to finish, barring disaster, Arthur Moore will finish third in the championship. So he's certainly a class rider in this field. And also Jagielski trying to make his way higher up as well. There goes Moore in third with Gardner fourth. Riley Ray Barrow up there in fifth place, the same Mad for Motocross livery as Robbie Daly in the previous race. Moore looks over his shoulder. Gardner is now coming under pressure. Riley Ray Barrow and Jagielski all over him. Those two riders are battling it out. So Moore looking to hold on to the podium position overall in this meeting with this position. Very tricky down there. Deep ruts, of course. The pros have been out, cut up the track much deeper than it was yesterday.
Yeah, exactly that. And these, not only were the foot pegs ground in on these little 65, the ruts are so deep that some of the radiator shrouds, literally the top of the exhaust, it would be up to the riders, genuinely, the top of their boots in some of these ruts. So these little kids have got to get their leg off the bike, out the other side of the rut. But again, we've said before, this is national level motocross. It's tough. It's not a club meeting. It just, and in some ways, when the track gets that rough and whatever, it's actually safer for the kids because it slows them down and kind of makes them think about it, So it's when it's somewhere in between and a little bit faster with choppy head bumps that it might be more difficult for them, as in more mistakes. This slows them down and makes them think. But more importantly, it makes them better riders.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's you can see the track is definitely different to yesterday. I mean, it was slightly drier than this yesterday. We had more sunshine with the overcast conditions, and there's like a heavy mist over the track last night, which made it quite damp. this morning, as well as the fact they watered the circuit in the end. So yeah, from that sense, it's tricky conditions, and with the pros going out there earlier at their practice, they have already carved out some much deeper ruts than they saw yesterday, when you only had one class of full-size bikes going out. And yeah, so it's much more tricky for these young riders. Good battle going on here between Archie Stapley, the 184, and Cohen Jagielski, number 75. Having a good scrap. Jagielski progressing in that scrap, just fast passes Stapley there as they've moved ahead now of the of number 12, I think it is, of Arthur King, just behind them. Oh, it's getting very treacherous for those riders. Casey Lister is doing as he has done all weekend and pulling away out and clear at the front. So it is down to whether or not anybody can get onto terms with Marty Spires. There is Leo Wilson, as Arthur Moore is also running those graphics there for the Team GB outfit. They enjoyed their trip to Finland, I'm sure, and they'll be out representing the Brits in the Coup de l'Avenir in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, that'll be a cracking event. If you can afford it. I know, things are tight for this winter and they're going to be difficult, but honestly, get to that event. If you can, it's only just over the Euro Tunnel or on a ferry, probably about an hour 45 to the track there in Belgium. Brilliant circuit. Dave Garland has put together a great team of young British talent. It's effectively the under-21s of the Motocross of Nations, really. It's not officially, but it's kind of like that. I've had the privilege of being the Team GB manager and then sort of handed the reins over to Dave. He's doing a great job with it. So if you can get over there to cheer on our Brits, it's a brilliant event to go to. The atmosphere is great. They lay on evening entertainment. It's just a lovely little circuit, a natural grass circuit. Brilliant. So if you can make it, go. Trust me, you'll be glad you did.
Yeah, many top riders from this country over the years have gone over there and won. Somebody like Neil Hudson, Dave Thorpe, and yeah, Kurt Nichol also made his way over there. I saw Jason Higgs one year, went across and won. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, it's certainly got lots of prestige, that event, and yeah, hopefully the Brits will go over there and fly the flag well. As we see Cohen Jagielski in shot, just crossing the line now in 5th place, battling out with Arthur Moore for the overall podium this weekend. But Moore has got a an 8-second advantage over Jagielski at least. In fact, it's 10 seconds over Jagielski, who's dropped there back to 7th place in that lap. So yeah, not a great lap for the number 75 rider, but yeah, Jet Gardner up in 6th, Leo Wilson 5th, and Leo had a massive crash in the first race yesterday on the final jump before the finish line, literally before taking the checkered flag, which brought a slight premature stop to the race. So Leo Wilson recovered from that, and he's out there well in 5th place. Riley Ray Barrow, another JMR Foundation backed rider, up into 4th place. But that battle at the front, Lister has not pulled away from Spires as much as he did yesterday. Is Lister slowing down to slow the pace up? Because Lister was pulled away and disappeared yesterday, and at the moment, that gap is coming down.
Would he do that? I tell you what, if
I
he
know
is,
they're only young riders, but
I was just going to say, if he is doing
would
that,
there be instructions from the pit board or before the race, for seeing this situation?
Then the kids are smarter than I give them credit for. If they're already thinking about that kind of racecraft at that age, I can't see he'd want to do that. But maybe, yeah, like just to pinch him up, to all their riders get back up, and basically to give Marty like a problem in his head, like what do I do? Do I overtake him? Do I stay as then riders behind him catching him? I can't believe he's doing that, but if he is, Casey, that's what a strategy.
Yeah, it's difficult to know. He's looking over.
Yeah,
he's looking over. I think he's aware of this because he was, I mean, not to disrespect anybody in this field, but he was 7 seconds faster in qualifying, and he was about that through most of the race yesterday. So all respect to Marty Spires. He's fighting for a championship. He's just racing on. But I don't think this is Spires. It's not. Look, Lister's looking over. There's definitely no doubt about it. Casey is looking to back them up and trying to get Arthur Moore to catch Marty Spires, because as it stands now, Spires has a 3-second gap over Moore. So, and Moore is the next in the championship here, so he is perhaps on their pace. But Jeff's grinning at me here, thinking, why are they doing this at what age they are?
I'm laughing because I'm smiling because the power of social media and the fact that all these kids now watch videos, they watch the AMA, they watch the Supercross, and it just goes to show how attentive they are. They learn from it. They've probably seen other riders do this, in whatever other championships. I'd never have thought of that, at my age. But like I said, now they see it all, and it's more of a thing. And I'm just laughing at the fact how social media and videos and the way we are in the world now, how you can gather and process that information, and kids learn it so quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Jagielski just moved past Jet Gardner in that lap, but all the attention's at the front at the moment with Casey Lister on the screen. We did see these sort of tactics in the big Well 85cc class last year. Ben Musto had to get somebody between himself and Tyler Hooley to win the championship and tried to back them up to Walbini and a couple of other riders in that class last year here at this event. So, yeah, it's obviously been filtered down through that's what he must do. If he is to take the championship, he needs somebody else to beat Marty Spires in this race.
Well, he's I think he's definitely doing it. I mean, he's super casual at the minute. It's like he's out, literally just like on his sighting lap. Well, he is. You can tell he's just, he is deliberately slowed down the pace, unless he's got some kind of problem.
Whoa, sorry, yes, Spires is coming on the outside of him, coming into this Max's Tyres corner. Now, how is Spires going to react to this sort of sudden event where Lister is appearing in front of him? It's going to be very tricky to see. Lister goes wide there. But still, Spires had 2.7 seconds was the gap at the start of this lap.
Look at that,
yeah,
it's obvious.
He's looking over. And Moore is not a million miles away. There was 2.7 between Lister and Spires, about that between Spires and Moore. And now Spires has started to pick up that double jump going into the wave section. So he also is doing the first double. There are 6 of those waves. Obviously the pros are doing double. Be interesting to see if Conrad Muse does triple like he did on a 250 last year. That's for later in the day. But even so, Spires is picking up on that double and he is catching him. And how is this going to play out? Is Moore going to get in amongst them? Does Moore want to?
Well, that's exactly why he's doing it. He's putting him in a situation where he's going to soon enough have to make a decision. He can't sit there in second and be picked off by Arthur Moore. He is, literally Lister is going to continue to slow the pace. I mean, look how close Arthur Moore is now.
Yeah.
And I'd like to point out, by the way, this is race strategy. There's nothing in the rule book to say you can't start slowing down. It's your discretion, that you can't get penalised, nothing like that. This is just good racecraft, to try and win a championship. What do you do?
Yeah, it's a very strange situation, especially for these young riders. I mean, it's pretty crazy to think. So 9 to 12-year-olds are starting to pick up on this. In fact, they're younger, aren't they, in this class, isn't it? 8 to 11, I think. So, yeah, from that side of it, Marty Spires there. 2.7 seconds is still the gap across the stripe. It's 2.2 that time. So, yeah, he's caught up half a second. But Moore is only a second and a half behind. Leo Wilson in 4th place is just at the fastest lap as he passes Riley Ray Barrow. And look at this. Arthur Moore is closing in on Marty Spires, who obviously must be slightly put off. I mean, I'm sure he is also aware of what Lister is doing. He's suddenly catching him and he's looking all over his shoulders like he's got somebody tapping them on them. And yeah, this is scary stuff for Marty Spires, because if Arthur Moore goes through, then Casey Lister is champion. Not to say that Casey doesn't deserve it. I mean, he's won plenty of races this year. He's actually won the 4 races before this weekend and all 3 so far. So he's actually won 7 compared to Marty Spires' 3. And yeah, he's got to say he's got the pace. But yeah, he's had a couple of very rough races as Casey Lister. 11th in race 1 at Cullum, 16th race 1 at Fat Cat. So yeah, he's obviously those first 2 bogey races there have really troubled him. But Marty Spires had an 18th in race 3 at Whitby, which closed up the points here as well. So it's getting very close. They've only got the 4 rounds in the championship, the 65cc, but this is going to the wire, Jeff.
It absolutely is. I have to say, Marty Spires is riding a good race under the situation that he's in. I mean, because he's sussed it by now. I mean, if he hasn't worked it out what's going on, he's seen literally Lister keep looking in behind him, but he hasn't become rattled. He hasn't tried to force a move on him. I think he's conscious, obviously, of where Arthur is now behind him. If he's not, I'd like to think his pit crew are definitely telling him. But look how they're now pinched up. And they're going to continue to pinch Marty into a position where sooner or later he's going to have to go past him.
Yeah, he's going to have to make a move, and that, of course, leaves him open to a move back from Casey Lister, which could then disturb him and let Moore through. So there's all sorts of permutations as to what's going to happen here. Who would have known that a 65cc championship battle would have come to this? Tactics, and look at Leo Wilson. Leo Wilson is charging. He was 5 seconds back, 4 and a bit seconds back from Moore at the start of this lap, and now he is knocking on the door. So is it that situation where they're just all slowing down and wondering what's going on? Wilson's just charging on and catching them all up. Riley Ray Barrow not a million miles away in 5th place now as well. So what a championship situation we've got here. Lister round the outside goes Spires. Oh, Lister looks over at him. Spires takes the lead. And Marty Spires goes around the outside of Casey Lister. Now what is Casey going to do? We have got the last lap board is about to come out. Time has expired. 0 on the clock. So this is it. And Lister holds him up. Lister goes back in front. Spires gets held up in the corner, but Moore is not close enough. Oh, someone down on the straight in between them. Oh, wow.
Do you know, and again, basically what I'm saying is Casey's doing everything he's got to do, but he's doing it fairly. That was just a legitimate nice block pass. He didn't try to knock him off or anything like that. He just blocked him.
Tried to hold him up.
Just tried to hold him up. So I'm not going to call out any bad. You know, he's just doing whatever he's got to do to win a championship, and credit to him.
Absolutely.
You know, it's a big deal for these kids.
It really is. Casey looked over his shoulder at the top of that hill, looked round and actually shook his head. So I think he's starting to disbelieve the situation. Look, he's looking over his left shoulder, and Marty's coming up past the right one. Leo Wilson has set the fastest lap on the last race. To give you an idea, that's a 2 minute 41, and then that's compared to 2 minutes 44. The message on our screen says 38 seconds. There's no way anyone's doing a lap that fast.
No, definitely not. Well,
it could be 2:38. Oh, right, here goes Spires up the inside of Lister. Lister holds on to the lead. He's got to win it, of course. He has to win it. There's no doubt about that. But Moore is nowhere near them. Moore has absolutely backed it right off. So I don't think Casey's going to get any help.
So Marty is, he's just doing, I think Marty's now looked over his shoulder, but Marty is doing everything right in this. It's obviously a situation he's never been in before. He's going for a championship. He's probably never had to deal with tactics like this before, and he is ridden a real smart race. I just saw him a little while ago. He took a look back just to check where Arthur Moore was, the riders behind. Like I said, he's just dropped back a little bit now. He doesn't want to mix it up again with Casey like he did before on that finish corner. He knows he's on the last lap. He's got to concentrate so hard. But is that Arthur Moore right behind him again?
I think it might be Wilson, in fact. And Wilson was on a charge. I can't quite see it. Obviously, trackside viewers will know what's happening there. But one of the riders, they're both on white bikes, Moore and Wilson. It is Wilson. Wilson is flying up the inside with a black crash helmet. He could make a right mess of this. If he passes Spires, it's all over for Spires.
Does he now know, though? That's the point. Does Marty realise that it's Wilson behind him now and not Moore? He might be looking over his shoulder for
Lister's
Moore.
looking round. This is right there, getting in Marty's way.
This is intense,
and here comes Wilson. He's definitely the rider with the speed and the momentum. There's a rider up the inside line here. Oh, if that rider gets it wrong. No, he just got out that we did get it wrong, but Spires went around him.
Marty made a smart decision to come out of that rut.
Very smart decision.
Oh, he's just got to get round these next two corners.
He's got enough to go. What's Casey going to do? He has to win it still.
He does have to win it, so that's it. I mean, he's just got to get round this corner, Marty Spires.
I think Lister's thrown in the towel. I think he's just not doing anything about it now. He does. He parks it. Oh, no, he stalled it. He stalled it, worrying. He stalled it, worrying. And Marty Spires takes the race win and the championship after passing him on the final corner, Jeff. What about that one?
Incredible. That was, do you know, Casey genuinely just kind of messed up. And he comes to congratulate him, Leo Wilson, and then crashes into him. Incredible. I'm going to give you the pleasure of talking to these kids. It's your turn to get down there. We're going to go to a quick advert. Do you know what? What a race. What tactics from these kids. Brilliant. Obviously, Casey is disappointed that he didn't win the championship, but I'm sure he'll congratulate Marty later on. He done everything he could. We're going to go to a quick ad. We're going to go out there and speak to your overall championship winner, Marty Spires.
found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Here we are then with new British 65cc champion Marty Spires is here with us at the pit box here. So Marty, what a crazy race. I mean, what was going through your mind when Casey started to slow up like that? Did you know that it was going to be tactics? Did you see that coming before the race?
I didn't really expect him to be like me right behind him, and when I was behind him I just thought I had to get past him.
So a few people must have missed it on the final lap there, especially trackside. How did that happen in the last corner? What actually happened from your eyes?
So Casey tried to brake check me, so I went I went in the inside and then I passed him.
Yeah, certainly actually stalled the bike, so that was part of the reason there why you just blasted across with such a big effort. And then everybody congratulating you after the race. How did it feel for you? How has this season felt for you after becoming champion again? Or for the first time, in fact?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the season and I'm very happy and excited. Well,
great stuff. Well done. Congratulations, Marty. Have we got a few guys want to come in and say well done to Marty? Go on, come in and mob him. Go on, guys. Stunning scenes here. Great win for Marty Spires. British champion for the first time in the 65cc class here at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Amazing racing, and we look forward to see plenty more of this lad through the rest of the years ahead of us. So congratulations to Marty Spires. Commiserations to Casey Lister. He tried his best there, but it's been a stunning weekend, stunning championship, and we'll see all these guys next year.
found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Okay, don't adjust your TV sets. You are still watching the Revo British Championship. And don't be confused that this is like some, this is not an aging ZZ Top and I'm not the drummer. We're here with Dewbath, okay? These guys are a band from Cornwall. We're down here in Cornwall. And the guys at SC Sports Home have brought them in as a bit of entertainment in the pit area throughout the day. So fellas, how's it going? Is this your first time ever playing a motocross event?
No, we played here last year. We're totally stoked to be back again, though.
Yeah.
We had so much fun. It's a great crowd, like.
And last time I saw you guys, we were up the pub up the road.
Yeah.
Let's just say I noticed that you seemed to get fueled and more fueled by the more whiskey that went in. The better your performance got.
It's a high-octane sport.
So what kind of numbers are you playing for us today over at SC Sports Homes?
Oh, it'll be a selection of everything from bluegrass to trance, I reckon.
You gotta love this. I'm genuinely gutted that I'm going to be stuck in the booth for the best part of the day while these lot are rocking it out. Have you got an interest in motocross? Did you kind of follow it before, or has you just been sort of been roped into it and now you're in?
I live a mile down the road. I can hear it when it's on. Like, this is the second time I've been here, and it's a great event.
I got a sneaking suspicion that these guys are going to become like the regular house band for down here at Landrake. Look, I wish I could come over there with you. These guys are wrapping up later in the day. I'm going to have a beer with them when we're done. Keep on rocking in the free world, basically. Thanks, guys. Enjoy it. Another little taste of what we got going on here down at Landrake. We're now going to go back to the racing with the MX2. Have a good day, guys. I'll be over later. Nice one. See you later.
Oh, superb there to see from our house band. Make sure you catch them if you're trackside here today. They're absolutely stunning there. I think I'm going to call them ZZ Crops. I think there's definitely going on there. Absolutely awesome stuff. So, yeah, I love the fact that they said they were stoked. I thought that was great. That to hear it in their accent was absolutely wonderful. You say, yeah, stoked to be here there. What were their names again, the band, Jack? I missed it.
Dewbath.
Dewbath, yes. So
It's Cornish for 2 beers.
Ah, Cornish for 2 beers. That's excellent. Well, that's I'm sure that will be very helpful in the future for me. Awesome stuff. Right then, the racing is about to resume now. We have the adults. The men are out on the track. It's the MX2 class. Their opening race of the weekend. And, of course, the championship already sewn up by Conrad Muse, as we have said. But in second place in the championship is Jamie Carpenter. He's got a decent 30-point gap over Tom Grimshaw, so that's looking quite secure for Carpenter there. But Grimshaw is only 7 points ahead of Jamie Law, who is tied on points with Isaac Gifting for 4th in the championship. Isaac not with us this weekend, sadly still recovering from his broken leg that he sustained earlier in the championship. But yeah, so Jamie Law in his last British Championship event there, looking to try and wrestle 3rd place in the championship from Tom Grimshaw, just 7 points apart.
Yeah, it's been a good career for Jay Law. He's been around a long time. I can certainly, obviously, towards the tail end of my career is when he was just kind of coming good into championship motocross at the highest level. So he's had a good career, Jay Law. But it'd be kind of bittersweet, you know. But we all kind of know, you know when the time's right for you, when it's time to hang up the boots on a professional level. And so he'll enjoy the day. I think he'll kind of come out of it being a little bit disappointed that it's maybe his last British Championship race. But yeah, at the same time, there'll be that kind of feeling. It's like, yeah, I'm okay with that.
That's the time. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, qualification here in the MX2 class. You can see there making his way to the start line first. It's Dylan Walsh on the Revo 7 Kawasaki. Speaking to the team principal there, Mark Yates, this morning, he was thinking distinctly that a win might well be on the card. So Dylan Walsh will certainly be hoping for that. He's obviously only moved up to the 250s partway through the season. The first 2 rounds he rode on the 450 machine, but he's been second 3 times in the season, in fact 3 times overall, with 4 second places, and then he finally took a moto win at Whitby last time out to finish second overall behind Conrad. So certainly Dylan with a great lap time, 2:00.141. That's 2 seconds faster than the best MX1 time. So obviously maybe different track conditions, but even so, he's blatantly got a lot of speed, Jeff.
Well, yeah. I mean, the MX2, the surprising thing is the MX2 went out first, so the track was still a little bit wetter, but obviously the ruts wasn't so deep. Listen, Dylan Walsh goes quick. Yeah. On no matter what bike. Clearly, after starting the year on the MX1, it wasn't kind of going his way. He wasn't really getting on with the more power, the bigger bike. To be fair, I just think the way Dylan rides, he's just a 250 guy, you know, and he's certainly on a 250 incredibly exciting because he throws that thing any which way but loose, doesn't he? Like, you know, and he will be laying it down over these jumps and stuff like that. So he'll be absolutely wanting to finish, because by his own admission, you know, it's been a kind of, he's had highlights this year, but it hasn't been a consistent year, I'd say, you know, with the change of the bike and then racing Supercross and coming back. Yeah. So I think Dylan just wants to finish on a high, and that will set them off into the pre-season to get them ready for all their plans next year. Yeah, absolutely. He is set to ride 250 British Championship as well as the Supercross. So from that sense, he will be with us next year, Dylan Walsh. Also up in there in qualifying, Bobby Bruce was second fastest on 2:02.0. Kai Carsmakers, who's back for the Hitachi KTM fueled by Milwaukee team, was third fastest ahead of Jorgen Matthias Talvico on the SC Sport Home Husqvarna and Jamie Carpenter on the GRT Impact KTM. So yeah, and a nice mix in there. And sixth fastest was our guest here earlier, Charlie Heyman on the SJP Moto KTM, and his debut in this class as they put their heads down and they prepare to go. I think it was was that Kaismarkers on the outside? Got that absolute flyer. He was a bike length ahead. I kid you not. He was a bike length ahead after less than one bike. Figure that out. He really was. Look at Bobby Bruce. Oh, Kazmakers goes over. Bobby Bruce has just taken the lead there. Talvico has to go the other side of the barrier. Tries not to make up time. And yeah, looks like it is Walsh who's taken advantage up to second place now. So it is Bruce ahead of Walsh, ahead of Kazmakers. Your three fastest qualifiers up there in a slightly different order, but here they come battling through. Also scrapping out in the first lap, Talvico is up there, Charlie Cole in the mix, and also Carpenter coming around the outside in his green kit on that KTM. Wow. I can't see many of the big hitters buried further down the field, actually, so this will be a good one. I'd love to see how Bobby Bruce handles this, because he's been off a bike for a long part of the season. Oh, Walsh making a move through the waves. Almost got him there in that corner before the far downhill. But still, out in front is Bobby Bruce, hanging on to it ahead of Dylan Walsh as they head down the farthest corner of the track. Oh, Bruce still in front. Yes, Walsh has lost ground in that bottom corner. And Carsmakers is now smelling all over the backside of the Revo 7 Kawasaki. Talvico and Carpenter also interested. So yeah, I think we've got, like you say, Jeff, all the heavy hitters out in front this one. Yeah, as I was saying, Bobby Bruce has been off a bike for the best part of the year. Knee injury, took his time, come back. Obviously had an ACL tear. Another rider like Charlie Heyman that we kind of pinning our UK hopes on. It's just perfectly natural. They've got to learn to deal with it. But Bobby would love, again, after a difficult season, but he's got his head switched on. He's got good people around him. Would love to finish the season with a national win, just to give him that little boost of confidence that the season wasn't a write-off. He's still on track. All those kind of things. Yeah, he's certainly has got his head screwed on. It's very nice to interview at Whitby. Whoa, he loses traction there, though. Bruce just lost traction, and Walsh moves through into the lead. So Walsh it is that takes it over, and the fastest qualifier by nearly a couple of seconds has passed Bobby Bruce, who was second in qualifying. So yeah, those two are scrapping it out right now in the battle between Grimshaw and Law. They are absolutely together. Grimshaw in 7th, Law in 8th as they cross the line. Talviku making a lovely move round the outside behind the finish past Karsmarkers there. So this is a good... I've been super impressed with Jorgen. I saw him a couple of years ago. He came over and raced the UK. But since he's come back...
Karsmakers shows up the inside. It's scrappy, but it worked. So, yeah, Karsmakers through. Talviku looks to retaliate. Round the outside as they hit the tabletop. Oh, they nearly scrub into each other. Jeff nearly fell out of his chair. Absolutely.
It's the angle on the TV. I thought because of the angle, I thought they were going to hit each other. They were further apart than I thought, but it looked amazing.
Karsmakers around the outside, but Talviku cuts him off, and that loses Karsmakers a lot of drive and gets Carpenter interested in taking him now. So Talviku on the move, up past Kai Karsmakers. Meanwhile, Walsh tries to check out ahead of Bobby Bruce. Bruce returned with a 5th overall at the last round at Whitby, so he is definitely up in the mix to try and improve his score at the moment. And yeah, Grimshaw in 6th. Law looks to have disappeared off the table, however, somewhat. No, he's down to 11th, is Jamie Law. So Grimshaw at the moment is holding off Jamie Law in that battle for 3rd in the series.
We're just watching the track development, actually. It's pretty good. What I'd say right now is there's not... I would say there was one obvious race line at the minute. There's plenty of lines, but there's not... You know, sometimes you get a load of lines in a corner, but one's only really working. And right now, I'd say there's not. There's lots of options on this track to make up time right now. So these guys have to suss out which one's the best and make it count. But right now, best man Walsh is leading the way. But Bobby Bruce, as I said, even if he gets top 3, you know, and he's on pace, he'll be happy with that, because it is all about rebuilding again for next year. He's effectively lost a year with his knee injury. But of course, the good thing is, he's young enough and got plenty of time. Yeah, absolutely, and he's getting a good confidence-boosting ride up here at the sharp end of the final round of the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Bobby Bruce, though, has getting some attention. Jorgen Matthias Talviku on the SC Sporthomes Husqvarna is starting to approach his rear wheel on the number 261, as Karsmakers has to deal with Carpenter for 4th and 5th. Grimshaw up to 6th, Charlie Cole 7th. Alfie Jones having a nice ride at the track where he took his MXY2 title last year. He's up there in 8th. And Liam Garland showing well in 9th place. He actually qualified quite well as well in that position, in fact, in 9th. And Ben Franklin 10th. Testament, actually, to Alfie Jones. It feels like he's been in the MX2 class longer than a year. I don't know what it almost feels like 2-3 years ago he won that MX2 title. And I think that's just because he's kind of just been so sort of solid and consistent in his first year in MX2. You know, not necessarily setting the world alight, but he's just, you know, he's on track. He's taken his first year very well and learnt a lot and, you know, been pretty solid. So it's good to see him out there inside the top 10. Yeah, he's had the best of 13th overall. That was at Fat Cat in the heat. So, yeah, he is definitely proving himself to be a good, solid professional and a nice foundation to build on, certainly, as his teammate Grimshaw looks to be attacking Jamie Carpenter now for 5th place. So that's a good scrap on track here between those two. Carpenter on the KTM, but in the green kit, Kawasaki colours, but on the KTM bike. And, yeah, Grimshaw is now looking to attack him on that Chambers Husqvarna. Yeah, of course, these two went out for another domestic championship last week, which went in the favour of Jamie Carpenter. So Grimshaw will want to get one over him just for that, basically. Absolutely, and yeah, looking like Jamie Law's disappeared off our timing screens. They were down to 21st, so problems there, Jamie, for his last weekend in the championship, and that is going to give Grimshaw a clear shot at 3rd in the series. Give a shout out to Charlie Heyman in his debut ride in the MX2 class in the adults. Our 125cc youth champion for this year is up in 11th place after qualifying in 6th, Jeff. So he's got some serious pace, that youngster. Yeah, just the fastest lap. The times are starting to come down now, okay? Karsmarkers has just set the quickest lap of the race. So, yeah, you'll start to see the times drop, I would have thought, over the next couple of laps. Wow, and Heyman has made hay there. He's up to 8th place. He's certainly advanced there. Somebody's dropping down the order. Looks like Charlie Cole has actually dropped down a few places there. He crosses the line in 12th when he was in 7th. So Cole is dropping down there, and Heyman's up the way to 8th place. That's impressive for his first ride here, and he's on the case of Alfie Jones as well. Yeah, and fair play to Bobby Bruce. He is hanging on to the Ethica Special 7 race kit that Dylan Walsh is wearing. Yeah, and he's there. He's not letting him go. He's 1 second behind. And, you know, Talviku is going to join that pie. This is great, actually. This is just brilliant stuff. Conrad Muse has won this championship, moved out. Doesn't matter, Conrad's moved out. We are still getting great racing. Actually, to our advantage, because Conrad is going to be out there mixing up in the MX1 battle. Oh, I can't wait for that. I have heard that Conrad has got a slight tweak of the back. Right. So he's not 100%.
Yeah.
But he'll still be quick. Let's not,
And Bruce has lost out to Talviku in that lap, so Bobby's had a problem there on track. He's dropped down to 3rd place now, and he's getting attention from Carsmakers. Runs it up the inside. There goes the Josh. What a spin of technique from Carsmakers. Stayed on the pegs almost to the very point that he was on the gas. Quite amazing technique from Carsmakers through that rut, and it secures him 3rd place ahead of Bobby Bruce now, with Talviku looking to make progress on Dylan Walsh out front.
Yeah, that was a nice move. Just checking where Bobby is so he can choose his line down this hill safely. Yeah, I don't expect Bob. Like I said, he's been off the bike for so long and he hasn't run up the front for quite a while. So maybe, just maybe, as much as you train to come back, there's no substitute for racing. And I think maybe just the intensity of the first couple of laps, maybe just starting to catch up with him a little bit. Breathing a bit heavier than he normally would. All those kind of things.
Yeah, there's no preparation for racing like racing, and yeah, he's certainly on the case now. As it's down to 4th place in that lap, though, as Carsmakers now is 1.2 seconds between Walsh and Talviku, and it's less than that now because Talviku looks like he's smelling some Revo 7 exhaust coming out of there as they come down the hill. This is going to be tight. Multinational here. We got the Kiwi ahead of the Estonian, ahead of the Dutchman, and then our British rider Bobby Bruce is currently there in 4th ahead of Jamie Carpenter. But what a scrap this is going to be between Walsh and that beautiful clean white 7 kit ahead of Talviku in the grey on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna.
Tell you what I will say about anybody wanting to race Dylan Walsh. Prepare for battle, because he will never surrender. Whatever happens, he's an out-and-out racer, Dylan Walsh. And as I said before, I've highlighted before that if his mechanic, and he means this, we did a preview earlier on in the year at the MX Nationals, and he basically said, if the mechanic puts on his board, like try harder or give 100%, he said he will absolutely come in and rattle that board straight across his mechanic's head. Don't ever question his commitment. No, for sure. You can see it in his riding. He's one of those who definitely wears his heart on his sleeve on the bike. And he uses a strange phrase, this Dylan. When he mentioned about crashing, obviously he had a crash at Hawkston at the bottom of the hill there. And he described it to me during the press release. He described it as an emotional one. We talk about a crash and he talks about it being emotional. He did it with me as well when he said he had a crash at the side there. Yeah, that was quite emotional. I've not heard another racer use that word to describe their races before. So, yeah, quite a strange one. for
well,
Dylan. He definitely digs in and gets involved. I can tell you right now, this is going to start time. Dylan looks relaxed at the minute. I saw him look over his shoulder a couple of times, so he knows, he's aware of what's going on around him. But I will say he's going to have to start stepping it up because Carsmakers is definitely pushing now. He is back on to Talviku, and this is going to be an interesting 2 or 3 laps here. I think this could shape the outcome of the race in the next 2 or 3 laps. Yeah, absolutely. Just want to reflect on the shot we just saw on screen there. Absolutely amazing to see how well these riders take those deep ruts right in the bottom of the valley where it's really soft. And Carsmakers has set the fastest lap of the race at 2 minutes 07.3, and he is actually making ground on the Perrett in front of them. 1.2 behind Carsmakers as the lap started, but Talviku seems to draw in Dylan Walsh down this hill. Charlie Heyman has moved up to 7th place. He just goes past Alfie Jones in that lap. So that's a great debut ride for our 125cc champion out there on a 250cc 2-stroke SJP Moto KTM. But meanwhile, Talviku stalking Dylan Walsh. Walsh seems to be fast through this area though. That was an area where Tommy Searle passed him last year up in the MX1 class, up around the top of that hill, but on the outside on his way to a championship. So Walsh obviously looking at his line there. Just the way he threw it into that rut, honestly. Like, and then went for a roll-off. Kind of rut berm. I mean, that's a big old lump of dirt. If you and to throw it in there at that speed, if you haven't got the right angle, that will just pitch you straight over the other side, almost like a high side. But man, he trusted that berm. Yeah. I mean, I know it's clay and whatever, but he really did trust that thing to hold the way he threw it in there. Yeah, and that's a measure of how these riders must master the terrain. As Jeff said, he has to trust that clay not to give way. If it was softer, sandier, even wetter, then it could well have given way and sent Walsh on a trip over the bars. But he did that, threw it over the jump sideways, took a roll off while he was there. It looks super cool and still leads this race. Talviku, though, is all over the back. He's getting very close as they head up towards the very top corner of the circuit. Carsmakers is not a million miles away there. Any bashing between Talviku and Walsh is going to see Carsmakers in with a shot as well. Bruce, meanwhile, has got to withstand the onslaught from Carpenter. They're just 0.7 seconds apart between 4th and 5th place in this race. Yeah, I just watched Jorgen's front end only just got into that rut. It nearly just slipped out. Managed to just get it back on that hook. If he hadn't hit that little hook, that could have been a front end washout, but he did, and he's still right there.
Yeah, they're on the edge, aren't they, Jeff? They're really pushing it with these conditions as well. It's still slightly greasy underfoot there. No hint of the dust that we saw towards the end of tomorrow.
Whoa.
There's a lot of moisture in the air. Here goes Talviku attacking Walsh.
I think
Walsh got bogged out.
Well, I think Dylan made a slight error there. He did. He just missed that line. Okay, so he's going to have to yield.
Whoa.
That lost his momentum. We got a new race leader. Right, game on.
Here we go. Here it is. Dylan will not want to lose this. I know he was expecting a win. Certainly his team were as well. So it is Talviku there in front of Walsh as they head up this start straight hill. Walsh has been fast up here, though. This is where Walsh seems to be making some ground. He was when he was in front. What's he going to be like here now? He has to face with some roost from Talviku. And it's very, you can't really see it on screen here, but wow, how amazing was that angle from Talviku. That was an incredible lean angle that he got over there, and he only just got over that jump as well.
Basically, his clutch side, his left-hand side, was nearly scraping the top of the rut inside of the rut that he took. So, yeah, these guys are getting a lean on, and obviously the more you lean, the quicker you can go through the corners. And that just showed you can only get that angle if you're going fast. Otherwise, you just obviously flop off.
Absolutely.
I mean, you know, I'm not going to tell you Newton's law, but that's gravity right there.
Carsmakers made a mess of that far corner. He went for the inside rut and missed it. So I think Carsmakers has dropped back a little bit from the back end of Dylan Walsh, which gives the New Zealand-born rider a chance to attack the Estonian in front of him. Now, you can't really see it on our screens. So certainly you'll see it trackside. And walking the track on Friday, we certainly saw how shaly it is. There's a lot of little flints and rocks in there. So the roost is not going to be pleasant behind a rider like Talviku kicking it up at you.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but Dylan actually was born in the UK, then moved to New Zealand.
My mistake, that's cool.
So that's why there's this constant debate about whether he should actually be on Team GB come Nations time and all that. But there you go, yeah.
I know he's ridden for New Zealand. So
he has, absolutely, yeah. But the family moved out there when he was younger, so that's why, you know, maybe one day, I don't know, maybe we'd see, I don't know where Dylan usually lies, but I think if he did get asked by Team GB, he'd consider it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. They could do a lot worse as they come through up here now. Talviku in front, Dylan Walsh in second place. 0.665 as they cross the line, very, very close, 2/3 of a second. Here comes Walsh trying to attack Talviku. Talviku goes slightly wider line there. Carsmakers is hanging it out in his efforts to try and catch back up to this pair. He definitely lost ground at the top of the far end of the circuit before the waves on the lap before, but he's eating up that ground now, and Carsmakers is flying. There's a problem with Bobby Bruce. He's dropping down the order. Can't quite see it. I'm sure trackside you'll be able to tell us, but we only can see on our screens that Bruce is dropping down the order. So Charlie Heyman is up to 6th place in his debut race, which is quite incredible. As Walsh is now attacking Talviku. Different lines down the hill this time for Dylan Walsh.
Well, it is, as we said, Dylan an out-and-out racer, and he's going to have to be, because he is, he's got to chase the rider in front, but he's going to get constant heat from the rider behind him, Kay Carsmakers as well. So he goes inside.
Whoa, Walsh takes the lead up the inside by the mechanics area and did it in time to still take the inside line down to Max's tyres corner. Talviku messed up that rut at the bottom of the hill. So Carsmakers is now attacking. Oh, they're burst together. Are they both off? They're both off. Talviku and Carsmakers bash fairings and they are on the floor. They've not got fairings, stop road racing, they bashed bars and they are down on the floor. Now they look over at each other, restarting, and suddenly Jamie Carpenter is second and Tom Grimshaw looks to take third, but I think Talviku got in front, got up back in time to at least hold on to 3rd place ahead of Tom Grimshaw. What a battle.
Yeah, where's Carsmakers? I haven't seen him. Obviously Talviku's got back up and got going. We haven't seen where Carsmakers are. What I would say on that incident, no harm, no foul. That was, to me, a classic racing incident.
Yeah.
Their two lines just come together. Yeah. You know, Carsmakers tried to roll the dice around the outside, and that basically, obviously, Talviku didn't know he was there, and bang, and it was just like their bars hooked up. Passengers at that point.
Yeah, I mean, Grimshaw makes a move on Talviku and shows the Estonian the far outside of the bottom corner in the valley, and Grimshaw now moving up to 3rd place in this race. Dylan Walsh crosses the line. He's going to have a much bigger lead than he did the previous lap. In fact, he wasn't in the lead last lap, so quite amazing that Walsh has taken the lead and cleared off just as Carsmakers and Talviku come together. Walsh has an 8.8 second lead over Carpenter, so that incident has blown it wide open here and left a nice cushion for Dylan Walsh with just under 8 minutes plus 2 laps to go in this one. And Grimshaw third now is fending off Talvico, and Charlie Heyman's up to fifth. Carsmakers hasn't crossed the line yet. So Carsmakers, Alfie Jones, what a ride from him. Sixth place would be a wonderful result. And we wait to see if Carsmakers does cross the line or not.
Obviously, we didn't quite catch the full incident on the screen there, but it looked to me as if Carsmakers came off worse. Like, as in, he hit harder. He seemed to hit the ground harder, and the bike seemed to basically flip over on top of him. So I hope he's okay. Has he crossed the line? Yeah, he's... No,
he's not.
I think he could be out of this one. And he seemed to go over on his left shoulder, so and then the bike sort of rolled on top of him, so I hope he hasn't injured himself. It could have also mean, of course, that the bike got badly damaged and he can't continue, but let's see if there's still an incident there when we come up back round to that section.
Yeah, he's definitely not crossing the line. Carsmakers. Bobby Bruce has also left us in this race. He's down to at the back, so I think Bruce has vacated the area as well. Yeah, Grimshaw now holding on to third over Talvico. That was the corner where that crash happened. That was the corner that Carsmakers got wrong on the previous lap. I think he's trying to find a smoother line towards the outside, and it was faster because it brought him right on the shoulder of Talvico. And yeah, they just collided, like you say, Jeff. Racing incident there. Whoa! Grimshaw rides a bucking Bronco up the hill, loses all his drive, and Talvico, like a buzzard flying in on a serpent, just takes him straight away up the hill. And yeah, that's a great move from Talvico up to third place now. Can he recover his composure and maybe make an attack on Jamie Carpenter in the remaining 6 minutes plus 2 laps? Oh, what a great scrap, Jeff.
Yeah, Grimshaw, he rode that one out. It's like a proper donkey hustle, like you were riding a donkey at Western Beach and somebody slapped its backside. He was here, there and everywhere, legs akimbo, but he managed to keep it on the island, lost the position of course, but these guys are so used to having things happen and then they just get straight back in the rhythm like nothing's happened. That's all muscle memory, it's all like these guys have got experience. It's only, I think sometimes it only really scares. The worst one to ever have is when you have a near miss where you nearly go over the handlebars or something like that. They're the ones where you go, okay, I'm just going to settle down for another lap here and get, you know, they're the ones that scare you. That wouldn't have really scared him.
No, it's just a slight sort of save the high side there. Yeah, I rode a donkey at Western Beach Race. It was called a KX250.
Careful now.
That was 97.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I was going to say, if you're looking for the guys from Kawasaki to loan you a bike, you're not going around it the right way.
Oh, dear. No, it's actually the Honda let me down actually, the Honda did break down at the Western, so I take it back. Yeah, it was the CR250.
You're going to go through the full repertoire of manufacturers now, aren't you, trying to cover your tracks?
Oh dear, oh dear. Jamie Carpenter's having a quietly nice ride. 9.3 seconds back of Dylan, of course, but he's still in a solid second. He's got about 5 seconds over Talvico with about 5 minutes plus 2 laps to defend it. And I think that could well be in his realm. And again, Jeff, what a great year Jamie Carpenter is having. Second in this series is his. There's no doubt about it, really. And yeah, it's been a solid year on that GRT Impact KTM.
Do you know, talking with a reality check and a realistic person's head on, I'm not saying me but anybody else, if Jamie came into the year and said that he'd finished second in the British Championship behind Conrad Muse, you know, and took the other national title in the MX Nationals, I don't think you can ask any more than that. You know, Conrad clearly would start, you know, as favourite, or maybe Dylan Walsh. And I don't think Jamie's a confident kid and he's worked his way up to this level. But, you know, even with a sense of reality, he'd probably think, you know, Conrad was always going to be hard to beat.
Yeah.
You know, he's had a fantastic season, you know. Next year with Conrad moving up, you know, and the confidence this year would have given him, he goes in to 2023 as a title contender.
For sure.
Absolutely no doubt about it.
Absolutely not a problem with that. Yeah, so he crosses the line there. He's 6.5 seconds down from Dylan Walsh, so he's actually made a bit of an inroad there into Dylan's lead. Here is Charlie Heyman in shot, so it's good to see the 422 out there. He's currently running in a good 5th place right now. He's got Alfie Jones behind him, so the complete rookie, first race in this class, and Alfie Jones at the tail end of his rookie year in this class as he rounds the corner where he fell last year to make the MXY2 title more interesting than it could have been. He had a bad one there last year, but really made a mess of the bike, if I remember rightly, that made that MXY2 title go to the final day. But look at the style. I love the style of this rider. I know he's been in with us now, and thankfully he's not hearing me because I do like to watch this guy ride. He is smooth. I mean, what he said about, look, he tries to imagine he's out of practice. That's what he looks like. He looks like he really is not hustling it. I mean, for sure, he's going to be putting all the effort in and trying and all the rest of it, but he just looks sublime on a bike. Look at that round there. On the pegs, that was the corner where Talviku was almost on the floor, and he's just tipping it in there nicely on the pegs and looking incredible on that bike. My only hope, my only worry for Charlie is that he's got to translate this to a 4-stroke to really be at his potential.
I think he'd do that. You know, I think it's easier to translate smoothness from a 2-stroke to a 4-stroke than going the other way.
Yeah.
And I also think, you know, like as a rule of thumb in life anyway, if you're relaxed, you do your best stuff when you're kind of just relaxed and not overthinking it. Be it work, be it anything. You know, like drinking. You know, you basically when you overthink stuff sometimes, you know, it complicates it.
Yeah.
So if you keep it to the basics and try not to worry about a race environment and just hit all your marks, be smooth and be nice and relaxed, you're going to perform better. He's got to find out how to do that when we come into the pros. He's doing it right now,
yeah, he really is.
But he's kind of jumping in as a wild card for the last couple of rides with no pressure on. Next year, all eyes are going to be on him more. It's like, okay, this is his now full first debut year in the pros. New team,
yes, of course.
All that, so there'll be eyes on that as well. And but I think he'd cope with it, no problem at all.
Yeah, absolutely. He's in there with the new Jake Nichols run TRU7 Honda sort of academy team, isn't it? With Dave Thorpe's help, but certainly with Nichols at the helm of that, with True 7 Jake's company putting the money in for that. So that'd be wonderful to see a new team, a new livery out there. And Charlie with his teammate being...
his teammate, now you put me on the spot.
I'm sorry, I had it in my head.
And I know exactly who it is, but now I can't...
we'll get there, we'll get there.
No, he's... oh, God, why have you gone and done that to me?
Sorry,
There's people
Jeff.
out there now screaming at the screen going, well, we all know that is, and you just literally I'm having a mental block now. It's Callum, isn't it?
Callum Mitchell?
No, I'll come back to that. Give me a moment.
My apologies. Yeah, I don't know either. I've forgotten it completely. Oh, terrible. Right, anyway, out in front still, Dylan Walsh with a 5.8 second lead. 40 seconds left on the clock here, and then it will be the 2-lap board. So the next time around, Dylan will be seeing that 2-lap board to keep this in his pocket. And with Talviku and Cars Makers coming together and blowing this race apart at the front, we still haven't seen Cars Makers has definitely retired after that collision. Here comes Walsh through the wave section now, looking as aggressive and forward-thinking as always, really hustling that Kawasaki. The Revo 7 squad, as we've said before, have had a topsy-turvy sort of year, but he showed some great form in the AMA Supercross early in the season. He won a race at Whitby, and now he's going to go back-to-back by winning the very next one in this championship here at Landrake. And yeah, he's right at the top of the circuit now. 5.8 seconds over Jamie Carpenter. Looks over and sees his next adversary as he crosses the circuit with his eyes there, and around the corner he tips it.
It was Callum Green. I've looked
Callum
up
Green,
Callum, if you're watching, apologies for both me and Ben. Just basically having one of those classic mental blocks. We all get them, we're only human. I've got your first name. I kind of anyway. Callum Green is going to be on the MX1 bike.
There we go.
Charlie's going to be on the MX2 bike. Great team.
2-lap board there, and I think well, either Dylan Walsh was acknowledging something or just going for a roll off over that finish line jump, and he paddles his way up that hill there. Just has to foot his way through as that tight line gets quite choppy. It's choppy all around this circuit now, Jeff, isn't it? The moisture has really made it roughen up, and again he's forced to foot his way through that corner there a little bit.
Yeah, it's like we said, multiple lines now. Some are obviously now changing, developing. What was good maybe in practice and qualifying is now changed quite a bit. And it's just starting to dry up now where maybe the ruts earlier were smoother. But now where they're getting on the gas through them, they're starting to chop out. So that's why they're going to start thinking about changing lines. I guarantee when we come to the second motor, some of these guys will be riding completely different lines to they're riding in this one.
You can already see Dylan there on that corner, just tucking up the inside of the berm, not willing to get into the choppy stuff that Jeff described there. And again, just tickling through on the inside there on the pegs. Of course, under no pressure whatsoever, with a 6-second lead over Carpenter. Talviku and Grimshaw are about 3 seconds apart in third and fourth now. So that's Jorgen pulling away from Tom. Heyman still 5th, Alfie Jones 6th, and then there's quite a big gap to 7th place Alfie Collins. Sam Atkinson has come through to 8th place as we speak there. Jake Sheridan in 9th and Callum Mitchell in 10th. So we've had a problem there, I think, for Ben Franklin, who's up in those positions there. He's dropping down the order. Mickey Ellis 11th, Charlie Cole 12th, Liam Garland just coming across the line now in 13th place.
Ben Franklin just might be feeling it a little bit. Another rider that's missed a long part of the season. He had a very nasty injury at the tail end of last year with a badly broken leg. So he's just kind of just working his way up to fitness. He hasn't been back for too long, and I think that's where he's at, basically. You know, he started off good, hasn't quite got the race trim fitness, and, you know, just because he's been off a bike for so long,
yeah,
and maybe just starting to feel it. Oh, I think it's more than that, actually, because he's now dropping right down.
Yes, he's right down the order there. Jamie Laws just crossed the line in 15th place. Travis Steele 16th. Bailey Johnston 17th. And still Franklin has not come across the line. So we hope he's okay at least. Maybe it's a mechanical. We're not sure. We can't see from here inside the booth. All we can see is that his name is dropping down the order. One lap to go then, ladies and gentlemen, for the race leader here, Dylan Walsh. Jamie Carpenter just crossing the line there in second place. 6.5 seconds down from Walsh, so it's a nice, comfortable ride for the Revo 7 Kawasaki rider, looking to take his second moto win of the season, and his first overall is what the team are really after, and it's certainly a big step towards that. As looking immaculate in that very nice white 7 gear. What was it, Ethica? Did you call it?
It's basically a collaboration between 7 and Ethica, you know, so it's like a signature look. They just do that one off. You can see the Ethica logo on
yes.
Yeah, so it's a nice yeah, that under jersey is like just like this off blue, very nice. But when you're wearing light colour kit, you know, you gotta wear it well, haven't you?
You've got to be in front for a start.
Yeah, I mean,
and stay off the ground.
You haven't got to, but let me just say, it does look better if you're out front, rocking white kit in muddy conditions.
It's definitely off the floor if you can help it. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, looking good there for Dylan Walsh. And yeah, it's a shame to see that cars makers and Robbie Bruce had to drop out of this race, because he certainly would have had maybe a little bit more for Walsh towards the end of this race. And of course, Talviku got tangled up there with cars makers making the run around the outside. So yeah, Walsh has seen much of his competition drop away, but he's been in that position. He's had to drop away early this season, unfortunately for him and the team. But yeah, they had a dodgy batch of parts which cost him some points in Fat Cat. That certainly was a major issue there, but they've overcome that. The bike's looking fantastic, touch wood, and yeah, they survived 2 very strong conditions in Whitby in the mud. That bike did absolutely fine, and now he's out there on this final lap, pushing towards his second race win of the season. And Dylan Walsh is currently actually about 11th in the championship, is Dylan, coming into here. No, 9th, sorry. And not far behind Callum Mitchell and Adam Collins. So he might well, in fact, lift himself up into the top 7 in the series. Won't be too much of a bother to him, that, but it's still nice to be further up than further down.
Yeah, of course. And like I said, he missed a handful of rounds in the MX1 at the start of the year. There he is, takes the race win. I'm going to go and grab a word with him if he's willing to come down to the winner's circle. There he is, being directed how to get to us round here. We're going to catch up with Dylan, and I think we're going to go to a quick advert. We'll see you in a short while.
Found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Okay, we're down here with the MX2 Moto winner, Dylan Walsh. Dylan, how was that? You kind of obviously made a good start, and it looked to me like you kind of managed the situation. Yes, you got overtaken, but it looked like you was in control the whole time.
I actually got an awful start, to be fair. I jumped out, like wheelied out the gate, but I hugged that first turn really tight and then came around the outside second turn in second, so I was pretty stoked on that. Made it past the lead, had a couple of turns where I was bad lines, so I got past, but I passed back and then they got together and I had a pretty big gap, so I just chilled out and just, yeah, managed the race.
Yeah, obviously after that there was that big incident behind you. How's the track riding? Because obviously we had a lot of rain. It looks like there's lots of lines, but those ruts are looking like they're already starting to snag foot pegs and rad shrouds. You've got to be pretty smart to pick the right line, right?
Yeah, it's hard on the big bikes because we got these the kids out here, so they sharpen all the ruts up, so they're all like knifed right now, so you can't come in with no momentum. It's actually quite hard on your body because you've got to stop and start a lot, but yeah, it's super technical and it's going to catch a few people out, I'm sure.
Obviously the year, you know, you started off on MX1, you know, and MX2, so that, you know, hasn't been the year that you wanted, but I should imagine, as always, you're an out-and-out racer. You want to try and finish 1-1 and then firmly get your head around what your plans are for next year.
Yeah, it's I've had a lot on my plate this year. I've been racing since the first weekend of January, so, and then I've been jumping back and forth on bikes, and we made the decision to stay 250, and we hadn't really had much time to develop it, so we've been learning all year, and it's been a challenge for myself and the team, but we've come out the end pretty good with a pretty solid bike now, so we're just doing some, yeah, seat time and looking forward to next year if we've got some big plans.
Good luck in the final, mate. Oh, very nice one. Well done. There you go. That's your MX2 Moto 1 winner, Dylan Walsh, Revo 7 Kawasaki.
Introducing the Fly Racing F16 riding gear in black, gray, and high vis. The F16 jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs. Lightweight, durable polyester construction for maximum performance and a comfortable fit. Our F16 pant features a mesh comfort liner to keep you cool and comfortable. Multi-directional stretch ribbing for flexibility and low-profile stretch leg cuffs. Soft flex protective rubber details creates vents for airflow. The ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. Ratcheting closure and waist belt allow for adjustability. The F16 riding gear from Fly Racing.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Welcome back to the final round of the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels, and we've got the old Union Jack banner there with the Muse missile.
I didn't realise that our cameraman was genuinely such a massive Muse fan. I didn't know that about him.
Indeed, so I like that nickname actually. I think that's going to stick, the Muse missile. Oh, that's a very good one. And so it is the case that Conrad Muse, our MX2 British champion for this season, and the third time as well, is going to be out here in amongst the MX1 class. And rumours are all around of what Conrad's going to do next year. We'll stay away from that subject, but it's certainly going to be interesting to see what how it affects the championship battle here. Last night in the studio show, which will be online if you want to try and catch that on the RHL Activities site, Conrad did say that he distinctly wants to be 1-1. He wants to get out in front, leave these two behind him to the championship battle, and just get stuck in and sort that out. So that's fair enough, but even so. Yeah,
I could see that happening. You know, he's got no pressure on him, has he? And also, it's Conrad likes these kind of conditions. Very similar to his track at home in Shepton Mallet. Clay content, big ruts. It's a bit of Conrad around here. Although I have heard that he's got a little, he's tweaked his lower back or his hip or something. How much that will slow him down, I don't know. But obviously the best way to win a race always, well, actually the easiest way to win a race is to get the whole shot and go off and win it.
Yep.
The best way to win a race is come from last to first. He won't want to do that. He'll want to do it the easy way.
Yes, absolutely. But of course, we must remember that this is about the championship showdown. Tommy Searle is 15 points ahead of Harry Koulis in the championship heading into this final round. There's no real pressure from behind. Sean Simpson's 40 points behind Harry Koulis, so he's technically able to do the second place, but not able to be champion. Sean will just be out there to have a good day and get amongst them, as will Josh Gilbert, who had a good qualification session. He was second to Tommy Searle in qualifying with the SC Sport Home Savannah squad getting himself right up there. John Adamson has had a good run up to this event, with fifth in the championship is the number 2 ASA United Gas rider, and tied for sixth in the championship is the 134 Liam Knight and 714 Brad Todd, the two Gabriel KTM teammates tied for sixth. I'm sure that's going to be an entertaining evening in the awning, whoever wins that one.
There'll be some top-notch banter, obviously coming more from whoever comes out on top out of those two. It's always nice, isn't it? Bragging rights are the best of time. But that's, they say, don't they? Teammates first rule.
Yeah.
First rule is beating your teammate.
Yeah, of course. And Martin Barr's only 6 points back of both of those guys, so they can't mess each other up. They will certainly drop further back if they do so. Petr Petrov is 9th in the championship, and Jake Millward, who is sadly not with us this weekend, is 10th. Glenn McCormick's only 3 points behind him, so looking to edge into the top 10 in the championship with today's racing.
I'm just looking at on what you're seeing on screen at the minute. I look at this venue, and I've been thinking of it quite a bit today. Thought about it last time I came down here. I wonder if Phil and Justin, the Lando track owners down here, ever consider maybe just running around the track around the other way. I often look at it and think, do you know what? I think it would work really good going the other way. But obviously it's their place. They can do. I'm just thinking to because we've been running this direction for a long time. What I mean, I think it'd just be a nice challenge for everybody else to come to the venue and maybe just freshen it up. I'm not saying they do that. I look at it and think,
that's a fair shout.
In some ways, I think some of the corners might work better. And some of the jumps and whatever. But anyway, let's see. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yes, that's a worthy idea. Yeah, you can take a left at the top of that hill, and then there's lots of permutations. That's not a bad shout. It worked well at Blacksall earlier in the season. We ran the opposite direction there, and that worked well. So yeah, it could be interesting to see how that plays out as the top riders in MX1 line up there. Sam Nunn, the number 365, making his MX1 debut at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. He did line up on one last week at the MX Nationals. And Sam, I didn't quite catch his results there, but I think he acquitted himself well. Tommy Searle in the sort of greyish, sort of spotty Alpine Stars kit there, going quite nicely there with a red plate, of course, championship leader, reigning champion, and looking to make it 2 on the trot. In fact, 3 on the trot. Yeah, and a lot of people still, as Tommy seems to bring debate on social media about selection when he, over the last few years, when he goes on to the Motocross of Nations team. Listen, I don't really get that one so much. I think he's potentially a worthy champion. And even if Harry beats him, Harry's not British. So, what I mean is by that, it's like, he's still riding well. Okay, he's not riding GP level or whatever, but he'll still do a job for us out there in Redbud, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, I think it's all about the confidence and about the mentality with Tommy Searle in the Motocross Nations. What he has shown this year in this series is that he has been able to do what is necessary. He needed to beat Harry Koulas at Fat Cat. It was a massive boost for him. He did the same over Sean Simpson at Whitby, and it's going to be entertaining to see what he does need to do here. If Harry Koulas wins both races, ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Searle needs to be fourth twice. That would see him as champion. Anything less than that, and Harry is champion as the MX1 class are go up the start straight at Landrake. Who is going to emerge with the whole shot? It's Tommy Searle. Incredible. Talk about doing what is necessary. He's got the start. Where is Harry now? He's in third-ish, battling with John Adamson.
And Josh
Gilbert. Going to be, and Gilbert.
Well, listen, Josh Gilbert, obviously this is his hometown track. He lives not too far away down there in Lou, or around that area, or at least that's where he was brought up. So he knows his way around this track, and so he could play the spoiler. You know,
yes.
Koulas will want to he'll straight away be like, Josh, just go now, get past him.
John Adamson,
not sit between us.
No, absolutely not. So yeah, John Adamson's there in fourth place behind Searle, Gilbert and Koulas, and then we've got Conrad Muse is up there in fifth place, but Stuart Edmonds has had a good start. He is up there in fifth place on his return from injury as Muse looks to dance around the outside of him coming towards the wave section, but is Tommy in command and looking to take this championship by the scruff of the neck here in race 1.
Yeah, Sean Simpson coming in hot down the inside. Has he got a 2-for-1 deal? It looks like he has, because he went, yeah, he made a move there. I think he went past John Anderson. We just cut off camera. No, did he? No. John doesn't give things up very easily.
No, absolutely. Now is Koulas working on Gilbert. Harry has to do what's necessary here. He has won race 1 in this series 5 times over the championship, never quite converted it to a second race win as of yet, but now he's in third place and trying to battle through, and he goes past Gilbert over the inside of the corner in the middle of the valley. Not quite. Gilbert sticks around on the outside and hangs tough and holds on to it. So Koulas trying to work his way around Josh Gilbert, and he is showing the urgency, Jeff. He's got to make that move.
I have to say, that's probably the most aggressive I have seen him on an opening lap for a long time, Harry Koulas. He normally likes to just settle in, doesn't he?
He's right on Tommy's case now. They go right to the top corner. Oh!
Nice line. Beautiful line. Went to cut across those two ruts, gained a load of track there and came in at a nice angle for that inside rut. So Harry Koulas, he knows. I mean, it's simple. Harry just needs to win and put the pressure on. He can only do that to try and win this championship, and he knows he's got to move early. He can't sit there for too long behind Tommy. The reason being is because then they gap the rest of the field, and then Tommy can then just sit there behind him if he does overtake. If he makes a move now, hopefully that will mean that Tommy is still there in the clutches of the other riders, because he needs to get some riders between him and Tommy Searle.
He seriously does. Seeing Tommy get the whole shot in this race was the worst thing for Harry Koulas that he could have seen. So he's got to limit the damage, pass him. If he roughs him up while passing, I'm sure he won't mind, but I'm sure he's not intending to do that, but you never know. We saw all sorts of tactics just in the 65cc race, and this is the biggest championship in the land. Here we go. Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels MX1 title decider. Are you in the red corner or are you in the blue corner? Who are you cheering for? Get behind your rider because they both need your support going through here at the bottom of the circuit. Harry Koulas with a big foam peak on the top of his helmet there to make sure the mud doesn't stick and drop his head as he takes on any weight there. But he's stalking Tommy Searle and seeing if he can make the move here on the championship leader.
Yeah, tough nut to crack, Tommy Searle. Been around the block. He won, obviously a load of championships. Never could quite get that elusive world championship, but as I mentioned before, over the last decade or so, he's been our top dog, regards of GPs and world level. He knows pressure. He deals with it on a daily basis when he comes out to do his work. So, listen, he won't feel it. He'll feel it to a degree, but he's been in this position so many times before, and he's done the maths. They'll all know exactly what he needs to get in this opening moto. Obviously, a win would be the best way, because then he can go into the last race and just bring it in. But yeah, if Harry goes by, he knows the situation. He won't fight him. Of course, he won't. He'll just sit there in second But obviously winning will just give him that extra buffer going into the last moto of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. In that battle of the Gabriel KTMs, Brad Todd currently emerging out in front of that one. He's 7th at the moment, and his teammate Liam Knight is in 11th place. Conrad Muse has moved up past John Adamson into 4th place as it goes past the banner declaring him to be the Muse missile, and he's looking to prove that point now. Is he going to get involved? Is he going to get in amongst Harry and Tommy? He's not got the whole shot and cleared off like he wanted to do, but he is up there showing his talents in the MX1 class and looking to see what he can sort out for 2023.
If he's carrying the momentum to catch them up and get involved, I don't think he'll sit back in 3rd. I think he'll just like get involved. You know, like that's up to them. That's racing. You know, like it's not like there was 1 point between them or anything like that. Conrad, for his own confidence, and no matter where he ends up next year and what he's going to do, for his own confidence after the year that he's kind of had, his final year in MX2 hasn't gone his way.
Oh, he's tripling through the wave section. You know, he did on the 250 last year, and he's done it even in slightly greasier conditions today on the 450. Beautiful start from Muse. That's going to make him a lot of time, Jeff, surely.
Yeah, it is. Exactly that, and that's why he's closing in. You know, he's picked off Simpson, he's picked off Adamson. As we said, he is comfortable in these conditions, even with there's a lot of small rocks and flints in the ground here. It's so similar to Conrad's practice track, this place. Although Conrad's practice track is a flat bit of real estate with jumps, that look like.
Look at that move! Looks to go around the outside of Gilbert on the pegs around the outside rut. Just got denied by the Cornishman there, but not for long. There goes Conrad Muse up the inside and pushes him wide. Goes off the
just kept it
in the side of the track there. Almost cut the course, but he got back inside the track marker.
Oh, here we go.
As Harry makes a move on Turl. Harry Koulas takes the lead. He does what he needs to do. Now then, is Conrad going to get in between Harry and Tommy in this point here? So Conrad Muse, fastest lap, 2:04.7. That's faster than he actually qualified. So yeah, Conrad is right up there now, feeling the adrenaline over that injury. But what about this end? Koulas in front, Searle second, and here comes Conrad Muse, and Gilbert's not far either.
Well, he can't. Did you know what? Conrad has got too much going on. He can't. I know he's pally with Tommy, and they are, but I'm sure he's pally with Harry as well, and all of them. But he can't sit there. He's got too much going on. He's riding too good. He's just got to go past Tommy. The best thing, if that is Tommy, in a way, if Conrad went by, that might actually help Tommy out.
Yeah,
what I mean by that is, showing some line and have a toe, because clearly, in no time at all, Conrad.
Yellow flag. Was that Harry?
No,
I saw yellow flag.
I don't think it was, because Harry was still at the top of the hill at that point.
And Conrad makes the move. Conrad is up into 2nd place, past Tommy Searle. So now Searle is in 3rd place. If Gilbert moves past him, he's still in a decent place in 4th place, because John Adamson is about 6 seconds back of this battle. So yeah, that's still looking good for Tommy, because he only needs 2 fourths if Harry wins both races. Look at Conrad through there. So good to see 2 triples going through that section.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy would be okay with a 4th at the first race. I don't think it would be what he wanted. Of course, he's not back in 4th yet. He's in 3rd, but don't think that would be ideal. I think he'd want to be finishing higher up than that, just to take a bit more pressure off going into that last race. So I think he'd battle a bit harder, or maybe not. Maybe he'd just see Josh through, and because he knows there's a gap behind him, and just go. He's looking over.
Well, he's
surveying the situation. Yeah. So we might see him he's up on the pegs. He doesn't look like he's charging much to me. He just might let Gilbert through here and just take a little bit of pressure off and just sit there out of trouble, out of any risk.
Yeah, Tommy got that rut at the bottom of the valley there slightly wrong and lost traction, which gives Gilbert a chance to attack him as he comes through the stripe for another time. It is just under 17 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Plenty of racing here ahead, and Koulas has got just a 1.7 margin over Conrad, who will look to do what he wanted to do, get away in front and clear off and leave these guys to it. That will hurt Harry if he does that, because you make less ground between positions, between 2nd and 3rd. You gain 3 points between 1st and 2nd, so that would be the ideal for Harry, but he might not have the ideal pace to deal with Conrad Muse. Simpson's had an issue and slipped down the order a little bit, but he's just recovered to pass Stuart Edmonds for 9th place.
Yeah, this is going to be good. I can see he's got the gap down to 1.7, but Harry is such a tough competitor. As much as Conrad has closed in on him at the speed that he has, Harry he needs to win. He can't afford to let Conrad go by him, so he's going to fight tooth and nail to hold on to that lead.
Yep, with the red plate comes Tommy Searle. Crendon Fast Track Honda, of course, Dave Thorpe's team. Sure, he's not worried about book sales right now, but out in front goes Harry Koulas, Cab Screws Crescent Yamaha, triple, goes Conrad Muse.
He still did, and he's, you know what, he didn't have that thing lined up that good coming out that point. He didn't. He was still a bit skew with and still committed to it.
Certainly did, yeah, and Harry managing it nice and safe, double, but yeah, Conrad with that triple definitely is making some ground, but Harry must be making it back somewhere else, because it doesn't look like Conrad's making a massive impression on that lead. It still looks to be about that second and a bit like it was at the start of the lap, and Gilbert is still within a second of Tommy Searle as they launch down the hill in third and fourth. I'd like to see Gilbert on a podium. I've not interviewed him on the podium all season yet. He got on the podium at Canada Heights, but Roger Warren did that interview, so that really annoyed me.
Yeah, obviously it's been a good year for Josh in many other ways. You know, obviously going racing AMA Nationals, having that whole experience, and he showed a good turn of form. He just hasn't quite had that kind of bit of luck in some cases, actually, in the British, scene. So. Yeah. Again, another rider. It'd be interesting to see where his future lies, what he's going to do, because those AMA Nationals, he's put himself on the world map.
Yeah, absolutely.
Certainly over there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he got interviewed by a lot of the big media companies out there, and Conrad looks to be wrestling with his roll-off somewhat. That's about the third time I've seen him go for the pull string on that goggle setup, and yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happening there, but
I think he's just genuinely getting started. He's just getting roosted. He's now got close enough, obviously, to Harry, where he's constantly just getting peppered with the Cornwall's, finest clay and rocks.
See, that's the difference between a pro racer and somebody who got a best to amateur championship level. I mean, I was going to try to save my roll-offs because I had to pay for them.
Oh, no. These guys are all in.
One spec.
There'd be enough in that canister to get him over the line.
For sure.
No worries about that, obviously,
Yeah, they hold more now than they used to, that's for sure.
Talking of goggles, actually, Bob, from Goggle Tech, who preps a lot of these riders' goggles.
Sorry, Koulas did he fell. He's okay.
Yeah. So, Bob, get this, all the attention to detail that the guys do. So Tommy is running, he rides 100% goggles. He's running white frames. Now, inside the white frame inside of the lens is reflecting onto the lens. So Bob has had to get a black Sharpie, other marker pens are available, and he's had to colour the inside of the lens black. Wow. So details to goggle prep right there.
Yeah, anybody who's watched the Jeffrey Hurling's sort of features online with the KTM stuff will see how heavy an interest he takes in his goggles. Now here, Koulas made a mistake at the top of the big downhill there and lost a little bit of drive. You could tell he was worried about Conrad because he looked over his shoulder briefly to see where the KTM rider was coming from. But Harry is just about doing enough at the moment to stay in front of Conrad Muse, but it's awful tight, certainly much tighter than he would like. He goes for those roll-offs again, so yeah, he is getting roosted, Jeff, there's no doubt about that. Koulas, 1.5 seconds that time, just about, so yeah, it's getting very close. He's
still there,
but disappeared,
said Harry is just, like I said, many times before, he's just so, nothing seems to faze him, and he's just relentlessly churns out the laps. Like we said, he's kind of like the Terminator, really. You just know he's just gonna keep going. You could take the batteries out of Harry Koulas and he'd still keep going when he's that's what he does, and he just is consistent. One of the most consistent riders. By that, I don't mean always in his results, but I mean in his performance, in his riding, in his preparation. He is as a professional rider as you're going to see.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no doubt about that. So just to give you a quick championship update there, if it stays as it is right now with Harry in front and Tommy in third place, that would make the gap just 10 points going into the final race, and that would leave Tommy Searle needing just 6th place if Harry won race 2. So that's how it currently stands. Now Gilbert can make life a bit more difficult for Tommy if he was to go past, but that I think is going to be the maximum damage that Tommy can have inflicted on him, unless there is another untoward problem for the championship leader.
I think Tommy's feeling good right now because it's all settled down to the point where he's actually, looks to me like he's starting to pin back Conrad now. Looks like Conrad's I wouldn't say run out of steam, but he's maybe run out of that kind of urgency. Maybe, like you said, maybe he's having a little breather. Maybe that injury, adrenaline, is starting to wear off a little bit at this point.
Possibly.
But he hasn't. It looks like, he's definitely pulling him back in now, Tommy.
Yeah, it was 3.3 seconds at the start of the lap, so we'll see what impression Searle has made on Muse as somebody gets a nice shot of Tommy going through that corner. Adamson is there in a good solid 5th place, but Brad Todd is not a million miles behind him. Sean Simpson's recovered up to 7th place now, ahead of Dan Thornhill, Martin Barr in 9th and Stuart Edmonds in 10th. So the Apico Husqvarna guys getting on the edge of the top 10 there. Then we've got Liam Knight, Peter Petrov, Glenn McCormick, Louis Kessel in his MX1 debut up there in the 14th place. It's not a bad ride at all. Luke Smith, and then we've got the 2 Clayton brothers out there this weekend. Joe Clayton, Sam Nunn is sadly just down in 17th place, so not able to help out his teammate at the sharp end. And then we've got Drew Anderson, Charlie Putnam and Ben Clayton rounding out the point scorers right now. But yeah, Tommy looking in control as always, looking sorted. Like we say, only riders for the calibre of Antonio Cairoli and Jeffrey Hurlings and Tyler Rattray denied this ride of the World Championship that he certainly deserved. Britain's, I would say, Britain's best 21st century rider, perhaps apart from maybe Jamie Dobb, who did get the championship. But yeah, he's right up there for sure. And I've got no qualms about him being picked for the nations. He's shown this year that he can do what's necessary, and he's always rode well for his country.
You know, and there's more to it than people realise in choosing a nations team and the politics down the years, all those kind of things. You know, and Tommy, you know, even arguably when, you know, he had issues with bikes issues one time, you know, at nations and all that. And he still went out there, dug deep, and delivered results that put the Team GB on the box. So, you know, he does rise to the occasion. Yes, we got a young talent coming through, you know, and of course Anstey on the MX2 bike has, you know, previously Tommy's been pulled up for maybe stepping back down on the MX2 bike, saying, oh, there's better picks and whatever. But experience goes a long way at the nations as well.
Yes,
Big, well, you know, you can have raw speed, but you know, it's not always about that, particularly if it's your first ever nations and stuff. I know you've got to start somewhere, but, you know, he's going into it this year on a bike that he clearly knows. He's been riding MX1 all year. He doesn't have to step down to the 250. And I got no doubts he'll be solid over there. You know, it's going to be a tough ask to Britain to make the box again. Australia will be strong this year, obviously, than they've been in a long time. You can never rule out France and a few others. So, but we have been on the box for like the last 3 or, you know, what it is, what, 4 or 5 years on the spin?
Yeah, 3 years on the spin, 7, 8, 9,
you know, we haven't been off the box since 2017.
That's true, we haven't, no, that's right.
So, you know, Mark Chamberlain has basically, since he's been running the team or team manager, he's been in the top 3 virtually all the time. So, you know, you've got to put his faith in his selection.
Absolutely, yeah, that's it. I mean, yeah, I would add that to say that, yeah, although Ben Watson is obviously our main representative in MX1, he's not had a great year in MXGP, and yeah, his confidence isn't there. So I think absolutely, let's get Ben working on that and preparing to renew his efforts in 23 and see if he can make his way onto the team in years to come. But here, in the meantime, we are just dealing with the Revo British Motocross Championship fueled by Gulf Race Fuels, and Harry Koulis is still holding off Conrad Muse. Less than a second between them, though, as they started this lap, and still Muse is stalking the main championship challenger. Gilbert, however, is all over the back end of Tommy Searle. Here's the battle for 3rd place that Tommy really will probably not be too happy about, but Gilbert is there riding his own race, trying to improve on what is 4th place in the championship right now. Sean Simpson not having a great one, down in 7th, so Gilbert still has hopes of reaching up into the top 3 in the championship, but Gilbert now trying to attack Tommy Searle and deprive the Honda rider of this top 3 finish, which would be so valuable. And Gilbert is tripling through the wave section now.
Yeah, I think it looks good, and it is obviously great, but I don't think it's now gaining as much time as it was before, because I think that inside line now has just dried out enough where, okay, you're not tripling, but you're going such a shorter distance, you know, on the inside. By going out wide and tripling, you're not really gaining it back. So maybe early on in the race to put triple was a bit quicker, but I don't think it's gaining too much now.
No, Conrad's been using it all race, whereas Harry's been doubling. So yeah, and that position hasn't changed hands yet. Muse is very good down this bottom section, though. He stands on the pegs, goes around the outside in some of the ruts there at the bottom of the hill, as Tommy there still holds on to 3rd. He's just dropped Gilbert in those last few corners. So it's very difficult to follow through there, I sense, Jeff. If you are not willing to commit to the same rut as the person you're trying to pass, then yeah, I think there's no other fast rut, if you like, really.
No, it's that. Yeah, basically you've hit the nail on the head. It's that section like there. Sometimes on a motocross track, as much as you want lines on every corner, you know, sometimes there is just, you just got to follow. You know, there's loads of lines, but there's only one that works. So, you know, track design, it's, you know, depending on the conditions, it opens up. But on that section round there, I think that is the case. That's the obvious line. They're all kind of sticking to it.
Yeah, and it goes against the grain for any pro racer. One of the first things you get taught as a kid is you do not follow the rider in front, because you're not going to pass him on the same line. But like you say, sometimes you can take a different line and it's much, much
and you
slower.
lose time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's, and again, this is where obviously over the years you gain experience as a pro rider. You know what works and what doesn't, and sometimes you just have to go, okay, I need to follow him through this bit and get set up on a part of the track. And that's the thing with the margins between these guys are so minimal that they often find, most of these riders at top level will work out pretty early on in a race where they're good, where they're bad. And they kind of make sure that they make those moves on that area. You've got to get in a good lap to set up a pass. A lot of these riders, it looks like they've just blown by, but it's not always the case. Sometimes they've been working on that pass and executing the lap previously to make sure they're close enough at that point on the track to make the move.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gilbert that time switched back to the inside to double his way through the wave section rather than 2 triples. So Gilbert figuring that the reward is not worth the risk, as here comes, well, no, it's Muse actually has dropped back a little bit there from Harry. So yeah, Conrad just dropping back there. Koulas has put a couple of lap riders between them. So yeah, Conrad there struggling a little bit. So now perhaps coming back into the clutches of Tommy Searle, with Gilbert still chasing him. I really hope Gilbert has at least the confidence to try and make a move. I think that's the missing link for Josh Gilbert, is the confidence that he can challenge Tommy Searle. He's held on to him, he's kept his pace for the whole of this race so far, which is 15 minutes or more gone now, and he's still on his case. So from that sense, I just want Gilbert to have the confidence to make that move, because I think that is what is really missing at the moment from the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna rider. But John Anderson up there in 5th place. He's got Brad Todd for close company. Those two are very close together, with Sean Simpson just a couple of seconds back from them. And then Dan Thornhill, Stuart Edmonds and Martin Barr out seeing out the top 10. Liam Knight still 11th ahead of Petrov, McCormick, Clayton and Luke Smith, the last rider on the lead lap at the moment.
Yeah, Gilbert is digging deep. As we said, he's been riding this track from his 85 days, 65 days probably. You know, I first saw Josh down here.
He's
on
quick
a small
up this
wheel.
section of track, Jeff. Sorry to cut in, but yeah, this is where he seems to catch Tommy. They come to this bottom section of the track and he's right on him. I don't quite know why he's getting the time. Well, that battle for 5th has now turned into a battle for 6th, because Sean Simpson has gone past both Adamson and Todd, and Adamson has also dropped back behind Brad Todd. So Sean Simpson making his presence felt in the fringes of the top 5 there now, but he's still quite a way back, 38 seconds behind as Gilbert goes around the outside and nearly past Searle around that Max's tyres corner. He's certainly giving him some pressure, and he looks to rail around the outside. Is he going to do the triple? Or he might figure it's not worth it. He is, I think. He's going to go for it.
Yeah,
yes, he does.
I'll be interested to see. Oh, no, he comes up
triple,
short.
double, single. Not good at all. Yep.
Be interesting to see how Tommy handles this. I think he's going to, just dig deep. I don't think he's going to go, okay, I'll let him over. Right now he's riding a smart race.
Yeah. It makes his last race that little bit more tricky if Gilbert comes past him. Because, that would be another 2 points back, which would make the gap much less. So yeah, from that side of it, I backed out of the maths then.
Well, Josh, well, Josh is definitely going to have to work past it. Tommy can handle the pressure, we know that. So Josh is going to have to work to go by. Running it in there, as I said, the outside line pretty fast. He just quickly off the brakes and let that thing roll through there. Of course, that's what you need to do. You don't want to be hitting the brakes anywhere once you start apexing or in that corner. No. It's all a case of just, some cases, brake. When it's rutty and difficult like this, sometimes you're better off just braking that little bit earlier, a little, and just shaving a bit of speed off. Don't brake as hard and then rolling it on, so you're carrying the momentum through the ruts. You don't want to be stabbing that rear brake halfway when you're coming in, when you've basically already engaged in the rut.
Yeah, so Tommy Searle at the moment in 3rd place there. That would mean he loses 5 points there to Harry Koulas, leaving a 10-point gap as they go to the final round, which will leave him needing 6th place if Harry wins the final race. That's not so bad. I think if he gets passed by Gilbert, then he would need to get 4th again. And if you look at who could maybe beat him in a race, if he got a bad start, for example, for Tommy Searle, you've got Koulas, Gilbert, Muse and probably Sean Simpson. If they get out in front and Searle has a bad start, that would leave him in 5th, which would not be enough if he was 4th in this race. So I think there's some calculations going on here where the team will be saying to him, you really need to be 3rd here. Hang on a minute, we've lost Conrad Muse from 2nd place. Conrad, we've apologies to trackside viewers who are probably way ahead of us, but Conrad Muse has dropped back to 4th. Tommy Searle is all of a sudden in 2nd, and that just swings it back around again in favour of Tommy Searle. So what has happened to Conrad? Oh, well, Gilbert gets it sideways into the wave section, but yeah, Muse has dropped back to 4th now, 6 seconds behind Gilbert. So we look to see what's happened to Conrad in that lap.
Yeah, well, he's still circulating, isn't he? So, do you know what? I think I saw him out of the corner of my eye at the bottom of the hill. It's when Josh Gilbert made that undercut.
Yes.
There was a rider on the inside.
Yeah, he's trying to avoid Conrad.
And I think it was out of the corner of my eye. I remember seeing a little flash of orange. So I think that was Conrad that we briefly saw. Because that's what kind of messed Tommy up a little bit.
Yes, it was. That's what made it close.
I reckon that was Conrad there.
Right, well now for Koulas to really have a serious chance in the final race, he does need Gilbert to pass Tommy Searle because we have got the 25-minute marker is up now. It's 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go for these top riders here, with Harry Koulas enjoying a 6-second lead over Tommy Searle. In fact, it's 4.7 seconds now, so Tommy's looking to reel him in. I'm sure he won't be too worried about that, but yeah, Gilbert is there in 3rd. We cannot see Conrad in shot on the top camera here.
I wonder if Harry has learnt something from the 65 class. I wonder if he was watching that and thought, you know what, I might just slow this one down, I think, now, and give that a go.
Oh dear me.
Well, all of a sudden, the gap's not as big as you first thought. I mean, he's got to do something, right?
Oof, well, I mean, yeah, can he risk that? Can he get to the point where he slows Tommy down so that Josh gets him? I mean, it's yeah, that's a very tricky scenario, but we've seen worse today. We've seen more interesting stuff happen today. So, yeah, who knows on that side of it. This is the last championship to be decided in this series. And Gilbert could have his part to play if he makes a move on Tommy Searle. There is Conrad Muse just behind Gilbert there, coming around that Max's Tyres corner. Nice and clean that time, but we think he dropped it in that corner before, and that is what has cost him 2nd place in this race. As Koulas leaves the waves, Tommy Searle just enters them. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to slow up and allow Tommy to get closer. I can't see him doing it. I don't know.
Well, I don't think his character will allow him to do that. I know he's desperate to win the championship, but I don't think Harry's into that kind of, he just wants to just win the race, and what will be will be. And anyway, it'd be such a big ask, because even then, if you look at the gap between Conrad and Sean, it's not,
I say if the championship was closer, then
it was different in the 65s, because there was only 3 points between them, or whatever it was. So
still got to admire the way that Harry Koulas is riding, smooth as you like, just through these deep ruts at the bottom of the circuit, like they're absolutely nothing at all. And yeah, showing supreme style and class. And once again, he is going to win the first race of the day, which will be for the 6th time this season. So is it going to be Tommy time in race 2? Well, Harry had to pass Tommy Searle at the start of this race to approach the chance of this race win. The gap is now drawing closer. It's 3.7 between Harry and Tommy. And Conrad is actually catching back up to Gilbert. There's only 2 seconds between those two. And, of course, there will be some podium discussions to be had as well if those two can get together. So Simpson, meanwhile, is way back there, but he's in 5th place. Brad Todd in 6th. John Adamson in 7th place now, a bit of a way back, with Dan Thornhill approaching him in 8th. Stuart Edmonds less than a second behind Thornhill in 9th, and Martin Barr in 10th. Liam Knight in 11th place is going to lose out to his teammate to the tune of around about 5 points between himself and his teammate Brad Todd. So that's the 6th place in the championship battle between the teammates, going the way of the 7-1-4 at the moment between the Gabriel KTM boys. But here it goes. Gilbert still has Tommy Searle in his sights, but he just seems to be unable to pull the trigger, Jeff. Not quite able to make the move.
And that's credit to Tommy. I don't think anything more than that. I think Josh is riding to his limit. He really is trying, but Tommy is just matching him. If anything, we're going to see Conrad now resettle, and if there's going to be any overtaking on current the last few laps, as in speed, it's going to be Conrad getting back past the pair of them.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's going to be very close for sure. And yeah, in that lap there, Edmonds has passed Thornhill for 8th place. So that's moved the Pico Husqvarna rider back up to 8th on his return from injury. This is the last lap.
Well, it's going to be last lap next time around.
So
I'm not ruling out Conrad in one lap, the speed he's carrying. It'd be a big ask to get past both of them. Oh, God, nearly landed on the grass. But I could see Conrad making a move on Josh Gilbert, at least trying a move. Making it stick would be another one, but he's Josh is going to be coming under pressure this last lap from Conrad Muse.
Yeah, absolutely, and some of the ways that Conrad can ride a bike, just showing evidence there on the pegs around the bottom there. And that's a checkered flag.
Oh,
Harry Koulas does take the race win, and he's out there in front there. So Harry Koulas takes the win, but Tommy Searle is second, Josh Gilbert is third, Conrad Muse fourth, and Sean Simpson will come across the line soon in fifth place.
We're going to go to a quick ad. Let's just see if these two congratulate each other. Yeah, a little thumbs up, a little acknowledgement, good sportsmanship. We missed Harry, trying to drag him there to get him to the winner's circle, but hopefully we get him down there. I think he's sort of riding around going, where do I go? Where do I go to get to the winner's circle? Over this way, Harry. Right, we're going to go to a quick ad. Hopefully Ben will, by the time he gets down there, Harry will work out where to go. We'll catch up with you in a while with hopefully Harry Koulas.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Okay, here we are with first race winner Harry Koulas here in the winner's circle. Harry, a tough job there. You had to pass your championship rival to take the lead. How was that race for you in the end?
Yeah, I didn't get the best of a start. I was third, and then yeah, just try to find some lines, and but yeah, I managed to pass quickly Gilbert, and then yeah, caught up with Tommy, and then I was a couple laps behind him, and then I thought I have to just go, and I managed to pass him, and then I knew some guys are coming, and then Conrad was quite hot few laps there, and I tried to just focus on my riding, and yeah, managed to keep calm and yeah, do my thing, and yeah, in the end managed to win the race. So that's all I can do, you know, today. Like yeah, just trying to do my thing.
Good stuff, and of course it's that dreaded second race coming up that so far eluded you this year. Any sort of special thoughts as to what you want to do? Any sort of major plans, anything you're going to change, or what's your thoughts on the second race?
No, I just try to get better start and just, like I said, try to do my thing and try to win again the second race. That's all I can do, and we'll see where we end up after that for with the championship.
Great stuff. Okay, Harry, well, good luck in that second race. Hope it goes well for you. And, yeah, the showdown is going to happen. We've got one more race to go in the MX1 class, and we've got a bit of a lunch break going on happening on here. So, yeah, we shall just rejoin Jeff back in the main commentary box and see what happens in Block 2.
Thanks, Ben. Good work. Yeah, going to be interesting to see what that, as I said, right now. They know exactly where they are, Tommy and Harry there, regards of the points between them. So they know what they both got to do going into that last moto. But it's motocross, isn't it? You know, and it's sport, and never rule out anything out as we go into this last moto. As Ben said, we are going to be taking a short interval here now, actually at the venue. So the marshals can take a break, all those kind of stuff, but the stream will continue to run. We're going to try and pull up a few guests in the short interval, so stick with us. But now, even at home, would be a good time to also maybe go, get the kettle on, go and make a brew, think about getting some food, but keep the stream on in the background. Remember to keep liking and subscribing to MXN-TV, because we are also covering, obviously, not only the Revo British Championship, but other national championships as well, Hawkstone International, and we're looking at doing a lot more with MXN-TV next year. So the more likes and subscribes we get on our channel, the more we'll be able to get behind British motocross across the board and put it out there worldwide. So wherever you are in the world, keep liking and subscribing, because we'll be doing more of this stuff next year. Yeah, so we're going to go again quickly to another ad break, and we're going to go out into the pits, myself and Ben, and we're going to try and get the lowdown, but for the next couple of races, certainly the remaining MX2 and MX1 races, just try and speak to some of the riders, see if they got problems, they're good, any niggling injuries, anything like that. More information we can give you guys wherever you are in the world, the better. And as we said, we might also try and grab a few people for a few interviews, live interviews in the break. But stick with us, folks. We will be coming back to you with more race action, I think, in about 20 minutes, half hour or so, something like that. We'll get the exact time to you in a short while. See you in a bit.
Introducing the Fly Racing Evolution DST racewear in black, gray, and blue. The Evo jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, a full mesh back panel, multi-directional Lycra neck and shoulder panels. Our Evo pants with durable stretch technology, constructed of 4-way hex stretch fabric, provides excellent mobility with heavy-duty durability. strategically placed stretch mesh ventilation, and laser cut perforations in key areas for advanced airflow. Leather heat shield panels feature DuPont Kevlar stitching and reinforced layers to add durability. The BOA Fit system offers fast, on-the-fly micro-adjustability. An ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. The full-floating durable 900D seat, surrounded by hex stretch material, moves naturally with your body. The Evo DST line of racewear from Fly Racing.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Introducing the Fly Racing Formula Carbon Tracer Helmet. Featuring our Adaptive Impact System, a high-performance ecosystem of structural designs and energy-mitigating materials. With impact energy cells made of Rheon, the cells maximize absorption of low-speed linear and rotational impacts, reducing forces transmitted to the brain. Conehead EPS technology throughout the 12K shell, and expanded polypropylene chin bar. ECE DOT approved, the Formula Tracer is an extremely lightweight shell with superior penetration resistance, with safety as its foremost function. Featuring the true functional ventilation design with the washable moisture-wicking antimicrobial liner, this helmet is sure to keep you cool and comfortable. Weighing in at only 1,290 grams, the Formula helmet is at the forefront for motocross helmet technology. The Formula Carbon Tracer from Fly Racing.
found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do it cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Welcome back, folks, wherever you are in the world. Hope you're enjoying the stream. As we said, we have got a little bit of a break here at Landrake, but it's a perfect opportunity to catch up with people in the industry. So we've brought in Mark Morris to talk about the Jude Morris Racing Foundation and charity. Mark, listen, it's been, obviously we know it's been on a roller coaster for you guys, but it's been an incredible time as well regards of the effort by everybody to raise funds for the sport of motocross. Tell us what you're up to now, because it seems like every other week you guys are just doing more fundraising, but it seems to be going really well. You've got a raffle going on with some incredible prizes here at Landrake, so talk us through that.
Yeah, firstly, thanks to everyone in the industry for supporting the Jude Morris Racing Foundation. You know, without that support, we couldn't have done it. You're right, we've got a raffle on. There's an hour left if you want to get some raffle tickets. I'll have a little plug. Go and get the raffle tickets from the stand. They're 10 quid a strip. We've got a signed Tommy Searle shirt, a signed Harry Koulas shirt. So we're going to have the British Championship signed shirt. That's going to be up for raffle. But yeah, the fundraising's gone amazing. We had a guy called Spencer Briggs, who donated a CR250 1978 Red Rocket. He put it up for raffle.
That's unreal.
He raised 11,400 quid for us.
Spencer, that's rad.
Spencer, I met you a week ago. You've raised 13 grand for us in a week. Unbelievable. I cannot thank him enough. There's some amazing people in the sport, but I think it shows that people understand what we're trying to do. You know, that money goes back into youth motocross. 20% goes to the air ambulance. As you know, we've raised 84 grand for the UK air ambulance. We've got more money to give them. And hopefully we can invest more into youth motocross next year.
Well, that leads nicely on to, you know, that very question I was going to ask. You know, what are your plans? Because obviously you started the charity, you're doing that raising money, you know, in memory of Jude and all that stuff, putting it back into the sport. But we've had conversations, not just with me, but with other people as well, that you want to progress that further and actually develop youth talent to a genuine point where we're getting behind kids to go and race on the European stage. That was your plan. We're obviously 23 is coming around quick. How's that going? How's that coming along?
It's always a moving picture. We looked at trying to take a couple of kids into Europe, And funding-wise, yeah, we could definitely do it. But if I'm honest, Jeff, having the infrastructure there, you know, how do you get kids to Yugoslavia, you know, how do you, Slovakia or wherever it's going to be? So what we've done now is we've put a proposal into the ACU to fund the Junior Worlds and the Coupe de l'Avenir. So we said we'll commit 50k to both of those projects. What we want to do, got Ash Wild on board, is an ACU coach. He's going to help with training the kids. So we're basically going to have a group of 65 riders, group of 85 riders, group of 125 riders and a group of 250 riders, with a view that we'll have 5 riders that can compete in the 2 events, and then the 5 riders below them will be there for the following year, so that we have a succession plan and we develop the kids. You know, we give them kits, we give them graphics, we take them looking professional, we take them looking smart, we take them and they are proud to be part of Team GB. But hopefully the other young kids, as they come through, the other young 65s can look at it and go, I want to be a part of that, you know, I want to do that. So it's about having a succession plan. You know, I've asked the ACU for a 3-year commitment. I said I want 3 years to do it. Fingers crossed they're going to let me know tomorrow. No pressure, Steve, but we're on the live stream. So yeah, you know, I want to do something with youth motocross. I want to put the money back into youth motocross. You know, we're out there, we're watching Harry, we're watching Tommy Searle, we're watching all those guys. We've got to develop those next generation, and you know, we have to help them. It's not just always about money either, it's about knowledge, it's about learning. You know, Paul from RFX has been amazing with us as well. You know, I pick his brains all the time. You, Neil, you know, just lots of people giving their advice in the industry as well. So yeah, I mean, that's where we want to go right now.
And just to cap that all off, obviously as a parent, you know, and a proud parent, I mean, the way it's gone, you know, and the feedback from the industry and everything, I mean, there must have been times, or there has been times, where it's overwhelming. I mean, what a fantastic legacy to Jude. You must feel that. You must feel the love from the industry and from everybody in the sport.
Yeah, as I said, you know, we couldn't do this without the help of people here. You know, Dave Thorpe brought 3 tickets for the CR250 Honda, you know. So without the support of the industry, then we definitely couldn't do it. You know, it motivates me. You know, obviously I do want to create a legacy for Jude. You know, he was amazing. I was incredibly proud of him. And yeah, I want to create a legacy for him. And if we can do that, and if we can develop better youth riders in motocross, and we can put the UK on the map. You know, we have some great talent here. Absolutely. We have some great talent here. You can see that today. You know, 2 or 3 British champions crowned today. Billy Askew, Josh Fell. What racing that's been all year. Yeah. Yeah, unbelievable, right? Josh went over to the Worlds. He did really, really well. We need more of that. And we're only going to do that if we have a proper structure in place.
You heard it. Basically, we're all right behind you. Everybody in UK Motocross, not even UK Motocross, wherever you are watching in the world, you could get involved with the Jude Morris Racing Foundation. Please do. Obviously, just plug the website and everything before we sign off.
Yeah, so the website is Jude Morris Racing Foundation. You can get us on Instagram, we're on all the social channels. Just Google Jude Morris Racing Foundation, we'll come up. If you want to come up to the stand, chuck a tenner in, chuck a quid in, whatever, buy a raffle ticket. As I said, it all goes back into motocross or the UK Air Ambulance.
Keep up the good work, Mark. Wonderful stuff. And you guys watching at home, wherever you are, get involved, because the more we put in, the more we can get out of British motocross, particularly the youth. Nice stuff. Well done, Mark.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so yeah, this is just going out as well as trackside, obviously going to the live stream. So as we mentioned, of course, earlier in the program at 1:30, which is pretty much bang on now, very shortly we are going to do a 2-minute silence. It's just coming up to 1:30 now, but yeah, we're going to do a 2-minute silence, of course, in memory of Her Majesty the Queen. So yeah, as soon as I give you the nod, very soon we're just going to make sure that we all fall silent in memory of Queen Elizabeth II, who of course sadly passed away this week. So I'll give you the nod very shortly, and just say something like the silence is happening now. So yeah, bear with us, but please prepare to basically observe the 2-minute silence in memory of Her Majesty the Queen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we are now, please, observing 2-minute silence in memory of Her Majesty the Queen, starting from now, please. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, we obviously mark the passing of our long-time monarch there. So thank everybody for that 2-minute silence. And we shall now start to resume racing with the first race of the second block of today about to get underway. We have the 125 and 250 Youth Championship final race just ahead of us, and then following that will be the second MX2 moto, and then the final MX1 moto, which will round out our day of racing here at Landrake. So thank you for coming trackside. If you are trackside and listening alongside the circuit here and in the pits, great to see you here. Great to see a nice crowd as well. And of course, we are hopefully being joined by many thousands of people across the planet as well with the live stream. And yeah, that's something which we'll continue to do next year, we hope. Make sure that is all being brought to you as it is today, live and for free across Facebook and YouTube. And of course, if you're in the paddock listening and you're not watching live, then you can tune in later to this. It will be available to watch as long as that channel exists. So yeah, we look forward to seeing lots more coverage coming through for MXN-TV, both here at the Revo British Motocross Championship and at other events through the calendar. And this stream is brought to you by Bell Helmets, Fly Racing, Oakley Goggles and other kit, RFX, and of course 7. So yeah, we're getting lots of help and lots of support there to bring this live stream to you for free. And yeah, we look forward to see how we go through from there in the future. Also a big thanks out to our series sponsors, of course, Revo, who are the world leaders in a performance enhancing kit for the Volkswagen Audi Group machines. And then we got our fuel buy sponsor, Gulf Race Fuels, charity sponsor, Road to Recovery, 24MX, of course, are with us as always. Maxxis Tyres will be providing the winners of all the youth classes with free tyres on the podium later today. So thank you for Maxxis for getting back involved with the British Championship. Bickers, of course, with their many products coming across the whole industry. Scott Sports, who will be giving the rider of the weekend a free pair of Scott Prospect 6 Days France goggles. Now, How do we decide the rider of the weekend? Well, it's down to you guys. So if you're out there watching, either trackside or online, then yeah, you can vote for the Scott Sport Rider of the Weekend across any of the classes via the Instagram story, and that is on the Instagram page at Revo ACU British MX, so REVO ACU British MX. So yeah, please go and vote for that on the Instagram story. And they will get those fantastic goggles to a good, deserving rider, thanks to Scott Sports. Factory Image Racing obviously helping us out as well here at the event. They have an event in the trade stand and some fantastic products available. 10 plant power, keeping all the generators going, making sure we've got the necessary power to bring all of this to you, both online and live on track. Kex, of course, are giving out the fastest lap award. That has happened across the first race of all the classes across the weekend, and you can, if you're on site, you can also go and get your photos next to the Kex chairs or on the Kex chairs on the podium. So make sure you go check them out on the podium. Tag us in the photo if you wish, that'd be great. We've also got help, of course, from Wolf Sport. You'll have seen the fantastic crew jackets, which are in final use this weekend, we guess. And then Dulson Training as well provide us with some great support, and of course you can get your commercial qualifications from them if you're an LCV driver or such like. And then also you've got the TMX media partners. Still, we've also got Surf and Turf, who provide the mechanic shelters there at the side in any colour to match your bike or team. So check out their equipment as well from Surf and Turf. Live Motocross, our media partner, who will be providing lots of content online and reports of all off-road events across the spectrum. Trials of Motocross News, TMX as it's known now, of course. Our media partner, still up for sale in most retail outlets, so try and make sure you pick up your TMX, support the sport from that basic foundation there. And then you've got Motorhead, of course, with all the online content and video they provide. So we've got some great media partners, some great sponsors, which I must thank massively from all the team here at RHL Activities and MXN-TV. Looking forward to the last block of racing here, the final 3 races in the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Thoroughly looking forward to this closing of the day, and we shall see now as they take to the line for the Youth 250 and 125 classes. They're just on their sighting lap, and we'll see how this comes out this time. So just have a quick break in the commentary, and online we'll run some adverts for our fantastic sponsors here, and we will see you back ready for this race very soon.
Welcome back, everybody. We're down here at the winner's circle with the winner that is Mark Yates of the Revo 7 Kawasaki team. You've just seen your boy go out and win the first race. How was that? Always nice as a team manager?
Well, it is, yeah. It's only the second one this year, I think. So hopefully if we can get a a second one. It'd be nice to get one of those team winning plates. We haven't seen one this year.
It's been a good year in many ways. I mean, not results-wise, but I'm guessing as a team manager, you'd have learned so much this year. You started off on the MX1, a lot of development with the bike, which I know you've been doing that very much with one eye on 23 and your plans for 23. Are you in a position to tell us more now at the last round what your plans are for the Revo team next year?
Yeah, probably all but one rider, but I suppose it's common knowledge. Yeah, so obviously we're going to go back and do Supercross. That was really, really good for us. We learnt a lot. We also learned, you know, we made a mistake really in how we went about it, because it really screwed us up for the UK coming back to riding a 450. In hindsight, we should have probably done MX2 at the British this year, and then it would have been an easier transition coming back. It was good for us. We enjoyed it. I think we got a lot more out of it than we expected to, and I think we exceeded expectation. So going into 23, I'm setting up a separate team out there with Kerry Sher at Grindstone. We're currently working with some lead sponsors. We have other sponsorship arrangements on products, and we're going to run a 2-rider team, all things being equal, that is, for the whole 9 rounds with Dylan and Robbie Wageman, who finished 9th overall this year. So, and then obviously British Championship, Dylan will return for that in MX2 alongside a new MX1 rider.
Okay, obviously, tight-lipped on that, but there'll be an announcement with that soon, I'm sure. From a Revo standpoint, racing in America, because I know obviously like the company, tell us more about the company and how racing over there, I guess if you're obviously trying to break into that market, it's been beneficial, right?
Yeah, well, we've been in the US for probably 15 years, but we did a merger about 10 years ago, and we sort of let the whole Revo side subside a little bit from it, and we came out of that, and we'd sort of left a big hole from really having quite a healthy turnover. So we decided this year, we have a current dealer network there now, they don't like having to ship stuff from the UK, so we thought we'd put a distribution warehouse in, of all places, Temecula. I don't know why we did that.
How convenient.
So we're just about to open up a new distribution warehouse, and again, the reason I'm racing there is because I think it's just the brand recognition for Revo, and the audience is there. I'm not knocking anything that we do in the UK or Europe, but you know, doing the Supercross and turning up at round 1 with 45,000 spectators is something else. Yeah. And I think you get a lot more support there in the US as well. But you know, we're not going to neglect the UK. The UK is a priority to us, and we want to next year try and win MX1 and MX2 if we can.
So there we go. I mean, it's good, and obviously I get it. You obviously still support and race British Motocross, which is great for us, obviously. But the bigger picture, as well as a company, Revo needs to do its thing, both sides of the Atlantic. So. Yeah,
that's right. And look, again, we agreed with this year that we'd do another year. Well, we're moving to next year as well with the championship, so with Gareth, so obviously we've got to have more chats about that. So for the moment, as far as I'm, you know, from my side, we're committed to the British again next year as a sponsor. So
and as a race team, so it's all good stuff.
And definitely as a race team, yeah.
Good stuff. Yeah. Mark, wish you the best of luck in this second moto. The year goes well. Mark Yates from Revo, not only obviously sponsor of the series, but also with the race team as well. Thanks, Mark. All the best. Before Mark just goes off, we're going to go back to
Back to racing we come then. We have got the 125 and 250 youth riders on the line for their final race of the year, and it's all still to play for here amongst the 250 and 125 contenders. We have got 3 points between Dominic Newbury and Jack Taylor for the overall win this weekend. They're currently lying first and second. Ben Zeal is in a nice 3rd position overall right now for this weekend. If you're wondering why we're not talking championship, it's because pretty much they are all sorted out. Basically, our champion Tyler Westcott wrapped it up in this 250 championship yesterday, and then Charlie Heyman wrapped up the series already before we even got here. That's why he's riding MX2 this weekend. So for these riders, championships out of the way. Even second place is sealed with Ollie Colmerg and Tyler Hooley actually a little bit close in the 125s, and Jack Taylor is confirmed second in the 250s. So it's all about the racing, pure racing. Here we go between the 250s and 125 youth classes. Here we go then, they are revving up, getting ready. Coming through, and the revs rise, their heads are down, and the 125s and 250 class are go! And they power up this hill. Who have we got in front? Looks like a KTM out in front. I think it is Walt Beanie.
Jack Taylor, though.
Right on the outside. Taylor up the inside.
I think Taylor's made the move up the inside.
He
Snuck down the inside. Well, he'd be frustrated after that first one because he was there, wasn't he? And then he made that slip off that caused that chain reaction. Everybody else seemed to then, you know, make mistakes and made a very exciting race. But Jack out in front, want to make this one count.
Stunning ride. We've got Taylor in front ahead of Walt Beanie. Dominic Newbury's there in third. Josh Bassett has made another good start there ahead of Ben Zeal. They are third and fourth, 250, with Beanie away and clear as top 125 right now. There's not another one in shot. Here comes the next one. Ollie Comer is who's second 125. And then our winner in the 125s in the earlier race today is the wild card, number 95. He is up there indeed, is Louis Vincent on the gas. So, yeah, they are absolutely flying through the wave section. They come then. It's Taylor in front, looking to make hay again out in front and try and deny Dominic Newbury this overall win.
I said Jack's had a good consistent year. His first year in the 250 class, first year with Team Green. He would love to just wrap this thing up, you know, winning the final race of the year. Said he's pretty much secured second in the championship, Ben, hasn't he? So,
he's locked it in,
he's locked it in. So, you know, that's in the bag. So go out in style and win the last race of the year.
Yeah, absolutely nobody apart from Tyler Westcott has won the overall in the 254-stroke youth championship this season. Every single overall verdict has gone the way of the absent number 202, who's not in this race this weekend. I think he's nursing an injury, so after seeing in the championship, he's decided to rest up.
That's the only thing I can think it would be, you know. I don't know why. Obviously, winning the championship, pressure's off. I don't think any other reason why you wouldn't want to be out there, unless he's celebrated so hard, and he shouldn't do because he's a kid. He's not even old enough yet to be doing any kind of serious celebrations. I can't think of any reason why he wouldn't be out there, but there you go. Maybe he's just, like we said, carried an injury and he just got it done and then wanted to just kick back and
just chill out and watch these guys thrash around for another day. Maybe not. It's not a bad idea. Louis Vincent's actually made his way past Ollie Comer for second in the 125 class there. We just saw at the top of our screen. And Zeal and Bassett are bashing bars over third place in the 250s right now. Up the inside comes Zeal as they power up the hill alongside the start straight. Vincent still ahead of Ollie Comer in the 125s. They're second and third in that category right now. Bassett losing his footing there, going through the top corner. And then we've got, looks like Tyler Hooley, isn't it? I think on the, can't quite make out who that is behind. It is Tyler Hooley that's just behind them, and he's just actually made his way around Ollie Comer. Quite a stunning move around that corner, Jeff. That certainly got very tight through there. And here comes Vincent now attacking the 250s.
Yeah, well, over the next few laps, this is going to be a good race because they're all starting to bottleneck up behind Josh Bassett, although Josh is riding at a good pace. I expect Hooley to come through and pass these riders ahead of him, you know, but Louis Vincent will be ruined that. It was out of his control, you know, to a degree. I mean, he had very, very little time to react after Jack Taylor crashed in front of him, and that actually
he still won the race.
He still won the race, yeah.
In the 125 class.
Sorry, yeah. What I meant was he had an opportunity of going for the actual race win it all over, but. Yeah, so he's got a good chance. I guess he's got a good chance of winning the overall.
Yes, the overall as it stands right now in the 125 class. Tyler Hooley holds the advantage. It's 4 points he's got over Beanie, and then a further point back is Vincent. So those are your current podium standards right now. They've got a bit of a gap over Ollie Comer, who is back in fourth in the overall. So I think the top three are decided. It's just which order, which is the interesting thing as we head towards this final race of the championship here in the youth classes. Dominic Newbury on that.
Dominic Newbury, as we said, he used to race the gas. The guys down there, I think he's from in and around, obviously, Conrad's area, you know. So, obviously, Pally with maybe John Dennis, got one of Conrad's mechanics and whatever. So, for whatever reason, he's gone out and bought one of Conrad's old 250s. So, trust me, you know, that it'll be a good bike.
It won't be slow.
It won't be slow.
Yeah, he'll be urging him on to put the throttle on a bit more, I expect. But yeah, there we go. So yeah, Vincent and Hooley swapping places there. I think they've just got past Zeal for the on-track positions there. But yeah, Vincent currently riding second 125 here, ahead of Tyler Hooley, who is in the advancement stages here. He's looking to pass Josh Bassett next.
Yeah,
but Newbury is looking to try and advance around Walt Beanie and challenge Jack Taylor for this overall win. Whoever wins out of these two takes the overall. That's how it stands as we go into this final race. And Newbury is up there now challenging Walt Beanie for this position on track. which is behind Jack Taylor out in front.
Walbini looking behind. Yeah, he's leading. He's looking good in the 125s for this one.
So yeah, Newbury and Taylor, if they're first and second, whichever order they're in, that will be your overall winner for the day. Ben Zeal is currently just behind a couple of 125s, and Josh Bassett is also up there. In fact, Bassett at the moment would steal the overall podium verdict if it stays like this. So Zeal has to overtake Bassett to get himself onto the overall podium in the 250 class, and those are all the connotations you need. But in sheer terms of fantastic racing, Taylor has currently got a 2-second lead over Beanie. Beanie is getting hauled in by Dominic Newbury, it looks to me, and then behind them there's an almighty tussle going on between Josh Bassett, Louis Vincent, Tyler Hooley, and then up behind them a little bit is Ben Zeal, who also has to hold off Ollie Colmer. Rafe Brody has had another poor start in this one. He's back in 9th on track, which is about 5th in the 125 class. Then you've got Harrison Greenough, Liam Bennett, Wesley McGavin, James Barker's a bit farther down than he would usually be, Leon Williams and Dan Arkle rounding out the top 15 as Dominic Newbury hits that berm a bit hard there and looks to be a little bit in a tricky situation coming over that little tabletop in the middle of the valley.
Yeah, well, we're getting to that stage in the day where the track is now definitely dried out a bit, so some of those ruts, you know, that form almost as berms, like waves, you know, as they dry, obviously, then less give in them. You know, you can throw it in there before hoping they'll hold. Yes. Now you pretty much know they're gonna hold because they're starting to firm up. But obviously, if you run it in too quick, too hot, you can stand the bike up, grab your foot peg, and that's exactly what happened to Don back there.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Hooley has now got around Josh Bassett. So Ollie Colmer is looking to relegate the number 34 rider in the next couple of laps if he can. We're looking at currently 13 laps plus the 13 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. And Beanie is still getting a hassle from Dom Newbury as they battle second and third. Newbury's picked up the pace through this season there. Jeff, he was nowhere near the sort of level of Wild Beanie earlier in the year.
No, and he's put together a good season.
Oh, he's passed him. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, he nearly comes off on the uphill of the tabletop and just about salvages that. Very close move there from Newbury and it backfired, so he's lost a lot of time. Not the position though, because he had a good few seconds over Louis Vincent, but
yeah,
wow.
our camera's done, obviously you can't see the face of that jump. It is it's always been like you come straight out of that right corner and it's not only is it really steep and you're still on the lean from the corner, but it's also really slick. It always has been. Yeah. So you always had to be really good with your throttle control there. And obviously where he threw it in there to try and make that move, he lit it up and it just spun round. Right, it was a good save, actually.
It really was.
He could have just plopped over there or actually ended up going back down the jump and spinning it round again. So it was one of those things where he's literally just about clinged on to the top.
He needed his Batman grappling hook coming out of his utility belt right there. So, yeah, he managed to save it, did Dom Newbury, and he looks to attack again now as he's got a few seconds to catch back on Wal Beanie. And Jack Taylor, meanwhile, comes down the main hill here at Landrake with Wal Beanie a few bike lengths behind him still. And then there's that scrap going on for 4th place on track between Louis Vincent and Tyler Hooley. That's actually the battle for second in the race on the 125 class. And yeah, with Hooley and Beanie not far apart, if they finished as they were to now, Beanie would still just about grab the overall. But if Hooley passes Vincent, then the overall is going the way of the number 101 Gas rider. Oh, there goes Newbury throwing it off there. And fastest lap time, Keck's fastest lap for this race. Jack Taylor putting in a nice ride there out front, Jeff. 2 minutes 16.2. Extends his lead over Beanie to 3.4 seconds. As our camera there, thumbs up from the team manager, our camera there focuses on Louis Vincent, wildcard rider, not been with us all season, won race 3 of the weekend earlier today, and that's fantastic to see for the rider from Somerset, backed by the RHS Motorcycles department there, and Cheddar MX. Cheddar, a fantastic practice track, not far away from the fantastic, what you call it? What's the people who take holidays? Tourist, that's it. A tourist attraction, Cheddar Gorge.
Sorry, I honestly didn't know where you were going with that. That's why I
he's just up the road from Cheddar Gorge there. You drive through it to get to the track. It's an amazing facility, and yeah, it's good to see them backing Louis Vincent, who's having a great day. Either way, it looks like he's on for a podium, whichever way he finishes. And yeah, it's fantastic for a wild card to come in and do that sort of treatment there.
Yeah, he's gets plenty, obviously, opportunity. I think there's a family connection actually with the Cheddar track. That's why he gets. But he's obviously turned loads and loads of laps around there.
Yeah,
not too dissimilar to this. Not a little bit maybe more clay concept.
Yeah, it's slightly lighter soil, isn't it? It's quite hard, isn't it, around there? I think I remember a very wet day where they brought me in because the marshals didn't want to stay out. My dad petitioned and got a refund.
That's amazing.
Oh, yeah, good stuff.
But hold on, if you're riding around on your own, you don't need a marshal, do you?
Oh, there's a point.
You know what I mean? If there's no other riders out there, why do you need a marshal?
Why didn't
you could have just stayed out there.
Why didn't I think of that back then?
I bet you were glad that your dad probably could get you in.
It was a very muddy day. Jack Taylor, though, no mud around here, though. It's looking absolutely beautiful. Still much more overcast today than the sunshine we had yesterday. So there's a yellow flag. I'm not sure if this is one of our contenders. We've got Louis Vincent on the screen. We've got a yellow flag for somebody down in the corner, and it's Tyler Hooley has gone down. Tyler Hooley down at the bottom of the track, and it looks like that's a quad.
Yeah, he's just behind that marshal point. I can see him attending to him on the ground there.
Oh dear,
that's an unusual place to crash. I'm starting to wonder if he crashed on the straight leading into that corner.
Down the hill, maybe. Yeah, if you're trackside and you saw that, apologies, we didn't from in here. But yeah, Tyler Hooley has crashed out of contention completely. So that blows it all wide apart now. We just hope that Tyler Hooley is okay, and we look to see what Louis Vincent can do now, second in the 125s in this race.
Well, that would, I would have thought, put him into second in the overalls, wouldn't it? Still Beanie looking good for the overall win.
Yes,
but that will obviously push Vincent up into second overall.
Yeah, certainly confirms his podium position. Yeah, second place overall. And now this looks like Ollie Colmer, who is currently running third in the 125 class in this race now, 5 seconds shy of Louis Vincent. But yeah, Colmer therefore would grab third on the podium, and that would be enough, of course, because Hooley was threatening Colmer for third in the championship, second in the championship. But that would confirm Colmer as the silver medalist in this series today. Tyler Hooley, with that crash, has left himself a little bit open to James Barker. Barker might well make enough points to just overhaul him in the championship for third, but we'll see. James is down in 12th place, in fact, on track. That's not how it is in the classing. Barker is actually out there in 8th place on in the 125 class, so we'll see how that pans out for the top 3 in the championship at least. But yeah, Louis Vincent, a strange riding style there, got his elbows down job going on.
Do you know what? I've seen, obviously I've known Louis quite a bit, seen him come through the ranks regionally. Yeah, and his style hasn't changed much down here. That's pretty much how, from the first time I've seen him, he rides a bike, tucks in. Some riders obviously have more exuberant style, arms up and out, like the US style, but he's very energy efficient, keeps them tucked in. And maybe maybe he should also have a look at road racing with that kind of aerodynamics.
So Newbury launches down Landrake Hill then with Wild Beanie still in his sights, but it's Jack Taylor with a clear lead at the moment, 4.7 seconds, and still getting treatment on the track side is Tyler Hooley. The yellow flags are not waving, so that means he is off the circuit at least. But yeah, we feel for Tyler Hooley with the, we never like to see the stretcher being employed, but that is what's happening now. So we just have our fingers crossed for Tyler that everything is not too serious. And of course, going into the off season now, you don't want that sort of setback, but I'm sure he'll deal with it, whatever's happened, and we go from there. Newbury up at the top of the hill. And yeah, that's ex-Comrade Muse, all the stickers ripped off it. It's very strange to see a bike in the British Championship with no stickers on whatsoever there. We know it's a KTM, that's the only branding that's on there, apart from the Perrett tyres, of course. But yeah, he's still riding nicely and getting the hammer down on that bike, so he's certainly enjoying it.
Well, he's 11 seconds off the lead of Jack Taylor, and he's got to dig deep if he's going to try and, win this thing, because is it the point situation? If he actually overtakes Jack, then he'll win the overall, or have I got that?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, exactly. So it's between those two. But yeah, like I say, he's got a lot of wood to chop, as they say in America, to bring that through. But yeah, 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes plus a lap to go for our race leader. And yeah, Taylor's pulling well clear now, 9 seconds away from Wal Beanie. Maybe Waller's dropped back a little bit there, but yeah, still got 2 seconds over Newbury. Vincent is still there in the second place in the 125 class. Ollie Colmer third, and Rafe Brodley's come up to fourth in that standing at the moment. Green 5th, Wesley McGavin is 6th, and then amongst are the 250s, which is led by Taylor, of course, with Newbury second, Ben Zeal in third, and Josh Bassett currently fourth place. James Barker has moved up the standings somewhat. He is now up into seventh place in the 125s. So that is going to help him in his advancement with the sadly derailed Tyler Hooley. We'll see how he gets on through the rest of this race now, with Newbury climbing and actually approaching the back of Albini, it seems.
Yeah, I think he might put the move in, actually. How long have we got left? He's closed enough to... Certainly, if he keeps going his current momentum, he will be within striking distance, of Walbini within half a lap. What I mean by striking distance is obviously enough where you can run it in there in a corner. Sometimes you have to be back a little bit to set it up, but sometimes it's touch and go, as we saw at Parla, at the AMA, with Hunter Lawrence running it in there on Joe Shimoda. He thought he was close enough to do it. To be fair, I've watched that again, and actually it's just his wheels hit a big braking button, come off the ground.
I think it was less in control, wasn't it?
I don't think it was anyway, that's a different series, exciting as it was.
Good bit of scrapping here on screen between Wesley McGavin, the 545 wildcard rider, on the Neil McGavin sponsored KTM there, and so yeah, he is actually running quite high there, but he's got Josh Bassett, who's on the screen now on the Xcast Media KTM, and yeah, he is I think that's Husqvarna in fact, but yeah, Bassett is there ahead of James Barker. So there is our number 410, James Barker on the Store 114 Motorsports KTM, and he's not actually listed down as having a sponsor, so I went and spoke to him in the pits there, and they said, yeah, Store 114, that's who it is there. So yeah, James has had a decent season. I'm sure he would have hoped for a little bit more, but yeah, he's got a few top three positions. He had third in one moto at Cullum, and he was fourth overall at Canada Heights. But yeah, Barker has had an up and down season here, but he looks like he's going to finish fourth in the championship at the moment, and we'll see how that comes out through the rest of this day here today, with 3 minutes plus a lap to go in this mixed 125 series race. Barker made the move on Bassett, but Bassett gets him back with a 250 power up the hill. Great little scrap here. This is for 8th, 9th and 10th on track, and Barker's just wanting to get Bassett out of the way so he can attack Wesley McGavin for what would be 6th in the 125 class. And Harrison Greenough is just ahead of these guys here as well. He's currently riding 5th in the 125 series there in this race anyway. Barker,
that's
outside lane.
Yeah, that's got to be Harrison's best position in the series so far this year, I think, isn't it? I don't recall him ever being in the top 5 in the 125s. I might be wrong.
No, you're right, actually. No, he's only had one top 10, in fact. He was 8th in the second race at Canada Heights. So, yeah, certainly, although there's a few absentees, that is still definitely very much his best position of the year for Harrison Greenough. 5th place in the 125 right now, behind Broadley, Colmer, Vincent, and of course Walbini up in front.
Well, there's Harrison there. I think a lot to do with that. Yes, some riders have dropped out and been injured. I appreciate that. But I also think that's just where Harrison is now finally starting to get some meat on his bone.
Yeah.
And he can just, you know, like handle it. No, honestly, he's just been so, he's so skinny, you know, so small. He's starting to shoot up a bit now. And he just hasn't, he's got good technique. He just hasn't been able to sort of muscle that 125 as much as his competition. So maybe it's a little bit of that as well, you know. He's starting to become a young man. And I'm sure in the winter, if although obviously we're heading for a tough time financially, they need to buy as many steaks as possible, and Harrison needs to wolf them down.
Yeah, that's it. Even if you're cooking it on a bonfire out the backyard.
Yeah, just
gotta be dead. Gotta be dead.
He needs to fill out. Yeah.
Yeah, so just to give a quick rundown there, of course, Charlie Heyman has already clinched this 125cc championship there. Ollie Colmer with Tyler Hooley crashing out of this race, and we hope that Tyler is okay. Colmer is going to finish second in the series. Hooley had more than enough points to secure third. And James Barker, in the absence of Cole McCulloch and Ben Musto, Barker will leapfrog up to fourth in the 125cc championship as well with these results today. And yeah, that's going to be a nice finish for him. Rafe Broadley also will move up into finish 5th in the championship with these scores this weekend. So that's how that will finish for those riders. The overall podium definitely going to be taken by Walbini, with Hooley out of the running. Louis Vincent with the second 125 place here is going to be up into second overall, and third overall is going to go to Ollie Colmer. So that's how the podium looks in the 125s anyway. The 250s is fairly obvious. Jack Taylor ahead of Dominic Newbury. There's 10.5 seconds between them. Jeff's a relaxed team manager right now, knowing the overall win's pretty much there.
No, let me just stop you there. I really am not. I look relaxed because I'm just tired and I've just slumped down in my chair. I'm not relaxed until you're never relaxed as a team manager.
for sure,
really,
for
as
sure.
much as you pretend you are, you're never really relaxed until they all come in safely over the line.
Yeah, for sure. Ben Zeal has actually made his way up into third place in the 250 class today in this race, which will mean third overall as well. So Ben Zeal will earn himself a long overdue podium for this class with this race result here, behind Jack Taylor and Dominic Newbury, of course.
And there's Jack right on cue as he comes across the finish line. Nicely. Now that inside of the middle of the circuit, 1 lap to go, by the way, in the middle of the finish line is now opening up as it dried, because if you noticed in the first block of racing, all riders, even pros, are either favouring far left or far right. So now the track is drying up to the point where the guys can now go through the middle of the circuit there across the finish line with a bit of confidence that they're not going to suddenly tuck the front end.
Yeah, that section of the track, of course, right at the bottom of the valley, does get the deepest. And yeah, I was out there next to that section on the finish line for qualifying, and with the pros going through it, they all went down the right-hand side and cleared the mud, and the mud stayed on the left, apart from the very far left. So if you want to risk cluttering your boots on the posts, then you were going to be all right. But yeah, like you say, it's clearing up now with it being drying out here in the valley.
That was I'm gonna give him some kudos here, Jack Taylor. That was some nice creative lines that Jack was doing there. He went far out that sweeping first corner, held out for as long as he can, and then diagonally cut across all the ruts. So he didn't use the ruts, but he went across them and then just picked up the last little tail end of them as a hook into the corner.
Very nice.
Smart riding, yeah. He's trying to stay out of the deep stuff, but of course, you know, when he's worked the lead to a nice gap, and then once you get that gap, you can start doing that kind of stuff and searching for new lines and being creative.
Yeah, absolutely. And Broadley ahead of Greenup in the 125s. Barker has made his way around Josh Bassett on track. So yeah, that leaves it a clean run, although he's got 5 seconds to catch up to Harrison Greenup. But that's going to be a tall order on the last lap here. So Jack Taylor has got a nice advantage here as he goes up the far end of the circuit alongside the hedgerow. And the Team Green Kawasaki rider looking to take his second race win of the season, but his first overall if it stays like this. And yes, he's got a few more corners to nervously negotiate here. With Dom Newbury now up at the second on track, but still second 250. Wal Beanie looking to collect the 125 win, which would be a nice finish to Wal Beanie's year. I mean, he started off in the MX2, riding EMX on the 125, and to be here and reading a 125 is not a bad result, really.
Yeah, you know, and he moved up to the pro category, give it a go, you know, and okay, maybe learnt a lot, you know.
Straight up from Big Wheel 85.
Absolutely, so credit to him for that. So I don't think there's anything bad about dropping back down.
Absolutely. Do you want to call it, Jeff?
No, I'll let you do it.
Oh, your man, Jack Taylor takes the checker flag. Jack Taylor takes the race win there and the overall. You can go and interview him instead.
I even didn't want to give him a commentator's curse with literally 5 yards to go. I'm not being held accountable if anything happened like that.
Do you want to do the interview?
No, you can speak to him.
Oh, okay.
You can speak to him. I don't know, you know, like... I don't want to be biased or anything like that, which I wouldn't be anyway. So, yeah, Ben's going to go and speak to Jack Taylor once we've got him down there in the winner's circle. We're going to go again to a quick ad. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. Remember to keep liking and subscribing, and thanks to all our incredible sponsorship partners as well. Right, we're going to go to an advert. We'll be back with Jack Taylor and Ben in a moment.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Okay, here we are with the 250cc class winner. Here we are in the winner's circle with Jack Taylor. Jack, you've waited all season for this. You finally took an overall win. How does that feel after such a tough season? Second in the championship, but a nice overall win in the final round. How's it feel?
Oh, it feels amazing to finally get the win. I waited all year for this, but it's finally here. Yeah, it's been good season, consistent, but it's good to finally get a win.
Good stuff. Were you a bit nervous towards those bottom corners, the ones that caught you out in race one? I mean, I noticed you had a few moments through there, but you had a good safe gap in that one. What changed? Did you have any sort of change in the setup for that race? How did it all work for you?
I just tried charging as hard as I could at the start of the race so I could relax a bit more at the end, and I did. The last few laps I slowed down a bit so I didn't throw it away like the last one.
Yeah, great stuff. And I take it you're back with Team Green next year. Is that decided yet, or is still got to talk to Jeff a little bit?
We're not sure about what's happening next year, but hopefully we don't know.
Okay, sorry about that. Just thought I'd wind Jeff up a little bit. All good, nice one. Great stuff. Okay, thanks again, Jack, for joining us here, and have a nice off-season. Get yourself prepared for next year, and we look forward to calling your name out quite a lot, hopefully, next season. All right, good luck. Take care. Thanks a lot. Okay, so we've got the MX2 Race 2 coming up now to see who can take the final race weekend result of the season. And then we've got the MX1 to close out the show to decide who will be the final British champion here at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do it cool and look smooth. The world time has come
to. Introducing the Fly Racing Light Special Edition Avenge Racewear. The light jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, and the Zero cuffs provide unrestricted mobility and a comfortable fit. Low-profile, streamlined taped collar, and multi-panel construction for maximum performance and comfortable fit. The BOA Fit system, located on the front of the pants, provides a lighter and faster zipperless entry with a wider range of adjustability. 4-way stretch panel construction for maximum comfort and movement. And leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching. Mesh panels on back of knees, hips, and lower legs. And a lightweight, minimalist design. The Light SE Avenge in black and sunset from Fly Racing.
Here we go then with the final race for the MX2 class in the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels here at Landrake. We thank everybody on site for joining us for this fantastic weekend and supporting the present and future of British Motocross rather than the past. And then we have got, of course, the MX1 race to follow as well. And thank you everybody for tuning in online. It's been wonderful to be part of the MXN-TV package here, bringing everything to you live and for free online. So we hope wherever you are across the world, you're enjoying this live feed. And of course, if you're trackside and want to watch these races back, then of course you're more than welcome to join. So do so online as well. It will all be recorded and kept up online as long as the channels exist.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, that's how it works. So anytime you can come back. And yeah, we've got a lot of plans, a lot of talks coming up regards of MXN-TV and the potential of what we could do. So I think you'll see more from the MXN-TV channel next year. You know, obviously we've got involved with the tail end of the Revo British Championship, covering the last few rounds. It's been a pleasure to call the action, and hopefully we'll be doing all of them next year. I don't see any reason why not, but that's for the powers to be to sign, seal and deliver on that deal.
Yeah, certainly be very keen to. Yeah, so yeah, with myself, Ben Rumbold, and Jeff Perrett joining you on the live stream and also trackside commentary as well. So yeah, thanks for being here. So actually a sort of overcast day, but so far, touch wood, it has been dry. So yeah, the breeze is coming across and keeping this circuit, whilst not as dusty as it was yesterday when we had a fair amount of sunshine contributing to how dry it got. This circuit is still bearing up nicely. It's carved out deep and it's looking good.
Well, that highlights how dry the weather's been in the UK, but also how quickly Landrake literally drains, because obviously there was touch and go there leading into the event that there might be talks of it having to be cancelled. You know, obviously the RHL team put that announcement out there, and then Saturday, only a couple of days later, after potentially thinking it might have to be called off, there's dust kicking up. Just goes to show, like I said, how dry the UK's been, but also how well Landrake drains.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's been fairly crazy here, though the centre of the track does get quite deep. We can see on the screen here, just by the Max's tyres corner, just how deep those ruts are. I think they start halfway up the downhill, yeah. But they're quite scary stuff there. But there's plenty of line choices, though. That's what seems to happen here at Landrake. It really does appear good for the racing, because you can take tight lines, wide lines, and they still run out almost about the same sort of speed, which is, of course, great for the racing. So a nice layout. I do see what you mean, Jeff, about running the other way. That does look quite nice if you picture how it might work out.
Know,
but, you know,
literally, for just a suggestion. I'm not. I mean, it's literally, yeah. Just looking at it, I mean, it's been this way for a long time. Phil and Justin will know how this place works better than anyone, but just to freshen it up, you know, and make it something different. Be intrigued to see how it works. I think there's certain sections that I think would work really well the other way, you know, but it's making sure the whole thing flows. But just throwing it out there, as I said, you know, maybe just to mix it up.
Absolutely. So we've had one Kawasaki take the overall victory this weekend, and there's one on screen now looking to do exactly the same. Number 53, Dylan Walsh on the Revo 7 Kawasaki, your opening race winner. Quite stoic sort of character there, Dylan Walsh. Rarely see a major grin from him, but he certainly is determined and a fantastic racer to watch on track. Certainly does his speaking more on track, you would say. He's out there, and on screen as well, we can see the number 422, SJP Moto KTM. First time in the adults, 6th place on that 252 stroke. And Charlie Heyman, the 125 youth champion for this season, coming up to ride the MX2 class in amongst the men, and certainly proving to be a fantastic choice. Two riders who won't be joining us on this start, sadly. Bobby Bruce tweaked his knee in race 1, so he is sitting out this second race so that he can get things healed and get himself a good solid winter of preparation for 2023. And also the collision we saw between Jorgen Matthias Talviku and Kai Kazamakers. Well, the Dutch rider came out worse. He landed heavily, banged his head, had blurry vision, so the Hitachi KTM fueled by Milwaukee squad member will not be joining us for this race, sadly.
Yeah, that's a real shame. He had a good race going on. As I said, I don't think there's any finger pointing anybody to blame there in that incident. It was the classic case of two lines, two riders just charging hard for the same area, basically the same bit of real estate. No malice, nothing like that. Got together, and unfortunately, yeah, that's we've lost cars.
Even the team said it was a racing incident there, the Hitachi guys. So yeah, there we are. 184, Jamie Carpenter on screen, took 2nd place in race 1. He's by far and away our Expert Cup champion as well. There's no doubt about that one for Jamie Carpenter, and he's looking to see if he can wrestle the overall from Dylan Walsh. 3rd in race 1 eventually was Jorgen Matthias Talviku, so we'll see what he can do there. Tom Grimshaw in 4th place, looking pretty well assured of 3rd in the championship, because Jamie Law had a right nightmare in in his penultimate race, and Jamie Law right up the inside in his final race of the British Motocross Championship.
But it looks like he's borrowing somebody else's bike, isn't he? Because he's not on the Apico livery, you know. They're like, it looks like is or is that a private sponsor?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay,
it's something Mara down the side of it. Yeah, that's here we go. Heads down then, and the final race of the year for the MX2 class is go. Up the hill they roar, and we see who comes out in front. It's going to be a KTM.
Charlie Heyman.
Charlie Heyman grabs the whole shot.
Two-stroke.
Woohoo! What a ride, and Charlie Heyman leads in his first day of adult competition in the Revo. Oh, there goes Walsh! Walsh went down right before the final call at the first little tabletop in the middle of the valley, and Walsh bashes into the camera, and he starts right at the back of the field. What a nightmare for Walsh. Now he really does need to pull on the coals to try and get this overall win sewn up.
A nightmare for Walsh, but it's going to make an entertaining race for us.
It really is. Track side, you're in for a treat because Walsh will tear through the back of the pack. He's already approached the back of the stream right at the tail end there. We look towards the Max's Tyres corner for where Walsh is going to be. But what about this rider, Charlie Heyman?
We had him in here. He's won a load of championships in the youth level. We said, how do you ride from the front? How do you approach a race? He says he likes to try and stay relaxed. Looks like he's training. Let me tell you right now, everything's changed. Because if he does not get nervous at this point, once he realises, or whatever, throughout this race, that it's his debut in MX2, and he's got a genuine shot of winning it.
Look at the gap. Cayman is absolutely pulling clear here. We can just see on our screens how far he's already pulled in front. This is like another Youth 125 race for him. Absolutely crazy. Adam Collins and Mickey Ellis banging bars down the hill. I think it helps that a lot of top riders have really struggled in this first lap.
I was just going to say, Ben, and to be fair, a lot of the big hitters, with all due respect to, like, you know, Jamie, Adam there in second. I mean, Jamie's back there in coach, so Jamie's obviously at the front. But beyond that, there's a lot of riders that don't necessarily always run top three on the opening lap. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I am sure that Jamie Carpenter's going to have something to say about this with Charlie Heyman. He won't want Charlie coming in and basically stealing his thunder for second place in the championship. I know, like, he's got it locked down pretty much, Jamie, isn't he?
Yes, second. He has. Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Yep. But he want to win, but he's in a good shout for the overall, of course, with Walsh down the field now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's definitely a good chance of that for Jamie Carpenter there. If he's even if he finishes second again, I can't believe it's even a possibility that Heyman could win on his first day in the adult class, but this is a really exciting talent. Just got to say for for Mr. Carpenter there, obviously we got a Goswell Limited helmet design that I've been pointed out to ask out there. I'm not going to give too many shout outs as requests, but yeah, seeing as one of the first, that's all quite
fair
good.
Enough.
And Absolutely. We also had a message through from Anthony Sutton of the TMX fame. He's telling us that Mara on the side of Jamie Law's bike means mate in Cumbrian.
Well, you know, there you go. When you got the locals, you need the local knowledge, don't you? So he's been up there long enough, that part of the world, to know what it means. Okay, that's cool. Good. So there we go. Maybe he's just running them on his farewell race.
Yeah, that's it.
I think so. Yeah, so
maybe his knee was covering up the bye bit. I don't know. Bye-bye, but there we go. So yeah, Carpenter hustling through the waves very nicely there. He's got a bit of a lead already over Adam Collins as he tries to catch the flying Charlie Heyman out in front. I still can't believe that Heyman is that far in front on a 252 stroke, but Dylan Walsh has made his way through about half the pack by the end of that first lap, and I'm sure he's higher up than that already. 12th place, Dylan went across the stripe, and he had a few seconds to catch up to the other riders. Heyman is already out of shot, like he's a 125 youth class race all over again, and looking absolutely stunning on the SGP Moto 2-stroke 250 KTM, looking immaculate as always. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to see what might go wrong. He's just absolutely flying. It's just brilliant to see. Incredible.
The only thing I'd say, Ben, is like he's been on the, obviously at the MX Nationals, he jumped in on the 252 stroke, went in the expert class.
Yes.
And in the second moto, he did get tired more than he had on the 125. It was noticeable. He said the weight of it, you know, riding the 250. That's the only thing I can say at this point. And obviously Jamie Carpenter will have different things to say, and Jamie's closing in.
Yes, it really is. And we look to see where, well, it's like Ellis has fallen back a little bit there because Carlton Husband's up to 4th, Charlie Cole 5th, Callum Mitchell 6th, Mickey Ellis 7th, Liam Garland in 8th, and Alfie Jones up to 9th place. Walsh has surprised me by not making any further progress. He's still in 12th at the moment, just behind.
But he's got
Grimshaw.
Talvicki with him as well. So those two are going to like basically come through the pack together, I would have thought.
Yeah, both had a major issue there, so be a very entertaining trackside to see how they come through the pack.
You can see the damage left there.
It's absolutely trashed.
By Dylan Walsh, where he went through the fencing and into that Dolson barrier and nearly took out our camera. Got a great shot of it though.
It was, yeah, he fell right into the camera. Made the camera guy shake the foundations there. Mickey Ellis in shot now. He's 7th place ahead of Liam Garland. Just behind them, I just saw a flash of green, and I think that was Dylan Walsh attacking Tom Grimshaw. So they're 11th, 12th and 13th, trying to make their way forward. Jamie Law's next on their shopping list in 10th, as Ellis attacks Callum Mitchell down the bottom of the Maxis corner hill. And yeah, certainly struggling to get up that hill after the tight line there was Mickey Ellis, so perhaps a lack of traction there. Here comes Garland, top Kawasaki at the moment, which would have been a surprise to him. But here comes the Revo 7 machine of Dylan Walsh, getting closer, I'm sure. Alfie Jones in another good position, 9th place for our reigning MXY2 250 champion from last season, a title he stitched up here at Landrake last year. And there goes Ellis up the hill. Somebody's not obeyed the no tear off rule. There's one flapping on the track in there. Anyway, there we go.
Let's just say that could have been one from years gone by.
Yes, it worked his way out of the hedge.
Yeah.
Oh, back end steps out of Callum Mitchell as he goes down Landrake Hill. And he is trying to close in. Actually, it's Charlie Cole and Carlton Husband are higher Kawasaki's than Liam Garland. I apologise to both of those riders and teams. So yeah, Carlton Husband having a nice ride in 4th place and Charlie Cole 5th. So with the exit of 2 of the top riders in the race after race 1 and problems for some of the others in race 2, these riders getting a chance to get further up. But meantime, Dylan Walsh comes into shot. Big, dirty, what did we say about getting your kit dirty in race 1? He's just got unobliged. And that is Dylan Walsh across the line. And he is up to 8th place there, passing Garland, Jones, Law and Grimshaw in that lap. And I'm sure Grimshaw will be looking to get his teeth in and follow him up through. In fact, Grimshaw's gone up to 10th at the moment already.
That was lovely by Jamie Carpenter at the top of the hill. He actually used one of the braking bumps as a little jump and sort of launched into the corner over the remaining bumps. Nice move. He's had a great season, as we said. You know, okay, look, he hasn't won the championship, but really, you know, you'd expect Conrad Muse or Dylan Walsh. You know, I mean, Dylan Walsh didn't start the series in the championship, so. No. But you would have expected Conrad to go out and win it. That's exactly what he did. And yeah, as we said, fair play to Jamie Carpenter and the GRT Impact team on really what has been just a brilliant first year as a pro team. What I mean by that is it's the first time they've had a pro rider in their ranks.
Absolutely, yeah.
They've normally concentrated on youth racing, so well done to everybody over there at GRT Impact KTM.
Yeah, a couple of Kawasaki teams doing well for themselves. Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Even Strokes Kawasaki number 6 and Charlie Cole on the Blades Bikes Kawasaki number 82. All doing very well here up in the top order there. Husband 4th and Cole in 5th. But they will surely start to feel the heat from behind as the Revo 7 Kawasaki of Dylan Walsh makes his way through. Carpenter getting choppy up the hill as he starts to approach the back wheel of Charlie Heyman. Here is the battle for the lead then, the top left corner of the circuit as they plummet down Landrake Hill. And Heyman has a good few bike lengths on Carpenter still, but Carpenter's reeling him in, as you would expect, Jeff.
You would. You know, when I spoke earlier on, I said about he might feel the pressure as this one goes on, the opportunity to win your first ever pro race on your debut weekend. But actually, knowing Charlie and knowing how relaxed he is about it, I'm not so sure, because I think he probably came into this thinking, well, nobody's really expecting me to win. No. People know I've maybe got the talent and ability to do it, but nobody's probably really expecting me to do it.
No, I mean, he said when he was in here, top 10 was his goal. He qualified 6th.
I think he's on track for that.
He qualified 6th, and he was eventually 6th in race 1. No, he was 5th in race 1, in fact. So yeah, let's say he certainly exceeded.
I mean, if he keeps where he is, not only will he win the race, I mean, a 1.5 will be close to putting him on the box, wouldn't it?
I think you're not far off. Yeah, Grimshaw is up there currently in 9th place. So yeah, the points are going to be tricky to work out because Talviku is also still way back. Just made his way past Jamie Law for 12th place is Talviku. So yeah, I think in fact it could be an overall win. No, it won't be because Carpenter's there on a 2-2 at the moment.
No, but at least getting on the podium.
Certainly on the podium is not beyond the realms of possibility here.
Tell you what, I mean, Jamie's caught him up, but the last couple of laps, Charlie has not buckled at all. Since then, he's kind of kept the gap. He's pretty consistent. Yes, I mean, Jamie's taken tenths out of him here and there, but Charlie does not look unwavered at all at the minute.
No, for sure. It's this is where the length of the race will start to kick in, because they've still got 15 minutes plus 2 laps. Lots of racing still to happen here for Charlie Heyman out in front. The Youth Rider Graduate first race in the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels adult class. And yeah, Jamie Carpenter trying to chase him down.
Yeah, and those extra 5 minutes, it makes a big difference. There goes Carpenter up the inside. They're racing for it. Charlie's not giving up. He's not yielding.
Heyman holds his line. Carpenter tries to go the inside, up the hill, up the Live Motocross hill. And yeah, alongside the hedgerow goes Jamie Carpenter. Has to try again on Charlie Heyman. Wow, this is a good scrap. Here comes Carpenter, throws it down alongside, and
Pinches
there
him up,
goes
yeah.
Jamie Carpenter right into the lead there. And this is absolutely what Carpenter would have wanted. He had 18 seconds over Walsh in that previous lap, so we're just keeping an eye on what Dylan can do, because he certainly was very, very fast in race 1 as well as in qualifying. So Carpenter, having taken the lead here, that will be all that he will want to do, and hold on to that and pull clear and seal up this overall championship win, which would be very nice. Overall race win, overall result.
Yeah, absolutely. What a way to end. As I said, you know, he came into this weekend already knowing that the championship had gone to Conrad Mewse. So what can you do? I mean, the best you can do is consolidate second and win the weekend.
Absolutely.
And right now, he's on track for that.
Yeah, looking very good there. Adam Collins is currently up into 3rd place, so to give an idea of how mixed up it is, Collins was 8th in race 1. He's currently 3rd. Carlton Husband, 4th at the moment. He was 14th in race 1, and Charlie Cole, currently in 5th, was down in 12th in race 1, so it's really all mixed up here. Dylan Walsh has worked his way up to 6th place now, and he's got a couple of seconds between himself and Charlie Cole, so it might be worth watching the number 53 as he approaches the other 2 Kawasaki's in front of him. They are certainly well within striking distance in the next lap or 2, you would feel.
We're going to get basically from 3rd back to about 7th or 8th now. Is going to be good racing to the flag. Definitely Walsh coming through. Tilvaki is not come through as I thought he would, I have to say.
No.
I thought he'd be getting a bit of a march on and follow Walsh all the way through, but you know, maybe he's from that he's from that incident. Maybe he's a bit sore, something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, feeling the sting. I mean, it was a heavy impact for both riders. One that sadly put paid to Kai Carsmaker's day, as my mate Steve gets a good shot on the camera there down the bottom corner. And yeah, up the hill comes Dylan Walsh. 6th place now, chasing down Charlie Cole, right on his rear wheel.
Yeah, he's obviously in that crash. You can say he's managed to keep hold of his peak, but the peak has been pushed down more than it normally would be. Surprised Dylan hadn't tried pushing that back up yet. You can see his peak's running pretty low.
Yeah, it is a bit 1970, isn't it? Down it comes around the outside of the far bottom hill there. Dylan Walsh taking over 5th place from Charlie Cole. Next on his shopping list is another Kawasaki, the Phoenix Even Strokes machine of Carlton Husband. And Dylan Walsh fires up the far hedgerow. Nice line on the far right of the track there, Jeff. You can see slightly lower trajectory, takes you further, not higher, which is obviously the ultimate game of jumping. Who's off on the side of the track there? Not quite, just don't think it's one of our leaders on the side of the circuit.
They're not around that side of the circuit yet. Heyman keeping the gap pretty honest, 1.6, so Carpenter hasn't got away too much.
No, the most important gap for Heyman, I think, will be the 10 seconds back to Adam Collins, so we could at least try and hang on a 2nd place. And I think
what if, obviously, if Walsh gets a 3rd, which is doable in his current speed that he's going here, would that give him the overall with a 1-3? I can't remember what Carpenter got in the opening moto.
Carpenter was 2nd, so 2-1 would get the overall for Carpenter. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, and yeah, it's but 3rd overall might be an option there. So we'll see. Yeah, Walsh has to go and win to take the overall, basically. So yeah, he's going to attack there. His main objective will be to get onto the box. It will really frustrate him if he hasn't won overall, though. I must confess.
It will. He's going to run that in there on.
There he goes.
Husband.
Walsh passes Husband there. That is for 4th place. So at the battle of the Kawasaki's, Walsh is back to being the top green bike again. And now he's trying to reel in Adam Collins. They had 4 seconds between them at the start of the lap. And Walsh can already see Collins just around the next couple of corners. So it is time then. There's going to be a Kawasaki battle continuing here, because Husband and Cole are still quite close together.
Yeah, Cole just spun up on that corner coming out there. Did he actually make it up the hill? He literally lost the back end just as we broke away from the camera shot. Nearly spun it round like we saw Dom Newbury do. Can't see him in shot, so I'm not sure if he made it up that hill. But he definitely lost the rear end, just broke away from him big time as he came out of that corner. So he might have gone down, we don't know. But now it looks like Carpenter's got his groove on. He's still there, Charlie Cole.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
So, and now Carpenter's starting to drop Charlie Heyman. Still an amazing ride from Charlie, and he has got 11 seconds to work with over Adam Collins. So, it's looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. And at present, that would see Charlie on the podium because, Walsh, if he goes no further, Dylan Walsh, which I think is questionable, then, Walsh will be second overall as it stands right now, with Carpenter's 2-1 taking care of the overall win. But then Heyman, if it stays as it is now, and in fact he's got a bit of a buffer there, he can afford to lose another place, in fact, can Heyman, and he would still finish on the podium as it stands right now. The main rider to watch is Talviku, because he is currently looking at running fourth at the moment if he stays in ninth, but he's got Grimshaw not far ahead of him, Callum Mitchell further ahead from there, and if those two riders fall to him, then Talviku could well pip Heyman for the podium. But even so, for Heyman to even be in the podium discussion at this rate is pretty incredible for me, having known how tough it is to go from a 125 to a 250. That's such a transaction, and it's so good to see a rider of Heyman's caliber handle it so well.
Well, it's not just that even, is it? He's gone, not only has he gone from a 125 to a 250, he's gone from a 125 to a 250, but from youth racing straight into with the big boys on MX2. So it's double bubble, you know. So he's made the big jump up, and of course, as we said, next year he'll be out there, you know, on the new True 7 Honda Academy team that would sit under the Crendon Fast Track Honda team, under the guidance of Jake Nichols, Guy Nichols, and Dave Thorpe. So he's basically in a really good position going forward. He's got a good team of people around him.
Oh, there goes Walsh past Adam Collins. So Dylan Walsh up there into third place now. So that is seeing Walsh right up into the sharp end here. There's he has to beat Jamie Carpenter to take the overall win, and at the start of this lap, that would mean he had 17 seconds to make up. In the remaining, we've currently got 8.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. So it's not impossible for Walsh to take this overall. It would be one hell of a charge, but it's certainly one to watch. From down in the first lap, can he get that far up? Wow, that was a bit sketchy coming into the rhythm section there. Spun up as he approached the waves, and it certainly is. But he can handle that. He knows Supercross.
I was just going to say that through that section, you know. Listen, if you're going to be a top-level Supercross rider, you've got to get used to taking off sideways. You know, you can't be that precise to hit every jump straight all the time if you want to win.
Yeah, absolutely true. Talviku has made his way past Mitchell and Grimshaw, so that sees him up to 7th place. He's still a couple of points shy of Heyman, though, so that at the moment he needs to be passing Charlie Cole and Carlton Husband to deny Heyman the podium if Heyman loses no more places.
You know, Dylan Walsh, it won't matter to him, like we said, too much where he finishes in the championship, because he kind of just obviously didn't start the year in the class anyway.
No.
So he was never really worried about that. It was always, you know, always going to be off the table once he switched back to MX2. But he'll still be annoyed with himself that he had the opportunity to win the overall here, and he still has, of course, but he was right there, you know, he was in the driving seat, he was in second or around that third corner or whatever and threw it away, and that will grate him.
Yeah, absolutely, and Talviku has made his way past Carlton Husband and Charlie Cole, now up into 5th place. So the Estonian took a while to get going in this race, but he's working his way up into 5th place now as Cole and Husband continue to battle over 6th place now, which is in the property of the number 6, Carlton Husband. But Charlie Cole wants a slice of that pie, and he's having a real attack at him as they go up the start straight hill. And Husband getting under attack from Charlie Cole, but with Talviku now working his way up into 5th place. That will see him level on points as it stands with Heyman. So that means Heyman would have to withstand the charge of Dylan Walsh, which is one hell of an ask for the young rider, with just over 6.5 minutes and 2 laps to go. So Walsh looking to advance his cause, of course, but it could well be at the expense of Charlie Heyman's podium if it stays like it is now.
That's that whole section in around
so
our TV truck there when they land off the big tabletop. And then you've got about 15 feet, and then once you get past that, you've just got to commit to a rut, and then you're virtually in it all the way down around the corner, off the drop-off almost.
Yeah, 15 feet, then take your pick out of 15 ruts, I think, isn't it? Which are all about 15 feet long as well. Pretty crazy stuff. But, plus 15 metres long, I think, for some of those ruts there. But, so Walsh is charging up the hill now. Has he got Heyman in sight? I know our camera hasn't. He's getting there. There we go. Yeah, here he is. Charlie Heyman coming down the hill now with Dylan Walsh stalking him down. I'm sure that Heyman's team would not have foreseen that he would be in a battle with Dylan Walsh in the last quarter of the race here.
I think Charlie's starting to feel it now. You know, as we said, he's not quite used to the 250, the extra power, the extra weight. And he said he's been doing youth races, which are basically 20 minutes, the extra 5 plus, and an extra lap, because these guys get 2 laps, not 1 lap. So really that equates to an extra 10 minutes. So basically now, like Charlie's race normally all year would have been
pretty much done. Yeah, last lap time
now
for him. Yeah, that would have been, but now he's still got 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. So yeah, what can Heyman do? Can he hang on to this? Talviku makes it worse for him. So Talviku moves up into a podium position overall. He moves up into 4th place past Adam Collins. So Jürgen Matthias Talviku looking to take his first podium since Fat Cat earlier in the year. And yeah, that would be a nice result for the Estonian. But yeah, as it stands right now, he is therefore going to deprive Charlie Heyman of the podium position, even if Charlie finishes where he is, which is highly debatable right now.
So Dylan Walsh, I can see what the issue is here. He keeps pushing his peak up. So what's happened, obviously, in that crash, it's the bolts or whatever have come, you know, maybe just loosened a bit, and it keeps dropping down. So he keeps having to just pop it up with his hand. He did it again back then.
Especially with the weight or any roost that might come up. Like I say, it's not sticking to anything at the moment, is it, the roost? It's a bit drier there now. But yeah, even so, any impact will drop that peak down if there's nothing to hold it up.
I don't think the peak will come down and block his view altogether. It will only come down as low as the set will go. But if you're not used to that, it will be annoying.
He's now working on getting past Charlie Heyman for 2nd place. Still a stunning ride from the Youth 125cc champion from this season. And Heyman keeping his poise, keeping his composure. His lap times haven't dropped off an awful lot. And here comes the pure aggression and forceful nature of Dylan Walsh. He really is absolutely fired up for this. He gets right up into Heyman's wheel tracks, and Heyman looks over his left side, and over to the right side comes Walsh. Heyman outbreaks himself on the top of the hill. That's a real shame for Heyman, but yeah.
I'm laughing.
Somewhat inevitable.
I'll tell you why I'm laughing, because I can guarantee, if I want to find out afterwards, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Walsh was absolutely screaming his head off then and to try to intimidate the youngster. I pretty much guarantee it. And the panic rev, the whole 9 yards, you know, and it's all these things that Charlie will have to get used to. I mean, there's a bit of that in youth racing, but when you get into adults, you know, they try to intimidate youngsters when you come in. Every rider that's come in from a young age, you know, or come in, happened to me, it happened to every rider before me, you know, like, it's just the way it is. You've got to sort of earn that respect with these lads. They'll try all those old moves on you to try and intimidate you.
What did Dave Thorpe say about when he lined up next to Hagen Carquist the first time? He just leaned over on him, and Thorpe did his very best not to move.
And when you got Hagen Carquist leaning on you, you know what I mean? I wouldn't want to push the guy back.
No, that's it. Oh dear, so Dylan Walsh now then, 12 seconds, is that possible? Unlikely, I feel, 2.5 minutes plus the 2 laps. So yeah, it's going to be a tall order for Walsh to overcome Jamie Carpenter to deny the GRT Impact KTM man the overall win. Talviku is making progress there. He's got about 5 seconds between himself and Heyman in 3rd. But yeah, so for Walsh, the overall race win, and yeah, Carpenter's thinking about it. He's looking across the track as he crests the hill there towards the far end of the circuit. So Carpenter out in front, Walsh in 2nd, still Charlie Heyman in 3rd. Jürgen Matthias Talviku is there in 4th place ahead of Carlton Husband, who's held off Charlie Cole and actually passed Adam Collins in the meantime. So Husband moving up well nicely into 5th place. Collins, Cole 6th and 7th. Callum Mitchell, Liam Garland and Tom Grimshaw 8th, 9th and 10th. And Jamie Law is there in 11th place at the end of his... Get out of camera, Steve. I'll rib him about that later. I'll send him a screenshot. Yeah, Jamie Law, Alfie Jones, Sam Atkinson. Alfie Jones and Sam Atkinson renewing their battle from last year's MXY2 finale. Ben Franklin 14th and Mikey Ellis a disappointing 15th for him. But we'll see how the rest of this race progresses. At the moment, it looks like the overall podium is going to be Jamie Carpenter 1st, Dylan Walsh 2nd, and Jürgen Matthias Talviku in 3rd. That's how it's going to pan out in the points as it stands. But Charlie Heyman with 4th overall will certainly be much more than he expected coming into this, and he's ridden his socks off and ridden beautifully out in the front.
Yeah, absolutely has. He was shooting for top 6, I guess, you know, obviously overall or maybe in the individual races, but he surpassed that. And as I said, he will finish the year off. He'll probably take a little bit of a rest, reset, not much, and then he'll get to work with his new team. And I'm just really intrigued to follow his career from here on in because, you know, as I said, You can't help it. We pin our hopes. We pin our hopes. You know, we want to see British riders like what Mark Morris was talking about with the foundation,
yes,
and all that kind of stuff. We are shy of British talent racing on GPs and EMX. We want to nurture the British talent and get back up there. There was a time where, obviously, we had a bunch of riders in contention, you know, for EMX titles and GPs back in the day and what like that. And Charlie's got the potential, as has Bobby Bruce, and we need to put a formula in place and get teams like Jake. That's what I'm really excited about. And Lee Toland at Acer, you know, getting behind British young talent.
Yes. All Carpenter
out of their own pocket, I might add.
Yes.
So yeah, good on him. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see his development, Charlie's further development.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, although we do tend to like to look back towards the two-stroke era, we've got to admit that four-strokes are the future. We want to make sure that we get the riders up and out there and enjoying it. And I think it will help this sport massively in this country if we had a genuine world beater up there. I think that for sure that is what British Motocross misses. I think more than anything else is to get somebody up there who can challenge at the very top and reignite that interest in modern motocross in this country. Because you can tell from Foxhill that the interest is there for this sport. If it's there and it's going to be good and it's going to be able to cheer somebody on, then you can get down to, and you can fill a valley. You know, you can fill a motocross track with spectators if you've got the right people there. And I just think we need a good rider to get up front and challenge the top, and then I think British motocross could be close to all singing, all dancing again. Yeah, it'd be great to see. As you said, GPs, you know, you can talk about the state of the sport as much as you want and where we're at, obviously the numbers on their lines and all that kind of stuff. That's by the by, you know, it's still a world championship, it's still the EMX, whatever it is, and you still need or want British riders at the sharp end. You know, like, okay, it hasn't gone the way of Ben Watson, how he wanted it to be this year, but we need more than just Ben out there to cheer we really do.
on,
yes,
you know.
But anyway, as we speak right now, we have got 2 laps to go then. Our race leader, Jamie Carpenter, has taken the 2-lap board. He's got 5.8 seconds ahead of Dylan Walsh, who can just about make out the 184 in the distance there. So we'll see what can be done there for Dylan Walsh with his Goswell Limited helmet on Jamie Carpenter's head there. Is out in front, and Walsh is looking to hunt him down.
I'll tell you what, he is absolutely ripping. I'm sure Jamie on the GRT Impact Machine has got it in check. He's been looking around enough to know, but honestly, Walsh is probably closer to him than Jamie would like at this stage.
Yeah.
He is closing and closing fast. I don't know how much Jamie's got in the tank. But what, are we on the last half a lap here, or 3/4 of a lap? Or we've still got 2 laps to go, so about a lap and a half to go. So, well, yeah, it's on then, actually. I tell you what, look at the speed he's closing in. Yeah. That is not 5.8 seconds from when they crossed the line. No way. He has probably taken another 1.5 seconds out of him in half a lap here. He is absolutely all in, Dylan Walsh, at this point. He is going for it. And why wouldn't he? He wants to win the overall. He can't win the championship. No. You know, all that kind of stuff. Just go out on a high. Jamie will also want to take the overall. He's got 2nd lockdown in the championship, but he hasn't won an overall this year so, you know, it's all in again.
Yeah,
We've
absolutely.
seen some great racing today.
It's been studied right to the close of the race here. Then Jamie Carpenter looking to take his 2nd overall win. Of course, he took the overall at Foxhill, but of course, you know, there were circumstances there with a penalty for another rider. So yeah, Carpenter looking to take maybe a first clean overall win, which is what it would be. But Walsh is looking to deny him that, and coming up there behind them is, like I say, it's not 5.8 seconds. Carpenter looked up, he saw the green Kawasaki approaching, so he knows he's there. Talviku has moved past Heyman into 3rd place there, which is where he will finish overall if it stays like this. And then we've got husband Cole, Liam Garland coming up to 7th place. Is a nice ride. And now 1 lap to go board then. Last lap time for Jamie Carpenter. The gap across the line has dropped to 3.490. 3.5 seconds between Carpenter and Walsh. That meant he caught up by 2 and a bit seconds there, so Walsh needs to just turn up the wick a little bit more, and he's got a chance of this race win and overall win as well. What a showdown here at the last race of the MX2 Championship. Great stuff here. Carpenter up the hill. Walsh in close contention. He's winding it on. That throttle has got setting number 11 has been reached there by Dylan Walsh.
It's
He's
spinal tap.
it.
It's a spinal tap moment. Yeah, it's up to 11. The volume's cranked up. I'll tell you what, he is ripping. I thought Jamie had enough to work with at 3.4 seconds, but I don't think so much now, because even in that first few corners around the start and whatever, Walsh, it's on. He is it's on. it could all come down to that little switchback, those last couple of corners.
Really
if
could.
he goes on this rate. Oh, yeah, he's definitely
so
on
close.
it. Oh, wow.
Here's some crowders coming in here.
And this is, I'll tell you this much. I know that Dylan Walsh will go straight for the jugular. There'll be no I think I know where I get him. As soon as he's close enough to run it in there, he's running it in there. I'm telling you.
Well, we didn't know if it was going to be possible when Walsh went piling into the Dawson training banner on the first lap. But look at this, big stain on his shirt. Oh no, Walsh is absolutely flying up this hill and he's in the wheel tracks of Carpenter. He's eating his roost and we never thought that was going to happen. Up the hill they go together. Can Carpenter hang on to it? He nearly landed on him up that jump. Here they come down the big hill. If you're Carpenter, you want to launch a long way or you're going to have a Kawasaki on your head. Down comes Carpenter the hill. The very last few corners here.
It's got to be here. I can't see out unless he just on the last corner. Unless
I think it's last corner.
Unless he literally just gets close enough on the last corner to just block past him in some way. Jamie's got to go inside. He's got to go inside here.
Here
he
comes
can't go
Walsh.
wide.
Up the uphill step jump. Carpenter hugs the inside front and he just about... Oh! Walsh off the side of the track. And wow, maximum effort. Dylan Walsh, and he's furious with himself that he didn't take that win. But what a finish there. And Walsh, absolute frustration from Dylan Walsh.
What I say about Dylan Walsh, don't ever criticise his commitment, ever.
Absolutely incredible. Well, Jeff is going to pop down to see Jamie Carpenter at the winners enclosure there, so we'll see what Jamie has to say and see how high his heart rate spiked at that point where Walsh was right on him in that final corner. Amazing effort there. Great to hear some crowd reaction as well, even from inside the booth we heard you shouting, so great that excitement has translated through here. Jorge Matias Talviku comes across in third place. Charlie Heyman, ladies and gentlemen, what an exciting prospect, fifth and fourth in his first British Championship adult class weekend in the MX2 class. So Heyman will take fourth overall, but behind Carpenter, Walsh and Talviku. What an incredible result that is for him. Carlton Husband a solid fifth place. That's his best result of the year for sure. Charlie Cole in sixth, Adam Collins seventh, Callum Mitchell eighth, Tom Grimshaw in ninth, and Liam Garland takes 10th place before Jamie Law in his final British Championship race takes 11th place and will finish fourth in the championship, which is a stunning result for him on the Pico Husqvarna. So we're just going to transfer straight down through to Jeff, who's got Jamie Carpenter in the winner's circle.
Right, we're in the winner's circle with the overall winner from the weekend here at Landrake, taking the race winning as well. He just said, have you got the bike? Because I'm about to fall down. Jamie, you've had a brilliant year, an incredible year. What a way to wrap it up. But you just said you was under severe pressure at the end there.
Oh yeah, definitely. The start was a bit complicated. A load of people came together, but I managed to keep it on two wheels. I don't know how, but fair play to Charlie. He was gone on the first lap, and I managed to reel him in and get past. And then just tried to focus on my own race, but I saw Dylan come in, so I had to just do what I can to manage it at the end. But yeah, so good to bring it home. Last race of the year. What a way to end it.
What a way to end it indeed. What a way to end it indeed. Did you kind of expect, I mean, we know what you're going to get from Dylan, but I thought you had a bit more to work with. But were you even surprised how the last two laps, how quickly he got on the back here?
Yeah, I mean, the track after the rain this week is so difficult, and I felt like when I had more to push, but when I pushed, it seemed to make more mistakes. Yeah. So yeah, but either way, it brought it home, so that's the main thing.
Let's just quickly talk about your season, mate. It's been an exceptional one. You know, obviously Conrad's a tough guy to beat, but, you know, and that's all due respect. So second, you know, probably at the start of the year, did you have a go? Everybody wants to win a championship, but just try and sort of review your season and wrap it up.
Unreal, really. I came in with like minimal prep over the winter. Didn't start riding until like middle of January after my second ACL reconstruction. The goal was just to try and get on the podium and get that done, which I've managed to do that at 4 rounds of the 8. So that's great. Yeah, and bring home 2 first overall. So yeah, over the moon.
A little indication there. Maybe you should rest up more often in the winter, and, you know, so you're refreshed, ready to go. Jamie, well done on the overall win. Brilliant. Well done on a brilliant season. Jamie Carpenter taking the overall win here at the Revo British Championship, fueled by Gulf Fuels. Nice one on his GRT impact machine. Well done.
Cool. Thank you.
This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Welcome back to the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels, round 8 of 8. Landrake and the South Coast here in Cornwall. And yeah, we just got the MX1 boys out in the sighting lap. So we want to see thank our partners here in the stream. Do you want to have a crack at those ones, Jeff?
Well,
go through?
Yes, luckily I went to school and I can read. So you can see on the bottom of your screen there. Thanks to everybody at Bell, Fly, Oakley, RFX, and 7. These brands obviously make this happen. The guys at Beer and everybody, because of them and other people now starting to rise up and realise that we can give you this free to view. That's the point.
Beautiful.
I've actually had a few people say, "Oh, you know what? Shame you've got to put the adverts on." Let me just highlight something here. We never put adverts on when the racing's going on. Just saying. And without those adverts, you'd have to pay for it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, can't fault that. And of course, we've also got our series sponsors here who've been with us all year. We've got the title sponsor Revo, of course, world leaders, and I mean worldwide leaders as well in performance-enhancing products for Volkswagen and Audi automobiles. And then you've also got our Gulf Race Fuels, our fuel buy sponsor, who've been with us all year. Charity sponsor Road to Recovery. Of course, our industry sponsors 24MX, Bickers and Scott Sports. Of course, you can still vote for your rider of the weekend. That's on the Instagram story of the @Revo ACU British MX. That's REVO ACU British MX. So vote for your favourite rider from any class on the Instagram story, and the rider with the most votes will get provided a pair of Scott Prospect 6 Days France goggles. They will receive those on the podium at the end of the day. Factory Image Racing, they're in the trade area there, some fantastic products you can buy from them. Maxxis Tyres will be giving a set of free tyres to all the youth class winners on the podium as well. 10 Plant Power keep us all with their generators going here for the championship. Kex Fastest Lap, Kex sponsoring the Fastest Lap Award. They've also got Kex chairs on the podium, so you can go up there and take some photos if you're on site. So yeah, take those before they pack them away, ready for the podium ceremony. Wolf Sport, you can see several of the fantastic jackets there where Wolf Sport have helped us out, kitting out the crew and what have you. And Dawson Training, who provide all the training and also barriers for people like Dylan Walsh to crash into on the, the opening lap as he did so there. But yeah, so there's the commercial vehicle training as well. Surf and Turf, if you pan towards the mechanics area, you'll see all their instant shelters in any colour you wish to choose from. And then of course our media partners, Live Motocross, TMX and Motorhead. Check those out for all your racing news every week, every single day. They've got something fresh on there. And also thanks to our massive crew here at RHL Activities who look after the track, the medical facilities, making sure that everybody's okay. On that note as well, just to note, Tyler Hooley did get stretchered away, but he was conscious. He was fine. There are broken bones, but that is as far as the damage has gone, which is what we did see after his crash in the 125 and 250 race. So just in case you were worried about Tyler Hooley, he has been taken to hospital, but he looking more like broken bones than anything worse.
Oh, well, I do wish him well, because I think he broke a collarbone earlier on in the year and kind of muscled through that, or came back from that to good effect. So he's had a rough first season in the 125s, but, you know, he's still had a good season with all said and done, and muscled through it, pulled through it. So Tyler, you know, we expect him to be obviously sticking down in that 125 class next year, and he'll absolutely be a title contender. So he'll have another shot at it next year.
Yeah, well and truly. Yeah, he was third in the championship this year, and we know, of course, that Charlie Heyman's already moved up, and we hear that Ollie Colmer is also likely to move up as well. So yeah, for sure, Tyler Hooley and Ben Muster will be like old days on 85s, battling for the championship in that one next year, we're sure. So yeah, we got ourselves ready for our final race then. So we have got the final title decider in the MX1 class between the number 151. Harry Koulis won the first race away and clear, but Tommy Searle did back up there with a fine second place, and that makes the championship gap quite difficult. 12 points, which basically means that Tommy Searle needs 8th or better to keep the championship in the Credon Fast Track Honda team. The number 100 there will keep the red plate into this final race, and to maintain that 8th or better, even if Harry wins, is what he actually needs to do. But it's still going to be a great scrap for the race win there, because Conrad Muse could well still clinch his first overall.
Yeah,
Josh Gilbert was third in race 1, and he'll be looking to improve on that, of course. And Harry Koulis, for his own part, will just want to win race 2 for the first time all year. So we're looking to see how that one goes. And Sean Simpson also had a problem in race 1, which limited him down to 5th place, and hopefully he'll be looking to improve that as well.
Going back to the championship quest and what Tommy's, you know, after this championship, I would have said he'd be probably the calmest out of everybody in the team, because he knows what he's got to do. Right now, it's the team, and particularly his mechanic and all those guys, the guys that do the motors and all that, they'll actually be more nervous about it. Because, you know, Tommy knows he's more than capable of bringing this thing in 8th place.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, but right now the team are thinking, okay, we know he's capable of 8th. we just got to make sure that obviously everything, they would have double checked all those nuts and bolts.
Yes, for sure. Yeah,
even though they've been there before,
double, triple,
won the championship. You know. Going for the you know, third, is it the third straight? It's the
Yes, it will be the third straight. Yes, he won in 2019. Of course, no championship in 2020 with COVID, and then he won last year here at Landrake for 2021. Also, Tommy not going for the mustard sort of gold top like he did last year. I thought he might sport that one in the final race just to put a little edge in, but we've got 2 riders here. We've got Harry Koulis, number 151 on the outside, and we've got, how about this then?
Look at this.
Go on, I'll let you say it.
No, exactly. Whether that's strategy or coincidence, you decide. Basically, you've got the entire Cab Screens Yamaha Crescent team there. surrounding Tommy Searle. I mean, other than putting one behind him and one directly in front of him, I can't think what more they could do to try and intimidate him.
Are you surrounded? Just a little bit. Wow, look at that. They're all wearing the same kit as well. They look like stormtroopers all around him here. Is he going to break out from the middle of them like Han Solo? Who knows? He's going to absolutely fly this. Two Scotsmen wave at the camera there. Sean Simpson, John Adamson together. And then Stuart Edmonds having a decent day. First day back in the British Championship office. In 8th place he was in race 1, which is not too bad for himself there. And yeah, Petr Petrov and Charlie Putnam there at the end of the road. Glenn McCormick on the Chambers KTM, Chambers Husqvarna, my mistake, is just there with some Bickers and CI Sport sponsorship for himself. So how is this going to go then? Are we going to see pincer movement from the Yamahas? Tommy, wow, pressure's on to make a jump, isn't it?
Yeah, but he made a great jump in the opening moto,
Really did.
and I think the same again. He can't. But listen, he's got to. He can't let them all go and then just sit there. But he knows he's just going to pull a good one here. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, got to make the drop. Conrad Mewse a bit further inside than most of the top contenders. They are heads down as we look to set off this final race of the MX1 Championship, and they are go up the start straight. Who has got the jump?
Searle.
Searle has got out of the middle of all of that, and he is out in front. What a way to answer. 3 Cab Screen Crescent Yamahas around him, and he emerges out in the clear, but Kulas is right on his case. Martin Barr's had a great start, up into 3rd place. Josh Gilbert in 4th as the rest of the pack stream through, looking all pretty clean, although Martin Barr got the jump wrong, so Gilbert moves up into 3rd. Kulas versus Searle at the top. It's mano a mano. Sadly for Kulas, he needs more people between them. So basically, it's just out for him to go out and win this second race and see what he can do. But Searle will be looking to deprive him of that one.
All I can see here is Tommy Searle getting the hammer down, just breaking the field. Not so much Kulas stretching the field.
Yeah.
And then he knows he's got space in behind. He can maybe let him pass, let a few hide. So Tommy's going to go at least put in 3 or 4 really blinding laps here, I think, to break and stretch the field. Then he can survey the situation and go, do you know what? And then he could see, if he wanted to, where he could drop back down to and let Kulas on his way.
Yeah, for certain. And
if he wanted to do that.
Josh Gilbert tried to make a run around the outside of Harry Kulas around the wave section. He went triple in, but then he had to go double single outwards as Kulas veered across the track, and obviously must have scared Gilbert that he might have to land on the Yamaha. So bad news there for Gilbert. He's dropped back a little bit, but he's still there in 3rd place. Coming down the hill in 4th place now is Conrad Mewse, with Dan Thornhill in 5th. And then looked like a good start, I think, for the 91 of Putnam, if I'm not mistaken. I might be. Yeah, there certainly was a Husqvarna up in the mix there. And here is Kulas again with that foam on the top of his crash helmet, even though there's no mud sticking to anything. Maybe he thinks it's his lucky foam peak. I don't know, but he's out there in front. And, in 2nd place behind Tommy Searle. And, wow. What a start from Tommy Searle, surrounded by Cab Screens Crescent Yamahas, and still emerged out in front of all 3 of them.
Yeah, some people would argue, like, well, okay, why would Tommy push it, on the opening lap if he threw it away? But he's got to, because it'll just keep him away from any trouble, and then he can gauge the race and pace the race from there. He's done it many times before. Why wouldn't he? You cannot be overcautious when you're trying to win a championship. That's when stuff happens.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, absolutely. And then, Gilbert's actually giving Kulas quite a bit of hassle for that 3rd place. Conrad Mewse up in the 4th. Dan Thornhill 5th. Simpson 6th. Barr 7th. Todd 8th. Adamson 9th. Then McCormick. And it looked like another one of the Husqvarnas coming through. Maybe Stuart Edmonds, coming through, number 162. Here comes Gilbert round by the mechanics area, past the surf and turf instant shelters, as Gilbert fires on the outside line. Did he look over there? Was there someone down on the inside? Look up. No, Harry's still there. Tommy's still there. So it is Gilbert still in 3rd. He was looking across to see if Mewse was threatening, perhaps. Thornhill's had a very nice start. 5th place for him right now. He was 9th in race 1. So Dan looking to move himself further up the field with this one.
Once again, Josh Gilbert tripling in, but then going 2-1. I must be something in that middle section there that's stopping him launching out to go 3-3.
Yeah, it's very soft in between some of them on the track walk on Friday. Obviously, it's dried out quite a bit since then, but yeah, I'm sure it'd still be quite a soft base. The transitions, isn't it, they talk about between the jumps as they land and then take off again, could be very tricky in the middle of that lot. It is Stuart Edmonds there in 11th place. Louis Kessel's having a decent debut in the MX1 class, up into 12th place. He ran in the MX2 class all season. In fact, he's running there in around about 38th in that season. He had a few top 20 scores, but yeah, Kessel going up there in 12th place, which is not a bad ride for his first showing in this class.
Local track for Louis, though. Many laps around here.
Thornhill now getting some pressure from Sean Simpson and the SS24 KTM, looking to lean on the Capscreens Crescent Yamaha of Dan Thornhill as they fire across the finishing line one more time. It is Searle from Koulis, 1.7 seconds between them. And it's Searle in prime position to take his third consecutive British MX1 title. But Koulis could well still look to deprive him of the second race win and the overall win in this race, because whoever takes this one out of the pair of them takes the overall as well.
What I will say, again, with the championship battle, is there is a huge amount of respect between Tommy Searle and Harry Koulis. Harry would want to win it fair and square. By that, what I mean is I don't see any cheap moves or anything coming from Harry Koulis. No. He's not the kind of guy that's going to go in there and go, right, my only shot at this is to knock Tommy off the bike. You know what it is? You know, no. But basically that's, you know, and I can't see that happening.
Great scrap here between Glenn McCormick, Louis Castle and John Adamson. They're going to go around the outside of all of them going down the hill there before the tabletop. Sam Nunn a bit further back than he'd like to be, as is Petr Petrov down in 17th right now. But yeah, meanwhile, the leaders, looks like Koulis is catching Searle a little bit here at the front end. I mean, in his post-race interview, Koulis seemed to have that sort of resigned air a little bit, that, you know, that it was all he could do was to win the race.
Yeah, that's pretty much where he's at. Like I said, and Harry's not the kind of guy you'd have somebody that might literally go, you know, championship is everything to me, win at all costs. I don't think I've never had Harry down as a rider that gets like overly dirty or risks another rider's health, true, as well as his own. So if he's going to do it, you know, he'll want to win it fairly, that kind of thing, you know.
Yep. Now, Gilbert seems to be closing a little bit on Koulis, but mainly Muse seems to be on the march there. Certainly trying to catch him a little bit. It was 2 seconds at the start of the lap. It's not right now. So here is Conrad Muse in shot, the 426 Motorsports Stebbing car store backed KTM effort. And we'll see what he does for next year. Definitely going to be a 450, no doubt about that, and he wants to add the 450 title to his collection of 3 MX2 crowns, and we'll see where Conrad Muse ends up and see how his 2023 season looks. Fastest lap currently for Josh Gilbert. Yeah, he's just 4 tenths behind Harry Koulis, and he's right on him. In fact, they're all three, the top three are all together as they come down the hill alongside the start straight. All three at the front are together. We pick it up on our cameras here. But Searle's got a bit of an advantage. The camera angle made it look closer, but yeah, Koulis has got Gilbert for company. Wow.
You got all 4 riders in one framing here on the screen, so this is good stuff when you get all 4 riders in one shot. You know you get good racing.
Gilbert goes up the inside, takes second place from Harry Koulis.
I think Harry made a mistake and might have even... No, he just about... Well, he did make a mistake. That's why he looked over his shoulder, because he just got a little bit hooked up in that rut. Okay.
Wow. And this is making things very tough for Koulis. I think you can safely say, barring a tragedy for Tommy Searle, it looks like championship over. But Koulis now is battling around. He's got Conrad Muse up his backside. Conrad and Tommy Searle are good buddies. I'm sure Conrad would love to do his mate a favour by moving up past Harry Koulis and, of course, heading towards a podium position, which will be important to Conrad Muse for sure. He looks to triple in, but he's got Koulis slightly in his way. Still does it, though. Amazing bit of technique from Conrad Muse to change lane mid-air like that. Amazing style.
Yeah, as a pro racer, these guys have so much trust in each other. I mean, they really do.
Gilbert's on Searle. Look at this at the far end of the hill. Josh Gilbert looking to make a move. Searle looks over and gives him the widest possible piece of track you can imagine. Oh, tries to nick up the inside in though, and Josh Gilbert, your local Cornish rider, takes the race lead. Wouldn't it be wonderful to see Josh Gilbert take his first and final race win of the year here at Landrake? What a show that was.
Well, it would be, yeah. As we said, Josh has turned many laps around here, won many races, and the year hasn't gone quite how he wanted. Started off pretty hot, you know, regards of that, but then all the travelling or whatever. He's had a great year in many ways by going off and doing the AMA, but it would be a good way to cap it off. And as we said, there's a lot of these riders in MX1 we don't really know, or can say, some of us might know, where they're going next year. So it'd be interesting to see. We heard, obviously, team manager Mark Yates talking about Revo 7 and how there'll be a new recruit in the ranks there in MX1. Well, we'll have to see who that is. So, yeah, you guys at home, wherever you are in the world, you can light up social media and fathom it out.
We are not going to let slip anything. So I like this job. I don't want to lose it. Let's put it that way. Let's put it who sponsors the series. There you go. So, yeah, and also I do the press releases, so I'm going to shut up. Right, there we go. So Harry Koulis is there in second place. And now Tommy Searle has fallen down behind Conrad Muse. So Searle looks like he's in action management mode, isn't he? He's not bothering. He's looking round, seeing who's behind him, knows he's got a big gap before Sean Simpson appears. And then behind him, Brad Todd, Dan Thornhill. Bear in mind, even if Koulis wins, Searle must be 8th or better to still be champion, so that certainly looks likely at the moment, unless he develops a problem, of course. But yeah, Gilbert, what a great showing now. He's got he had 2 seconds over Searle. He's now got Koulis behind him, and Conrad Muse will be looking to get past the Yamaha rider around the far end of the track.
Well, Tommy's got approximately about 17 or 18 seconds to work with from where he is to the rider in 9th. Yeah, maybe even more than that. So, yeah, can't see that. You know, he led a good few laps. Here's Stick on the back of them. He won't, you know, enough to just keep the gap. I can't see him dropping down towards Sean, to be honest. I think he'll keep it there in 4th. He's got more than enough experience and a more than enough skill set to keep it in there in 4th spot and get this thing wrapped up. So Harry, well, he's just got to do what he's got to do now, try and chase down Josh Gilbert ahead of him, at least try and go out on a high and say, look, I did what I had to do, as in my side of the deal. I just went 1-1 in the hope that something would go wrong with Tommy.
Yes, that's the conundrum there as the sunshine comes and greets us out here at Landrake. It's nice to see that as we finish off the season. Gilbert's going faster and faster, Jeff, constantly setting the fastest lap here on our screens. We've still got just under 15 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Plenty of racing left there, but Gilbert has made himself scarce. A 4.2 second gap now appearing between Gilbert and Koulis. If it stays as it is, Koulis is going to still take the overall win. But if Conrad Muse gets past Harry Koulis, then Gilbert could well stand on the overall top step here in these local rigs, which is great to see, and it would be a great result for him. Up comes Tommy Searle up the hill. That is really the body language of a man who knows he's got it stitched up, does not have to really push, and the other 3 riders have kind of made that decision for him. You know, they are pushing harder than he wants to go right now, so that's just how he's going to see it out at this championship.
You know, when you can put yourself in that position, you know, he's there. He's worked himself into the position where he can do what he's got to do to bring home the championship. I heard Eli Tomac say, though, at the MA, like sometimes you know, when you've got that kind of cushion, it's actually harder to manage than when you've just got to go all in. But Tommy's got a load of experience. I'm not saying Eli didn't as well, but Tomac basically said, you know, he knew what he had to do. He made it simple. He had to go there and he had to ride and win it. Sometimes when you've got to manage a situation, you can overthink it. You don't ride how you normally would. But I think in the position that Tommy's in and where he's now sat and the gap he's got between him and down in Stewie Edmonds in 9th, he's got loads to work with. He's not under any obvious pressure right now, is what I'm saying.
So that's it. What can Conrad do about Harry Koulis now if it stays as it is? Conrad is still just slightly off the podium because the other 3 had better first races. So if Conrad gets past Koulis, then yeah, he has got the chance. In fact, he would then advance onto the podium at the expense of Tommy Searle. So yeah, that's what Conrad would like to do, step up onto the box for his first MX1 effort. And how about Josh Gilbert, though, loving the fact that he's just pushed it that extra mile and gone up to take this race lead right now, and we'll see if he can hang on to it through the remaining 12.5 minutes plus 2 laps of this race. We're just seeing on screen here Louis Kessel. He's battling in 12th place, just behind Liam Knight. And in fact, I think he's passed Knight and he's just got Petrov in front of him.
You'll appreciate this, Ben. Nice to see. No, you will. It's nice to see Louis Kessel move up from a 250 to 450 because he's a big old unit. He is. I think he's 6'4", maybe something like that. 6'3". He's you know, I wouldn't know what it's like to be up there in the clouds, but obviously when you're a big guy, to have those extra horsepower.
Oh, definitely lanky power. It's got to happen. Yeah, it's used to hate riding amongst 250s or 125s when I was on a 450. I felt like a whale amongst a school of dolphins, like there was a zoom in everywhere. And yeah, so it's nice as a big rider to be out on a 450. You've got that extra grunt, your weight's not a factor. And in fact, your size and your leverage can be a factor to push that 450 to the tight lines that you can get away with. You can't get away with those on a 250 as much. I think the 125s are worse. The 250s are better now than they used to be for that sort of thing. But yeah, 450, you can really just push it over, get the smooth lines and crank it on, the old Ken Didiko style. And yeah, it's good to see Louis Kessel enjoying the extra power, and he's up there enjoying a top 15 place, which I think is better actually than he did all year in MX2. So yeah, certainly I do appreciate that, Jeff. Yes, good. Good to always cheer for the big man. Yeah. We got a weight disadvantage, but you know, when I saw Justin Barsha bounce off Ken Didiko at Lommel, nobody cheered louder than myself. Let's put it that way. Gilbert, 3 seconds now over Koulas. It is at the end of that lap beforehand. However, Muse doesn't look like he's able to push much harder than he is. He's got a bit of a gap. Well, it's got quite a gap now. Tommy's just let off the pace a little bit, just managing this situation, like you say, Jeff. But Conrad, I expected him to really push Koulas a little bit more than he is. And at the moment, Koulas isn't in sight, really.
Well, we know, you know, we heard a whisper going around the paddock this morning that Conrad is just not quite 100%. He's got a slightly injured back, lower back, I think, or a hip, something like that, down in his lower midriff there. So, yeah, and if it is in his hip, no matter which side it is, with all these ruts and basically choppy bumps and everything, he's going to feel a bit of discomfort, isn't he? So maybe not firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and on the way he rides as well, where he's very much up on the pegs quite a lot of the time. I think it would help him if he was actually in a race, had something more to focus on. But yeah, he's drifted back now to just about 4.5 seconds behind Harry Koulas there. So yeah, Muse not quite able to bring the challenge to the Estonian. So that would leave Koulas as the overall winner if it stands like this now.
Some big old holes on that inside rut. It's a short route, but you could see them having to sort of just pull it up over a hole halfway through the rut there. Good technique from all of them, which is what you'd expect, of course. Look at that, that's lovely. That's how you ride a track like this right now with these heavy ruts. You try to keep your feet on the pegs as much as possible. Obviously, there's some times where you just simply have to take your feet off because the foot peg will actually ground on the rut. So, but you can see there, look, Josh trying to keep his feet on the pegs all the way around that. Do you know what? It's more energy consuming hanging your leg out than you actually realise.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Especially when your legs are long as mine.
Absolutely, yeah. I haven't got too far to go, so I'm all right. But like,
yeah, that's something that yeah, Gilbert's very good. You see his fantastic line up that Max's tyres corner, goes right to the outside, no indecision, straight out there, but he cuts it up the inside, and he does go up that jump next to where the spectators are, right to the left-hand posts, and really does miss all the bumps. Very similar to the way he goes up this far hill as well. He goes up the right-hand side there. So nice to see that sort of technician sort of work from Gilbert and making the lines work for him.
Josh Gilbert will know he's going to have to work to the very end of this one. I've spoken to Josh enough times this year and previous years. He really respects Harry Koulas as just a very calculated rider. He said you can never let off with Harry. He's so smart. You think that he's kind of like backed it down or rolled in the towel, you know, thrown in the towel, and then all of a sudden he starts picking it up again. So he knows he's got to go, and it looks to me like Harry Koulas is starting to pull back a little bit.
Oh, he did there, definitely. Yeah, his lap time there, sorry, Jeff, was about 8/10 faster. So yes, he's starting to haul him in.
He is, because like I said, Harry won't want, you know, he'll want to go 1-1. He knows the championship is virtually gone at this point. So you just want to go out and say, okay, at least I won, the battle. I didn't win the war, but at least I won the battle.
Yeah, of course, and of course he would like to get that second moto bogey off his back. I certainly would if I was in that situation. I think I've never won the second race throughout the entire year. Even if the championship's gone, let's just get that bogey off our back and get on progress into the winter to build for 2023. Like I say, won the MX Nationals title, 3rd year in a row, so there's no doubting he can win a championship. It just seems to be, the competition just seems to stretch it just that little bit further in this series in regards to Tommy Searle. And yeah, obviously some of the other riders here, like Gilbert, really pushing nicely. At the moment, though, it's going to be close between these two. We've got 7 minutes plus 2 laps still to go. So there's still plenty left to go here for Koulas to attack and deny Josh Gilbert a nice home field advantage. Second moto win here The overall is looking like it's going the way of the Estonian if this stays like it is anyway. But like you say, we'd love, Kulas, I'm sure, would love to see the overall win go his way, even if he cannot win the war, like you say.
I'll tell you how professional Harry Kulas is. He's wearing that basically foam on his peak that's off an airfit or whatever. He's so professional, he takes out a marker pen and writes the sponsors' names that he's covering up on the foam.
Yeah, I saw it in close quarters in the old post-race interview there. Quite incredible. Yeah, he's. I'm wondering why he's even wearing it, because no mud is sticking to any bike out there. It hasn't for a couple of races yet that we've seen. But yeah, he's still got it. And, yeah, like you say, he's still got the sponsors felt tip penned in at the top.
I mean, you know, I think his artwork needs polishing up. You know, if he's going to do it right, he's got to at least draw the logo, not just write the, you know, so he can. Maybe that's something he can work on in the off-season. Yeah,
I think that the team will be at work getting some sort of proper printed foam to go onto the top there. I'm surprised they don't do that anyway. Let's face it, if you use it that much, let's at least make it sponsor-friendly.
Could be on Dragon's Demo an idea like
that.
Oh,
hey, there we go.
Get on it straight away.
Printed foam, yes, ideal.
You'll be going out buying a load of foam on Monday, I know. Yeah, I can see.
No, that big guy in the big chair is going to say, look, motocross, it's niche, you know.
Yeah, not a prayer.
Tommy Searle's actually in danger of getting caught here by Sean Simpson. 2.5 seconds apart there for the two most perhaps seasoned veterans in this British Championship. And yes, Searle leading Simpson 4th and 5th. Simpson's had a sort of tricky year. He is running 3rd in the championship. That's not under threat at all. He's going to finish there. He did take the overall win at Blackshall, which was his sole moto win as well. Race 2 in that department. But apart from that, he's had regular podium appearances, but not quite got to the top level that he knows he is capable of. But I think he's had some health issues as well, Jeff, hasn't he? He had some sort of long COVID or something affected him.
Yeah, definitely. It's not, you know, it's been a tough one for him, you know. And again, another rider, we'll look to see what he decides to do going forward. You know, no official announcement yet regards to that, but again, done so much for the sport in the UK. Real top rider, always great to watch. But either way you look at it, like James Bond, I suppose, it all, you know, playing the part of James Bond. You've got a shelf life. Motocross has got a shelf life. It catches up with you in the end. You can't be Bond forever. So, you know,
I've got no answer to that one. That's
true, you know. I mean, age gets the better of us in the end. It's a brutal sport. It's, you know, at the high end, you know, you can't be a British motocross champion age 60. Well, maybe you could. Maybe that will happen one day, but it's very unlikely. So these guys, you know, Sean, Tommy, they're all, you know, edging towards the back end of their career. You know, they'll obviously want to go for as long as they can and be competitive as long as they can. But at some point, you know that, you know, time is against you and you've got to make that decision.
Yeah, absolutely. You only live twice.
Absolutely. We're going to get as many shameless James Bond quotes in now as we can.
I'm not even going to attempt the Sean Connery accent at all, so don't worry, I'm not going anywhere near that. But yeah, so Gilbert still has a 2.5 over Harry Kulas. Is he managing it, or is he just at full chat and Harry can't quite get onto terms with him? Muse, like I say, I did see in qualifying actually, Muse come down the hill and he was twisting himself some sort of funny shape on the bike. So yeah, he was looking like he was trying to stretch something out. So I wondered then if he had an issue, but yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, 3rd place for Muse. It's still not going to see him quite on the podium at the moment. The overall podium, if it stays like this, is going to be Harry Kulas with a 1st and a 2nd, the overall winner if it stays like this. Josh Gilbert looks like he's going to be 2nd overall if he takes a 3-1 card, and Conrad Muse finishing 4 and 3. Actually, he will finish behind Searle, who is looking at a 2-4 card right now. So the overall podium right now looks like looking at Kulas, Gilbert and Searle, but in the championship, of course, Tommy will wrap it up if it stays like this, ahead of Harry Kulas with Simpson in 3rd.
Yeah, it's been an absolute classic, as I said, performance from Tommy really throughout today. He did what he had to do in the first one pretty much, and then when it got a bit hot, you know, he's just like, okay, you guys go on, I'm not going to get involved with that. Got 2 great starts, which makes the job so much easier. Did what he had to do. Once he got some heat from Josh Gilbert, he resisted, he didn't get involved. Just basically sat back, and he's done what he had to do. And Harry, in his own way, has done the same thing. Obviously, he'd like to go 1-1, and I still think he's pushing for that.
Yeah,
he knows he's going to win the overall here.
Yeah.
But he, like you said, just that psychological edge. Maybe he thinks, you know, I've got to get this thing, this second moto deal done. And he's trying really hard to get it done. He's not given up on it yet. He'll push Josh Gilbert all the way to the flag here, I'm sure.
Yeah, for certain. It's getting close now. 2 minutes on the clock, so they're going to cross the line here, and then they will have 2 more laps. So this is 3 laps to go then for Gilbert, Koulis, Muse and Searle to try and decide who's going to mount the podium and who's not. Sean Simpson still there in 5th. Quick running order down for you. Brad Todd in 6th place is going to jump ahead of Liam Knight to take that 6th place where they were tied in the championship before today started. But Brad Todd got the better of his teammate by some distance in race 1, and he's there again in race 2. So Brad Todd actually looking at a very good day for him. 2 6th places is definitely quite a way ahead of what he's done this season. He had 1 5th and a 5th overall at Blacksall, but that would definitely be a good day to be 6th twice, especially with Conrad Muse in the field. Dan Thornhill 7th, Stuart Edmonds in 8th. John Adamson will be disappointed with 9th, but I think he was feeling a bit of pain. Somebody told me he'd hurt himself a little bit, and Martin Barr is there in 10th place.
Yeah, the AC United team are a bit bashed up and on the high, with the 2 pro riders.
Sure.
Yeah, John's carrying an injury. He sat out last weekend at the new Oxford Moto Park so he could make sure he was, as fit as he could be. So, yeah, he's not 100%.
No. Of course, yeah, their youth rider had a hammering in the youth class as well, sadly. But, yeah, if you're just joining us, you didn't hear the news there. Tyler Hooley, their youth rider, had a crash in the second youth race. He is in hospital, but I saw him on the stretcher. He was talking, he was conscious. It's just a case of broken bones somewhere in his body. We don't know the full extent, but we know that it's no worse than that, at least. So we wish him all the best in his recovery and a successful training winter in preparation for 2023, which is what all of these riders are looking to put in as soon as they're done here at the British Championship.
I'd like to think not as soon as they're done. I'd like to think they're going to have a little bit of a respite. It was interesting talking to Jamie Carpenter, and as he said, he had that second ACL tear and he had all those injuries sat out. And rested up, but in many ways he's had off the back of it his best season ever. I'm a big believer of you've got to rest up in the winter, mentally as much as physically. We all love riding bikes, that's why we do what we've done and we get involved and we love the sport, but honestly, like, it's a tiring experience, and I do think a lot of riders don't give themselves enough downtime in the winter. Stay off the bike for like a month, even more, just let your body recuperate across the board.
Even of course, Dave Thorpe's recent book came out there. We're reading our way through that, and I'm not going to give away the whole story, but yeah, for sure, even there, it's quite clear he had a good winter break there, and he always used to start training and racing in November, so he'd have that sort of break. Okay, they race later into the year now, but really, you can still do that. You can still take a few weeks off. Look at this. It's getting close at the front here. Koulis is drawn to within a second of Josh Gilbert as they took the 2 laps to go flag. So is Harry timing his run perfectly here. 2 laps to go, and Gilbert is going to feel the pressure from the Terminator, the Estonian maestro. Harry Koulis on the Cab Screens Crescent Yamaha. He might be losing the title, but he will certainly be in contention for the overall win. He's there anyway, but he wants that 1-1. He wants that second moto.
Yeah, he has. He's paced this. He's literally paced it to go absolutely all in on the last 2 laps. Harry will do that now. I mean, Josh is going to have to work. I called it earlier on, saying that he knows that Harry's not going to go away. Harry has definitely held something back mid-moto to push these last 3 laps.
Oh, Gilbert got it slightly squiggly going into the rhythm section there. He did do the triple, but he was slightly sideways. I'm sure that did his heart rate no favours whatsoever. And Gilbert running wide into that bottom corner, but he rounds it nicely. That, I think, is his normal line. And yeah, Koulis ran tight, but got caught up in the sharper bumps there on that tight line. Didn't look too good on that corner either at the bottom of the hill there, Jeff. Looked like it was giving him some sort of issues going through there.
But the shortest line.
Yes.
And to do that when it's at its roughest is when you need to be fit to do that.
Yeah, for sure.
And Harry has absolutely held a bit back so he can do that. So he can absolutely push as to his maximum these last couple of laps to try and finally get this 1-1 scorecard that he's been after all year.
He's in the rooster tails now of Josh Gilbert, there's no doubt about it. 1 lap to go then, ladies and gentlemen. Slowdown, final grandstand finish here at the last race of the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. It's Josh Gilbert versus Harry Koulis for the moto win. Koulis has the overall stitched up, just like Tommy has the championship stitched up. Oh, and Charlie Putnam slightly in Harry's way at the top of the hill. There's another SC Sport Homes Husqvarna slightly in the way. I'm sure that's completely accidental, but I'm sure they'll take it. And Koulis now has a bit of a further job of work to do than he did. And now Gilbert will need to put the hammer down and hope that he can hold off Koulis as they start to hit a little bit more traffic, Jeff.
Yeah, Charlie inadvertently helped him. I don't think there was any team orders or anything there to try and hold him up. Charlie was just unfortunate to be on the line that Harry wanted to use, so Harry's got to go again. Josh has just gapped it out, probably 2 bike lengths because of that incident. They have got less, probably, well, just over about half a lap to go. Harry's going to have to dig so deep here. Well, they both are. You know, Josh will desperately want to win this last moto of the year, no doubt about it, and Harry desperately wants to get the monkey off his back with this second moto hoodoo.
Oh, it's great to hear some crowd noise getting involved here. Get in behind Josh Gilbert, your local rider. That's absolutely fine to see that. Koulis is still pushing like crazy. Muse is there in a solid third. Searle fourth and Simpson fifth. Brad Todd and Dan Thornhill have got 6th and 7th stitched up as well. Then it's Edmonds, Adamson and Barr to round out your top 10. But if we look at this scrap at the front of the field with Koulis trying to chase down Gilbert. Gilbert changed his line.
Interestingly, yeah, Josh went on the last lap protecting the inside, changed his
loves
line.
that outside up that hill, and it needs it to have a slightly better jump to that corner. He's taken that line all races, Gilbert. Martin Barr's just passed John Adamson for 9th in that lap. But here comes Gilbert now with Koulis launching down the hill. That's as far as I've seen anybody jump down there all weekend. And Gilbert holding the outside line here. He's going to hug the inside in this tight left-hander. He and Koulis went at it in this corner last season. That's on the video if you want to see it. But Gilbert is holding it on the right-hander here. He's got 1 corner to go. Josh Gilbert, is he going to do it and finally win a race win? He's got Louis Kessel right in his path. I'm sure that raises his heart rate, but Gilbert holds on. He takes the race win. 2nd race win for Josh Gilbert. He'll be absolutely ecstatic with that.
I'm thinking, did he see the flag? I reckon, I actually do believe that Louis Kessel maybe distracted him enough
that he didn't see
the checkered flag.
That's
and
it.
Like, Louis was almost like, dude, what you doing? Why are you carrying on? Like, I don't want to do another lap either.
That's it, absolutely. So Koulis has come across the line. We wait for Conrad Muse and our champion-elect Tommy Searle. There is Conrad Muse finishing 3rd. Here comes Tommy. Is he going to wrap up this championship now with a 4th place finish?
Is he over the line already?
He's not over the line yet. No, we just saw Conrad Muse going across. There was about 12 seconds between them, and I'm sure Tommy is not pushing it on this last lap. Here he comes then across the line. Tommy Searle takes his 3rd straight British Motocross Championship in the MX1 class. What a fantastic result for Tommy, and the Crendon Fast Track Honda team have won it one more time.
They're all going around the rest of the circuit. I don't know why they're doing that. Previously, they get pulled off to the right. But anyway, I'm thinking we might have got it wrong, and they're all doing an extra lap, but we haven't.
Done. That's it. It's definitely done.
Okay, well, this is good stuff. We're going to go down there and try and capture the emotion right now. We're going to go to a very, very quick ad break. Then we're going to be back, hopefully celebrating with Tommy Searle and the Crendon Honda Fast Track team.
Introducing the Fly Racing Kinetic Core Racewear, featured in red and gray. The Kinetic Core jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs is constructed with multi-panels for comfortable fit and maximum performance. Our Kinetic Core pant features comfortable mesh liner for ventilation, multi-directional stretch ripstop panels for flexibility, and an internal pocket inside the waistband. With ultra-durable 900D construction, with laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching, and SoftFlex protective rubber badging creates massive vents for airflow. The ratcheting closure with zipper lock system keeps pants closed and secure. The unique adaptive waist system provides a custom fit. The Kinetic Core Racewear in red and gray from Fly Racing.
Okay, here we are with the overall winner here at the final round of the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Ladies and gentlemen, Harry Koulas, you gave it maximum effort. We saw absolutely no shortage of that. Great to see you smiling, even though second in the championship again, but still, how was this track? How was that feeling for you, that second race? We thought you were going to just do enough to get through, but yeah, still there for the overall win. How do you feel?
Yeah, again, we didn't have the best start. Maybe I was a bit too outside, but yeah, Landrake is difficult because like there is only few spots with a good gate pick because they are unlevel. Like every year, that's the problem in Landrake. So hopefully they fix it for next year, so that they have more gates. But anyway, that's not the excuse. I had second in the start and was following Tommy a few laps, and then yeah, Gilbert was pushing behind me quite hard, and yeah, he managed to pass me, and I said like, okay, I have to go with him, and then I managed to pass Tommy also. I was second, and then Josh had good laps there, and he pulled away a little bit, and then I saw like 4 or 5 laps to go, and like I have to go, you know. And I think we had one of the best races in the last 4 laps. I think the pace was really high. Like I think we rode really good, like, and I was a bit faster, but yeah, just couldn't make it happen for a win. It didn't change anyway for the championship. I would end up anyway second, but it would be nice to get that 1-1 and. But I'm like quite happy for a second race riding wise in the end, especially like yeah, it was good race. Got the overall, so yeah, that was all I could do. I gave my maximum and I tried my best, and yeah, second is not bad. Yeah, we were close 2 years in a row, but yeah, congrats to Tommy. He won it this year again, so we have a go maybe next year and try to beat him again, and or anyone who is racing. I guess there is Conrad is coming up, so. Good riders there, and for sure I have to give a cap screens Crescent Yamaha. All the families, all the team crew, thank you very much. I think we stay one piece, and we have to enjoy that. And we got the MX national title, second in British, so thank you everyone, and thanks to Steve and thanks to my girlfriend. She's not here, but I think we have to be satisfied.
Yeah, excellent. You've entertained us all this weekend, so thank you so much for that. And next step is Redbud, isn't it? You're in for Team Estonia again. Looking forward to that?
Yeah, so yeah, we have main championship finished in England, and no more races except Redbud. So yeah, now travel back home to Belgium and then Estonia and take all the stuff with me, and then we fly to America and get 1 day riding maybe, and last race of the year, and hopefully we can make it good there.
Nice one. Thank you so much for your effort, Harry. Been great pleasure to watch you ride. And congratulations, your overall winner, ladies and gentlemen, Harry Koulas here at Landrake. For the bring in for the third time running British MX1 champion. Ladies and gentlemen, all watching here, give it up for British champion, Mr. Tommy Searle. Tommy, I love the kit, by the way. I thought you were going to have the nice gold stuff like you wore last year, but it's looking good with the gold #1. How was that last race for you? It looked like you just wanted to just let them go and just do enough.
At first in the race, I was really enjoying it. I got the whole shot, so 2 whole shots today, which is really good. Starts have been great, the bike's been great all year, and it was again today. So I was this week I was a little bit nervous coming into the race. I don't normally get nervous, but when I was on track, it felt good all day. I would have liked to win a race, but I was happy out front, and I made a couple of mistakes. They come past and they were sort of in a train pushing, so I wasn't going to get involved. I was just happy, and yeah, just did what I needed to do really.
Yeah, it looked like when Josh came up behind you up that hill, you took one look and left about a big enough gap for a bus to come through, so you clearly weren't going to push between those guys. But how does that feel in general, like the season? I think you made today easier by your efforts at both Fat Cat and Whitby, so did that make it much easier for you today?
Yeah, on the day actually it's been quite easy. I worried in the week about what could happen and where I could finish this and that, but it never goes how you think. And the first race I got second, and that gave me a good points gap that I could ride around in the second race, because I know my speed on a track like this is good. I think if I needed to, obviously I could have fought for the win on a track like today, but I just done what I needed to do, and I was sort of worried. I'd hear a little noise on the bike or this or that, and I was like, oh, I was confident in myself, and then I started worrying a little bit. But overall, great day. Just really happy. Thanks to the Honda team. They've been great for the past 3 years, 3 championships. I'm really happy with what I've done. It's not easy. I'm getting older. Also my personal sponsors, GTCI, Granny Groundworks, Monster. There's a big list of people that I can't want to thank. Ed, my wife, and my mechanic Willie has been great. I've had no problems ever since I joined the team, and that's a big part in winning championships.
Great stuff. And of course, next up, Redbird for Team GB. Looking forward to that?
Yeah, now this is out the way, I can look forward to that. I just wanted to get this one out the way. I'm going to go to Jake Nichols' house this week, ride a little bit because his track's similar to Redbird, so make some changes on the bike, go a little bit stiffer for the track out there, and hopefully I can put my best foot forward and do great now for Team GB.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Tommy, for a great year. Been a pleasure to call it, sir. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your British champion, Tommy Searle. Right, there we go, Jeff. We're done for another year. How are you feeling about this series here?
Oh, it's been another awesome year's racing. I mean, the racing today alone, in the 65s upwards, I mean, the strategy in the 65 race, the 85s going right down to the last race, Ben, you know, equal on points. Another great series here at the Revo British Championship. A big shout out to everybody that's got behind the series all year, the riders, the competitors, the marshals, the staff, everybody that's given us another great season of racing. As we said, at MXN-TV, we're working on plans for next year to hopefully cover the whole series. In fact, cover most of British Motocross as it goes, so hopefully they'll fall into place. Yeah, we hope you've really enjoyed the viewing. It's always been a pleasure working with you, Ben, second part of the year. Obviously, hope we're going to work on that going forward. And again, thanks to everybody worldwide for tuning in and enjoying what you're seeing. Hopefully you enjoy what you see. Thanks to all the sponsors that make it happen, but thanks to you. If you keep liking and subscribing, press it now. Don't even wait. Just subscribe right now and press the like button on MXN-TV, and we'll be back doing more. Sorry about the little and large show. We're a little bit indifferent like that, but I like to think we balance each other out when we're on the mic. It's been a pleasure. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to everybody here at Landrake, Phil, Justin and the team. We'll be back next year with more of these live streams. Until then, everybody stay safe out there. I'll let you have the final word, Ben.
Yeah, great stuff. And I've got to say thanks to everybody for coming out today to Landrake. It's great to see it live, although you might be able to watch it live either on stream live at the time or, of course, watching it back on TV when you do get home. You can't beat coming to the races, so please make sure you come and see these guys, see the anger in their eyes, see the sweat, see the effort, and make sure you know what gets behind the scenes here at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. It's been a great year. Cheers, Jeff, for coming on board.
One other thing. Actually, I said he'd have the last word, but I'm going to have it. There's that band. I forgot that there's that band playing, isn't there, up the road? I forgot their name, the ZZ Top lookalike. Do you know what? I'm having the last word because I'm going to go up there and have a beer and join in. Thanks, everybody. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. We'll see you next year.
See you in 2023. The trackside mic. Let's take it to the main app.